Play 1 of One Act Play Collection 19. Sam Average by Percy Mackaye. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sam Average, narrated by Larry Wilson.
Andrew, read by Todd.
Ellen, read by Anna Shirey.
Joel, read by Red Run.
Sam Average, read by Greg Giordano.
The Voice, read by Stepheather.
Sam Average. An entrenchment in Canada near Niagara Falls in the year 1814. Night shortly before dawn. On the right, the dull glow of a smoldering wood fire ruddies the earthen embankment, the low stretched outline of which forms with darkness the scenic background. Near the center, left against the dark, a flag with stars floats from its standard. Beside the fire, Andrew, reclined, gazes at a small frame in his hand. Near him is a knapsack with contents emptied beside it. On the embankment, Joel, with a gun, paces back and forth, a blanket thrown about his shoulders. Joel, with a singing call.
4 o'clock, all's well.
Jumping down from the embankment, he approaches the fire.
By God, Joel, it's bitter.
Joel, rubbing his hands over the coals.
A mite sharpish.
Andrew looks up eagerly.
What?
Cuts sharp for Thanksgiving.
Andrew sinks back gloomily.
Oh,
A pause.
I wondered you should agree with me. You meant the weather. I meant...
A pause again.
Well, Andy, what did you mean?
life.
Shucks.
Andrew to himself.
Living.
Joel, sauntering over left, listens.
Hear a rooster crow?
No. What are you doing?
Tilting the flag over crooked in the dirt. That's our signal.
Nothing could be more appropriate unless we buried it. Buried it in the dirt.
She's to find us where the flag's turned down. I fixed that with the sergeant all right. The rooster crowin's her watchword for us.
An eagle screaming, Joel. That would have been better.
Rising.
Eh.
He laughs painfully.
Hush up, Andy. The nearest men ain't 2 rods away. You'll wake 'em. Pitch it low.
Don't be alarmed. I'm coward enough.
Of course. Though there ain't much danger. I'm sentinel at this end, and the sergeant has the tip at the other. Besides, you may call it the regular thing. There's been 2,000 deserters already in this tillpenny, halfpenny war, and none on 'em the worse off. When a man don't get his pay for 9 months, well, he ups and takes his vacation. Why not? When Nell joins us, we'll hike up the Niagara, cross over to Tonawanda, and take our breakfast in Buffalo. By that time, the boys here will be marching away toward Lundy's Lane.
Andrew walks back and forth, shivering.
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Bosh.
I'm afraid to face...
Face what? We won't get caught.
your sister. My wife.
Nell? Why, ain't she comin' here just a purpose to get you? And ain't there reason enough, Lord knows? Ain't you made up your mind to light out home anyhow?
Yes. That's just what she'll never forgive me for. In her heart, she'll never think of me the same. For she knows as well as I what pledge I'll be breaking. What sacred pledge.
What you mean?
No matter, no matter. This is gush.
He returns to the fire and begins to fumble over the contents of his knapsack. Joel watches him idly.
One of her curls?
Andrew looking at a lock of hair in the firelight.
No, the babies, little Andy's. Some day they'll tell him how his father...
He winces and puts the lock away. Joel going toward the embankment.
Listen.
Andrew ties up the package, muttering.
Son of a traitor.
Joel tiptoeing back.
It's crowed. That's her.
Leaping to his feet, Andrew stares toward the embankment where the flag is dipped, then turns his back to it, closing his eyes and gripping his hands. After a pause, silently the figure of a young woman emerges from the dark and stands on the embankment. She is bareheaded and ill-clad. Joel touches Andrew, who turns and looks toward her. Silently she steals down to him, and they embrace.
My Nell!
Nearly a year.
Now, at last.
Hold me close, Andy.
You're better?
Let's forget, just for now.
Is he grown much?
Grown, you should see him, but so ill. What can I do? You see...
I know.
The money was all gone. They turned me out at the old place, and then...
I know, dear.
I got sewing, but when the smallpox...
I have all your letters, Nell. Come, help me to pack.
What? You're really decided?
Joel approaching.
Hello, sis.
Ellen absently.
Ah, Joel, that you?
Eagerly following Andrew to the knapsack.
But, my dear...
Just these few things, and we're off.
Ellen agitated.
Wait, you don't yet know why I've come, instead of writing.
Oh, I can guess.
But you can't. That's what's so hard. I have to tell you something, and then...
Slowly.
I must know from your own eyes, from yourself, that you wish to do this, Andrew, that you think it is right.
Andrew gently.
I guess that.
This is what I must tell you. It's not just the sickness. It's not only the baby, not the money gone and all that. It's...
Andrew murmurs.
My God.
It's what all that brings. The helplessness. I've been insulted, Andy.
Her voice breaks.
I want a protector.
Andrew taking her in his arms where she sobs.
There, dear.
Ellen with a low moan.
You know.
I know. Come now, we'll go.
Ellen, her face lighting up.
Oh, and you dare? It's right?
Andrew moving from her with a hoarse laugh.
Dare? Dare I be damned by God and all his angels? Ah, come, we're slow.
Time enough.
Ellen, sinking upon Joel's knapsack as a seat, leans her head on her hands and looks strangely at Andrew.
I'd better have written, I'm afraid.
Andrew controlling his emotion.
Now, don't take it that way. I've considered it all.
Ellen with deep quiet.
Blasphemously?
Reasonably, my brave wife. When I enlisted, I did so in a dream. I dreamed I was called to love and serve our country. But that dream is shattered. This sordid war, this political murder, has not one simple principle of humanity to excuse its bloody sacrilege. It doesn't deserve my loyalty, our loyalty.
Are you saying this for my sake? What of God and his angels?
Andrew not looking at her.
If we had a just cause, a cause of liberty like that in 76, if to serve one's country meant to serve God and his angels, then yes, a man might put away wife and child, He might say, I will not be a husband, a father. I will be a patriot. But now, like this, tangled in a web of spiders, caught in a grab net of politicians, and you and our baby boy like this. Hell let in on our house. No, country be cursed.
Ellen slowly.
So then, when little Andy grows up.
Andrew groaning.
I say that the only thing...
I am to tell him.
Andrew defiantly.
Tell him his father deserted his country and thanked God for the chance.
Looking about him passionately.
Here.
He tears a part of the flag from its standard and reaches it toward her.
You're cold. Put this round you.
As he is putting the strip of colored silk about her shoulders, there rises, faint yet close by, a sound of fifes and flutes playing the merry march strains of Yankee Doodle. At the same time there enters along the embankment, dimly enveloped in a great cloak, a tall figure which pauses beside the standard of the torn flag, silhouetted against the first pale streaks of the dawn. Ellen gazing at Andrew.
What's the matter?
Andrew listening.
Who are they? Where is it?
Joel starts alertly.
He hears something.
Why should they play before daybreak?
Andy.
Joel whispers.
Shh! Look out! We're spied on.
He points to the embankment. Andrew and Ellen draw back, the figure straightening the flag standard and leaning on it.
Disheartened?
Andrew puts Ellen behind him.
Who's there? The watchword.
God save the smart folks.
Joel to Andrew.
He's on to us. Pickle him quiet, or it's court-martial.
Showing a long knife.
Shall I give him this?
Andrew taking it from him.
No, I will.
Ellen seizing his arm.
Andrew!
Let go.
The figure descending into the entrenchment approaches with face muffled. Joel draws Ellen away. Andrew moves toward the figure slowly. They meet and pause.
You're a spy.
With a quick flash, Andrew raises the knife to strike, but pauses, staring. The figure, throwing up one arm toward the blow, reveals, through the parted cloak, a glint of stars in the firelight.
Steady, boys. I'm one of ye. The sergeant told me to drop round.
Oh, the sergeant. That's all right, then.
Andrew dropping the knife.
Who are you?
Who be I? My name, you mean? My name's Average. Sam Average. Universal Sam. Some o' my prophetic friends calls me.
What are you doing here now?
Oh, tending to business.
Tending to other folks' business, eh?
The figure with a touch of weariness.
Yes, reckon that is my business. Some other folks as me.
Joel grimacing to Ellen.
Cracked.
The figure to Andrew.
You're a mite back'ard in wages, ain't ye?
9 months? What of that?
That's what I dropped round for. Seems like when a man's endured and fit, like you have, for his country, and calculates he'll quit, he ought to be taking a little something home for Thanksgiving. So I fetched round your pay.
My pay? You?
Yes, I'm the paymaster.
Ellen coming forward eagerly.
Andy, the money, is it?
The figure bows with a grave, old-fashioned stateliness.
Your servant, ma'am.
Andrew speaking low.
Keep back, Nell.
To the figure.
You were saying...
We're about to say how gold being scarce down to the treasury, I fetched you some securities instead. Some national IOUs, as you might say.
He takes out an old powder horn and rattles it quietly,
That's them.
pouring from the horn into his palm some glistening golden grains.
Here they be.
Ellen peering with Joel.
Gold, Andy.
Joel with a snigger.
Gold nothing. That's corn. Just Injun corn.
The figure bowing gravely.
It's the quality, ma'am, what counts, as ye might say.
Joel behind his hand.
His top loft leaks.
These here Cardinals now were give me down Plymouth way in Massachusetts. The first Thanksgiving seems like I can remember. 'Twain't long after the famine we had thar. Me being some hungry, the red folks fetched a whole lot o' this round, with the compliments of their capting. What were his name now? Massasoit. This here's the last handful one left. Thought ye might like some, being Thanksgiving.
Joel in a low voice to Ellen.
His screws are dropping out. Come and pack. We've got to mark time and skip.
The figure without looking at Joel.
8 or 10 minutes still to spare, boys. The sergeant said. Wait till you hear his Jew's harp playing of that new war tune, the Star-Spangled Banner. Then you'll know the coast's clear.
Gad, that's right. I remember now.
He draws Ellen away to the knapsack, which they begin to pack. Andrew has never removed his eyes from the tall form in the cloak. Now, as the figure pours back the yellow grains from his palm into the powder horn, he speaks hesitatingly.
I think I'd like some.
Some of what?
Those, my pay.
The figure cheerfully.
So, would ye?
Handing him the horn.
Reckon that's enough?
Andrew not taking it.
That's what I want to make sure of first.
Oh, so you're hesitating.
Yes, but I want you to help me decide. Pardon me, sir. You're a stranger. Yet somehow I feel I may ask your help. You come just in time.
Queer, I should have dropped round just now, wasn't it? S'posen we take turn.
Together they walk toward the embankment. By the knapsack Ellen finds the little frame. Ellen to herself.
My picture.
She looks toward Andrew affectionately. Joel, lifting the knapsack, beckons to her.
There's more stuff over here.
He goes off right. Ellen follows him. Andrew to the figure.
I should like the judgment of your experience, sir. I can't quite see your face, yet you appear to be one who has had a great deal of experience.
Why, considerable sum.
Did you happen to fight in the late war for independence?
Happen to?
Laughing quietly.
No, not fight, you see. I was paymaster.
But you went through the war.
Yes, oh yes. I went through it. I took out my first regular papers down to Philadelphia in '76. Seems like 'twas the 4th day of July, but I was paymaster afore that.
Tell me, I've heard it said there were deserters even in those days, even from the roll call of Washington. Is it true?
True, boy? Have ye ever watched a prairie fire rollin' toward ye, billowin' with flame and smoke, and seed all the midget cavalry and prairie dogs scootin' for their holes? Well, that's the way I watched Howe's army sweepin' across the Jarsey marshes, and see the desartin' little patriots, with their chins over their shoulders, skedaddlin' homewards.
What, the Americans?
All but a handful on 'em. Them as weren't canines, you might say, but men. They said they backfired going to Valley Forge. Most on 'em burnt their toes and fingers off, lightin' on there in the white frost, but they stuck it through and saved, well, the prairie dogs.
But those others, what reason did they give to God and their own souls for deserting?
To who?
To their consciences. What was their reason? It must have been a noble one in 76. Their reason then. Don't you see, I must have it. I must know what reason real heroes gave for their acts. You were there. You can tell me.
Real heroes, eh? Look round ye, then. Today's the heroic age, and the true brand o' hero is always in the market. Look round ye.
What, here? In this war of jobsters? This petty campaign of monstrous boodle?
Thar we be.
Why, here are only a lot of cowardly half-men, like me, lovers of their own folks, their wives and babies at home. They'll make sacrifices for them. But real men like our fathers in 76, they looked in the beautiful face of liberty and sacrificed to her.
Our fathers, my boy, was just as fond of poetry as you be. They talked about the beautiful face o' liberty, same's you. But when the homemade eyes and cheeks of their sweethearts and young'uns took to crying, they desarted their beautiful goddess and skun out home.
But there were some.
There was some as didn't, yes, and there's some as don't today. These be the folks on my payroll. Why, looky here. I calculate I wouldn't fetch much on the beauty counter. My talk ain't rhyme stuff, nor the muse o' grammar wasn't my schoolma'am. They ain't painter nor clay sculptor would picture me just like I stand. For the axe has hewed me, and the plough has furrowed, and the arnin of gold by my own elbow grease has give me the shrewd eye of the bargain. I manure my crops this side o' Jordan, and as for t'other shore, I'd rather swap jokes with the Lord than listen to his sarmons. And yet for the likes o' me, just for to arn my wages, the many, many boys and gals has gone to their grave beds, and when I closed their eyes, the love light was shining thar.
Andrew, who has listened with awe.
What are you? What are you?
Me? I'm the paymaster.
I want to serve you, like those others.
Slow, slow, boy. Nobody sarves me.
But they died for you, the others.
No, 'twain't for me. 'Twas for him as pays the wages, the one as works through me, the one higher up. I'm only the paymaster, kind of a needful makeshift, his obedient sarvant.
Andrew, with increasing curiosity, seeks to peer in the figure's face.
But the one up higher, who is he?
The figure, turning his head away.
Would you sarve him, think, if you heard his voice?
Andrew ardently drawing closer.
And saw his face.
Drawing his cowl lower and taking Andrew's arm, the figure leads him up on the embankment where they stand together.
Hark yonder.
Andrew listening.
Is it thunder?
Have ye forgot?
The voice. I remember now. Niagara.
With awe, Andrew looks toward the figure, who stands shrouded and still, facing the dawn. From far off comes a sound as of falling waters, and with that a deep murmurous voice, which seems to issue from the figure's cowl.
I am the voice that was heard of your fathers, and your fathers' fathers. Mightier, mightier I shall be heard of your sons. I am the million in whom the one is lost, and I am the one in whom the millions are saved. Their ears shall be shut to my thunders, their eyes to my blinding stars. In shallow streams they shall tap my lifeblood for gold. With dregs of coal and of copper they shall pollute me. In the mystery of my mountains they shall assail me. In the majesty of my forests strike me down. With engine and derrick and millstone bind me their slave. Some for a lust, some for a love, shall desert me. and one for his own shall fall away. Yet one and one shall return to me for life. The deserter and the destroyer shall recreate me. Primeval, their lifeblood is mine. My pouring waters are passion, my lightnings are laughter of man. I am the one in whom the millions are saved, and I am the million in whom the one is lost.
Andrew yearningly to the figure.
Your face.
The figure turns majestically away. Andrew clings to him.
Your face.
In the shadow of the flag the figure unmuffles for an instant. Peering, dazzled, Andrew staggers back with a low cry, and covering his eyes falls upon the embankment. From away left the thrumming of a Jew's harp is heard playing the Star-Spangled Banner. From the right enter Joel and Ellen. Descending from the embankment, the figure stands apart.
Well, Colonel Average, time's up.
Ellen, seeing Andrew's prostrate form, hastens to him.
Andy, what's happened?
Andrew rising slowly.
Come here. I'll whisper it.
He leads her beside the embankment, beyond which the dawn is beginning to redden.
Yonder's the sergeant's Jew's harp. That's our signal, Nell. So long, Colonel.
The figure nodding.
So long, Sonny.
Andrew holding Ellen's hands passionately.
You understand? You do?
Ellen looking in his eyes.
I understand, dear.
They kiss each other. Joel calls low.
Come, you married turtles. The road's clear. Follow me now. Sneak.
Carrying his knapsack, Joel climbs over the embankment and disappears. The thrumming of the Jew's harp continues. Ellen, taking the strip of silk flag from her shoulders, ties it to the standard. Andrew faintly.
God bless you.
Ellen as they part hands.
Goodbye.
The figure has remounted the embankment, where, in the distincter glow of the red dawn, the grey folds of his cloak, hanging from his shoulders, resemble the half-closed wings of an eagle, the beaked cowl falling as a kind of visor before his face, concealing it.
Come, little gal.
Ellen goes to him and hides her face in the great cloak. As she does so, he draws from it a paper, writes on it, and hands it to Andrew with the powder horn.
By the by, Andy, here's that security. Them here's my initials. They're all what's needful. Just file this in the right pigeonhole, and you'll draw your pay. Keep your upper lip, boy. I'll meet you later, maybe, at Lundy's Lane.
Andrew wistfully.
You'll take her home?
Yes, reckon she'll housekeep for your uncle till you get back, won't you, Nellie? Come, don't cry, little gal. We'll soon get 'quainted. 'Tain't the first time sweethearts has called me uncle.
Flinging back his great cloak, he throws one wing of it with his arm about her shoulders, thus with half its reverse side draping her with its shining stripes and stars. By the same action his own figure is made partly visible, the legs clad in the tight instep-strapped trousers, blue and white, of the Napoleonic era. Holding the girl gently to him, while her face turns back toward Andrew, he leads her, silhouetted against the sunrise, along the embankment and disappears. Meantime the thrumming twang of the Jew's harp grows sweeter, mellower, modulated with harmonies that, filling now the air with elusive strains of the American war hymn, mingle with the faint dawn twittering of birds. Andrew stares silently after the departed forms. Then, slowly coming down into the entrenchment, lifts from the ground his gun and ramrod, leans on the gun, and reading the paper in his hand by the growing light, mutters it aloud. USA. Smiling sternly, he crumples the paper in his fist, makes a wad of it, and rams it into his gun barrel. End of Sam Average by Percy Mackaye.
Play 2, Part 1 of One Act Play Collection 19. The Widow of Wasdale Head by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Persona.
Sir John Hunslet. Read by Thomas Peter.
Mr. Edward Fane. Read by Todd.
Tubal. Read by Greg Giordano.
Reuben, Sir John's man. Read by Larry Wilson.
The Visitor. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Mrs. Judgement. Read by Anna Shirey. Stage Directions. Read by Estefania. Scene. A room in an inn at Wasdale Head in Cumberland. Time in the reign of George III. The scene is a gloomy ancient room, partly panelled in oak of the time of Henry VIII. Its ceiling, heavy with massive beams, is blackened by age, and altogether the apartment, which bears the appearance of having once belonged to a private mansion, is fallen considerably into decay. In the wall on the right there is a cavernous fireplace. Facing the spectator is a deep bay window, heavily shuttered and barred. On the left of the window, against the farther wall, a steep staircase mounts to a landing from which a door opens into a narrow passage. And under the landing, in the left-hand wall and on the level of the floor, there is another door, also admitting to a passage. In the middle of the room there is a round table with a chair on its right and left, a decanter of red wine and some glasses, a jar of tobacco and a tray of clay pipes, and a candlestick of 2 branches are on the table. Against the wall on the left, a chair on each side of it, is an escritoire, and on the top of the escritoire is a standish, and against the staircase, concealing the space beneath, there is an oaken dresser, bright with crockery ware, pewter dishes and plates and other utensils. In the bay of the window are a small table and a stool. A riding cloak is thrown over the stool, and laying upon the table are a hat, a riding whip, a pair of gauntlets, and 2 pistols in their holster cases. A capacious armchair stands before the fireplace, and within the fireplace at the farther side there is a chimney seat. A clock and a chest filled with logs occupy spaces against the right-hand wall, and on the wall against which runs the flight of stairs, a number of hunting trophies are arranged, including a hunting horn hanging by a cord from a nail. The room is lighted by the candles on the round table and by candles in sconces attached to the wall on the left. A fire is burning. Note: throughout right and left are the spectators' right and left, not the actors. Seated at the round table, the one smoking and drinking, the other deep in thought, are Sir John Hunslet and Edward Fane. Tubal is engaged at the dresser. The wind is moaning. Sir John, a gallant-looking gentleman of 28, accoutred in a handsome riding dress and a periwig on the left of the table.
Ned, my dear fellow, you don't drink.
Edward, a grave young man of 25, richly but soberly attired, and wearing his own dark hair, rousing himself and filling his glass.
1,000 pardons, Jack.
Drinking.
Welcome.
Tubal, bearing a pair of snuffers upon a dish, advances to the round table and trims the candles. The moaning of the wind rises to a halt. Sir John to Tubal.
A wild night, my friend.
Tubal, a venerable wizened figure, half groom, half waiter.
Aye, and 'tis like to be worser afore morn. There'll be sleets loused and fleeing this neat, depend on't. Heaven send the chimley stack Jacks do hold out.
Amen.
Tubal replaces the snuffers upon the dresser. There is a sharp, shrill sound from without, resembling the cry of a bird.
What is that?
The sign of the house. 'Twill creak in that fashion in the wind for hours.
God, an agreeable prospect.
Tubal, carrying a tray upon which are some remnants of a meal, goes out at the door under the landing. Sir John, glancing over his shoulder, assures himself that he and Edward are alone.
At last.
Rekindling his pipe at the flame of one of the candles.
I thought that ancient servitor would never leave us.
Edward rises and, walking away, stands gazing into the fire.
And now, my dear Ned, my very dear Ned, navicitia autem nihil fixum, as we learn to say at school, let me inform you without further delay of the cause of this intrusion.
'Tis no intrusion, and, to be candid, I have guessed the object of your visit already.
Indeed, that being the case.
Confound you, Jack. You don't suppose I attribute your sudden and unlooked-for appearance to mere inclination for a gossip over a bottle? A man, Jack Hunslet least of all, does not quit town at this time of the year, journeying 300 miles into the bargain, without an urgent reason.
Facing Sir John.
Confess you are upon a mission.
Sir John, smiling.
Since you press me.
You are sent by my mother.
The poor fond lady is vastly concerned at your absence.
In the name of patience, why? Her letters plague me to death, Jack.
My good Ned, do, I entreat, reflect. With your usual perspicacity, you have just observed that it must be a strong inducement that draws a town man into the country at this season, and yet—
Such an inducement was mine. I came into Cumberland in fulfilment of a pledge to Sir Roger Boldrewood, a pledge of long standing.
To be his guest at Hogshead Priory. Your stay at Hogshead ended 2 months ago.
In the meantime, I had become bitten by the romantic beauty of the district. By the Lord, Jack, 'tis a lovely locality, in spite of flood and tempest.
Ah, I am forgetting you are a poet, and a monstrous pretty one to boot.
Pshaw! Pray don't roast me for my follies.
Sir John, laying his pipe aside.
My dear fellow, if our follies ceased with the scribbling of verses, we should be warranted in esteeming ourselves wise.
Rising.
And so 'tis solely the beauty of the district that detains you, hey, Ned?
Chance directed me to this particular spot, and my nag falling lame almost at the door here.
Sir John, approaching Edward.
You determined to cultivate the muse, and to seek inspiration by this sombre lake.
Producing his snuff-box.
Putting up at a bare inn, and dispatching your servant back to Kensington within a fortnight.
Edward, embarrassed.
Why, as for that, I found I had little need for Gregory. He did but kick his heels about the place discontentedly.
Sir John, taking snuff.
The sublimity of the scene proving less attractive to him than to his master.
Closing his snuff-box.
Well?
Well?
And when I have made my compliments at Hogshead, and with your aid explore this enchanting neighbourhood, do we travel home in company?
There is a moment's hesitation on Edward's part, and then he moves to the middle of the room without speaking. Sir John looks after him inquiringly.
Ned?
Edward hanging his head.
Forgive me, Jack. I declare again, 'tis the most beautiful district in the kingdom. Nevertheless, I am deceiving you, Jack, woefully."
The door under the landing opens, and Mrs. Desmond enters, followed by Tubal, the latter carrying a bowl of steaming punch. And instantly the wind increases in force, and the signboard resumes its squeaking. A loud slamming of distant doors is also heard. Mrs. Desmond is an elegant, girlish young lady, charmingly but simply dressed. She curtsies to Sir John and to Edward, and then takes the bowl from Tubal and places it upon the round table. Mrs. Desmond to Tubal.
"Secure the doors of the buttery, Tubal. 'Tis they that are banging."
Tubal shuffles out, and Mrs. Desmond addresses Sir John, who is regarding her with respectful amazement. The wind lulls.
"I am sorry I was not by to receive you, sir. Late as it was, I was at my farm at Burnthwaite, where I am in trouble with some sick beasts. I hear you have rid from Ulverston today, which is a weary road."
Why, yes, I...
Edward presenting Sir John.
This gentleman is my friend, Sir John Hunslet."
Mrs. Desmond curtsying again.
"Nay, if I had not been apprised of his arrival, there would be no necessity to name him."
Advancing to Sir John.
"I saw Sir John once, when I was a child, driving in his curricle in Hyde Park, and am never likely to forget the fine show he made."
Sir John bowing low.
Madam, I am vastly honoured by your recollection of the circumstance.
"Mr. Fane is heartily glad to see you here, Sir John. Of that I am assured. Wasdale Head is but a stern and solitary spot at all times, and March is our dreariest month."
Faith, madam, Mr. Fane is no more rejoiced to see me than I him. We were condiscipuli at Winchester College, and I hold him in great affection.
Bowing again profoundly.
And suffer me to add that it increases my happiness in no inconsiderable degree.
Mrs. Desmond turning to Edward merrily.
"La, I fear Sir John doth not even yet apprehend who and what I am. Pray enlighten him."
"Mrs. Jesmond, Jack, is mistress of this inn, and tenant also of lands adjacent to it."
Another bow from Sir John, whose wonderment increases.
"'Twill make you better acquainted with her when I tell you that she was Miss Woodruff, Miss Elizabeth Woodruff of Appleby."
One of the Woodruffs of Appleby?
Seizing Mrs. Desmond's hand.
My dear madam.
Mrs. Desmond withdrawing her hand.
"Nay, sir, my family and I are at enmity. Widow of Mr. Henry Jesmond of Egremont. I prefer that description."
A widow, ma'am.
Mrs. Desmond dropping another curtsy.
2 years a widow, and a humble taverner and farmer, and at your service.
To Edward.
"I have brought you a bowl of punch, Mr. Fane, thinking it will be grateful to your friend after his long journey."
To Sir John.
"'Tis of my mixing, and I beg your indulgence for the widow's offering."
Gad, madam, I swear you shall join us.
To Edward, who goes to the dresser.
A third glass, Ned.
Mrs. Desmond hastening to the staircase.
"Oh, mercy, Sir John."
Sir John following her and regaining possession of her hand.
I insist.
Leading her to the round table.
On my knees.
The wind howls again, and the signboard creaks. Edward carries 3 glasses to the table, and Mrs. Desmond fills 2 of the glasses to the brim and hands them to the gentlemen who stand one on each side of her. As she ladles a little of the punch into the 3rd glass, the wind abates.
Come, bumpers. Ah, but that's not fair. Bumpers.
The men drink, and Mrs. Desmond touches her lips with her glass.
'Pon my soul, 'tis delicious. 'Tis nectar. Il facit dites animos deus, Ned. You remember.
To Mrs. Jesmond.
Permit me to compliment you on your skill, ma'am.
Mrs. Jesmond, replenishing the men's glasses modestly.
The credit is none of mine, Sir John. 'Twas my dear Harry that taught me.
Sir John, coughing sympathetically.
A toast. I call a toast, Ned.
Raising his glass and looking at Mrs. Jesmond with admiration.
I give you...
Mrs. Jesmond quickly raising her glass.
The King.
Why, certainly, ma'am, and I am obliged to you for the reminder. His most gracious Majesty, King George.
Edward drinking.
The King.
Sir John drinking.
God bless him.
Looking at Mrs. Jesmond again.
Another?
Nay, spare me.
Ned.
Raising his glass.
To the Lady of Wasdale.
The Lady of Wasdale.
The wind gives a sudden roar, and the men drink the toast and then subsides. Mrs. Jesmond curtsying once more.
The widow thanks you, gentlemen, for your amiability, and with a full heart.
With a change of manner.
And now, if you will excuse me, I will go to your bedchambers and see that your beds are properly prepared.
Sir John seizing the candlestick from the round table.
Allow me to light you, ma'am.
Mrs. Jesmond running up the stairs.
'Tis not necessary. A lantern hangs in the corridor.
She makes a final curtsy on the landing and withdraws, leaving Sir John halfway up the stairs, where he remains for a while as if rooted. Edward walks over to the fireplace and again gazes down into the burning logs. Sir John after a silence.
As I live, an adorable creature.
He descends the stairs softly, replaces the candlestick, and stands contemplating Edward.
Ned.
Jack?
Upon my conscience, you are right. Wasdale is the most beautiful district in the kingdom.
Edward turning to him.
Ah, Jack, 'tis no matter for jesting.
Jesting? I swear I am all seriousness.
Nay, then, if you are in earnest, is she not charming?
Charming? Her divinity?
Walking about animatedly.
Gad, you may well describe this as a romantic locality. A Woodruff of Appleby, the mistress of a house of public entertainment. Prodigious!
Sitting in the chair on the left of the round table.
How the devil?
Edward coming to the right of the table.
'Tis a simple story. Young Mr. Henry Jesmond of Egremont, having squandered the greater part of his patrimony, established himself here, with what remained of his fortune, as farmer and innkeeper. A short time previously, he had met Miss Elizabeth Woodruff at the hunt assembly at Kendal, and they had become desperately taken with each other. Her parents, discovering the undesirable attachment, intercepted communication between the lovers, and confined their child within doors. Vain precautions. Elizabeth forced an escape, ran off with the object of her girlish infatuation, and married him.
Faith, since she hath been 2 years a widow, he must have carried her to church in a go-cart.
She was indeed but 15. She is a little over 17 now.
The deuce! 'Twas a brief wedded life.
A month.
Good Lord!
Riding homeward on a dark night with some boon companions from the hunt at Muncaster, Mr. Jesmond was thrown and mortally hurt. He breathed long enough, so the tale is told, to take his pistol from its holster and to shoot his poor mare, who had broken a leg, and then he laid his head upon her warm ribs and stirred no more.
My dear Ned, leaving this delicately bred young lady, estranged from her family, To brew punch, and to till the soil for her subsistence?
Edward sitting at the right of the table.
Why, Jack, there's the wonder of it. Mrs. Jesmond's aptitude is amazing. Among the farmers hereabouts, statesmen they term them in Cumberland, there's not one can match her in knowledge of crops and cattle.
The wind murmurs gently, almost musically.
I have seen the oldest and wisest of them approach her, hat in hand, to ask her counsel in a difficulty, and her reply is always the same.
The same?
Come back to me, she will say, as soon as you please after Friday, and you shall have my advice.
Friday?
Edward, checking himself and then nodding uneasily.
'Tis on a Friday night, when her household is abed and the inn is silent, that she sits here alone and reads her farming manuals, and makes up her books of account, and puts on her considering cap, as she phrases it.
Looking around.
We are in her parlour, Jack.
Sir John listening.
How the wind sings! It hath a voice in it positively.
To Edward.
A parlour?
Edward nodding again.
Aye, the principal guest chambers are shut throughout the winter, and so she has placed her room at my disposal. Every Friday night, at the stroke of 10, I leave her here, preparing for her vigil. What is today?
Friday.
The wind utters a loud wail and the signboard creaks. Edward rising and gazing at the clock.
And look, 'tis close on 10 now.
He resumes his former position at the fireplace, and the wind its tuneful murmuring. Sir John after another silence.
Well, I own I am mightily relieved, Ned.
Rising.
'Tis precisely as I suspected, that you had become entangled in a petticoat.
Going to the punch bowl and helping himself to punch.
But a woodruff of Appleby is not to be ashamed of, though 'twill be the tittle-tattle of the clubs and tea-tables that your mistress hath kept a mug-house.
Drinking.
Have you declared yourself yet?
Edward still staring into the fire.
No.
Sir John smacking his lips.
Upon my honour, she is vastly genteel. She hath the bel air completely. I wager many of our town misses and madams.
He breaks off, regarding Edward with surprise. The wind ceases.
Why, man, what ails you? If Mrs. Jessmond had declined your suit, she could hardly be more glum.
Edward confronting Sir John.
Jack?
Sir John, startled at Edward's aspect.
Ned?
Oh, Jack, I must confide in you. I am in torture.
Torture?
Terrible, grinding torment.
Sir John joining Edward.
Odds life, what's this? Have you discovered that the widow wears a false curl or two?
For mercy's sake, don't take me lightly. Jack, there is a mystery in this house.
Confusion.
A hideous mystery.
Passing Sir John and pacing the room on the left.
And 'tis torturing me, driving me to distraction. And yet I lack the courage to attempt to unravel it.
Sir John coming to the round table.
Explain, Ned.
Oh, Jack, 'tis true that I leave Mrs. Jesmond here, and alone, every Friday night. But heaven forgive me for doubting her. I fear she doesn't remain alone, Jack.
The devil.
Edward gripping the back of the chair at the left of the round table.
Hell fury, no! unless she hath the habit of talking to herself. Her vigil is no solitary one.
Talking to herself?
Edward, sitting and putting his elbows on the table and digging his fingers into his hair.
Oh,
Groaning.
oh, Jack, Jack.
Again there is a pause. Sir John slowly produces his snuff-box. Tapping the box.
God, you disappoint me, Ned. You do really. Who would have thought it of her?
Taking snuff.
Pish! The jades, they are all of a pattern.
To Edward.
When?
The wind revives. Edward raising his head.
'Twas the Friday night in the second week of my lodging here, and I had retired to my bedchamber, carrying with me the delightful vision of her graceful, slender form as she sat in this chair, bending over her books and papers. Some time after reaching my apartment, I recollected that I had left a letter from my mother lying upon the escritoire yonder, and I ordered my servant to fetch it. Presently the man reappeared, saying that, hearing Mrs. Jesmond's voice apparently in conversation, he had deemed it prudent not to risk incurring her displeasure by disturbing her.
In conversation?
I dismissed Gregory and stood for a while at my window, viewing the thick clouds scudding across the pikes. Suddenly the idea possessed me to return, myself, to this room and recover my letter. The letter contained nothing of a private nature. I perceived now that 'twas merely a feeling of jealous surprise that impelled me.
Sir John, his foot upon the rail of the chair on the right of the round table.
You returned?
Yes. My ear was at the door, and I was wavering whether I should rap when I was arrested by a sound behind me. And there was my servant, sheltered in an angle of the corridor, watching me curiously. I made an idle remark and again retired to my room. And the next morning I packed the fellow off to London, lest, his suspicions being aroused, he should play the spy on his own account.
What had you heard while listening at the door?
The low muttering of a voice, or of voices. I could distinguish nothing clearly, save that there was talking.
Glancing at the door on the landing.
The door is stout, and, as you see, distant.
And since then?
Every Friday night 'tis the same. I steal to the door, hear the same whisperings, and slink back irresolutely to my bedchamber. Stay! Twice or thrice I have heard a soft, wailful note, as if from an instrument, proceeding from this room.
Sir John bringing himself erect.
A signal?
Sdeath, the thought hath crossed my mind.
He rises and, ascending the stairs, removes the hunting horn from its nail.
'Tis such an instrument as this that would produce the sound.
Sir John, following Edward and standing by the dresser.
A hunting horn?
'Twas the property of the late Mr. Jesmond, I suspect. But 'tis dull for want of use.
Nay, 'tis you that are dull. Look if its mouth is bright.
Edward examined the mouth of the horn.
Why, yes, the metal here shines like a guinea.
Ha! I lay 5-4 that is not the only mouth pressed by those lips of hers.
Edward replaces the horn and descends the stairs.
My poor dear Ned, 'tis as plain as noonday. The widow's weekly vigil is but a ruse for entertaining her amourette at her ease. The trull! Fronti nulla fides. But you shall expose her, and tonight.
Looking at the door on the landing and then pointing to the fire.
Quick! Some ashes from the hearth. I'll fill the lock with them and stop her turning the key.
Edward, who is again at the fireplace, gazing into the logs.
There is no lock on either door. They are bolted from without.
Strange. The widow is somewhat incautious. However, 'twill make your task the easier.
Edward faces Sir John with a gesture of protest.
Come, man, away with your scruples. We will leave the pretty witch to her pretence of poring over her damnable books, and then you shall return and walk boldly in and interrupt her at her devotions.
By what right, Jack?
Pshaw! Do you imagine she isn't aware that you are honestly enamoured of her, though no word hath yet been spoke? There is title sufficient for you. Is your sword hanging in your bedchamber?
Yes.
Put it up at your side.
Why? Would you have me a murderer as well as an eavesdropper?
Faith, I'd have you ready to defend yourself. A young lady of ton would scarcely dally with one of the clods of this beautiful district.
Going to the table in the bay of the window and examining the pistols.
'Tis to a gentleman of the road, probably, a cut-throat highwayman, that she extends her hospitality.
Taking up his hat, whip, and gauntlets, and carefully laying his cloak over the pistols.
These pistols are well primed. I'll warn Reuben not to remove them.
Oh, Jack, 'tis impossible.
Impossible?
Edward walking across the room.
'Tis impossible that she should be frail. I'll not believe it. She hath the look and the bearing of an angel. Her eyes, Jack, did you observe her eyes?
Sir John standing with his back to the fire.
Hang 'em, they are brilliant.
Nay, they're not brilliant. They resemble the blue of a summer morning ere the mist is dispelled.
Pacing up and down.
Ah, her voice, too. Her voice.
'Tis most musical, I admit.
Her voice hath the quality of the harp in it when its strings are half muffled. Mark me, Jack, if I find her no better than she should be, I'll never trust woman again.
Sir John taking snuff.
Ned.
Never, never.
Ned, I protest you recall Mr. Garrick to me as the blackamoor in Shakespeare's play.
Ah.
When the great little man quits the stage, you shall fill his place, my dear Ned. I vow you shall.
The wind swells for a moment, as Mrs. Jesmond enters at the door under the landing, followed by Tubal with a lantern, and by Reuben, who is carrying 2 lighted candles in candlesticks. Tubal goes to the window and, raising the lantern above his head, passes his hand over the bars of the shutters. Mrs. Jesmond to Edward, sweetly but gravely.
'Tis past 10 o'clock.
Glancing at Sir John.
You have told Sir John?
Sir John advancing a few steps.
Why, yes, ma'am. And to say the truth, I shall not be sorry to find myself in a soft bed, and between a pair of sweet-smelling sheets at an earlier hour than is customable with me.
Reuben, a bluff, burly fellow, standing by the table.
Nor I either, sir. For all the clattering, gusty places I've ever laid in, this Wasdale is the gustiest and the clatteringest.
To Mrs. Jesmond.
Saving your presence, ma'am.
Silence, Reuben.
To Mrs. Jesmond with a wave of the hand towards Reuben.
A good faithful animal, Mrs. Jesmond, but plaguily rough-tongued.
Well, sir, my tongue can't be rougher than the Cumberland weather. That's one comfort.
Going to Edward and presenting him with a candlestick as Mrs. Jesmond crosses to Sir John.
You'd best shield it with your hand, Mr. Fane.
Mrs. Jesmond to Sir John.
Good night, Sir John.
Curtseying.
'Tis mighty civil of you to profess your willingness to be sent to bed like a bad child.
Giving him her hand.
You must dream you are in London, sir, and card-playing en petit comité with some choice cronies.
Sir John bending over her hand.
Nay, madam, my dreams shall be of a far more interesting sort, I promise you.
She curtsies to him again and returns to Edward, who is watching her narrowly. Tubal is now at the fireplace, mending the fire, and Reuben at the table in the bay of the window. Mrs. Jesmond, giving her hand to Edward, a note of tenderness in her voice.
Good night, Mr. Fane.
Edward with downcast eyes.
Good night.
He moves away, and Mrs. Jesmond goes to the escritoire and opens it with a key which dangles with others from her waist. Seeing that Reuben is taking up the writing clock and the pistols, Sir John hastens to him on tiptoe. Sir John, under his breath, to Reuben.
Now.
Sir!
Sir John, his finger to his lips.
St.
He motions to Reuben to replace the pistols and writing cloak. Reuben does so.
And now, my dear Ned.
Taking his candle from Reuben and yawning demonstratively.
I declare I am as sleepy as the veriest owl.
He signs to Edward to precede him, but Edward yields him the pass.
My dear fellow.
He ascends the stairs, Edward following him, as Mrs. Jesmond carries some books to the round table and deposits them there. Sir John makes her a grand bow from the landing, Edward a lesser one.
My dear madam.
Mrs. Jesmond curtsies to them deeply and returns to the escritoire. Sir John and Edward retire. Tubal shuffles across the room in his way to the door under the landing. Reuben, in a low voice, clapping Tubal on the back.
Good night, old buck.
Tubal has a fit of coughing.
Why, a man of your kidneys should be in London. You'd turn girls' heads in London within a week.
To Mrs. Jesmond, as he goes up the stairs.
Good night, ma'am.
Mrs. Jesmond bringing more books and some papers to the table.
Good night, friend.
Reuben withdraws, closing the door. Tubal, at the door under the landing, to Mrs. Jesmond.
Be there aught else I can do for ye?
No, I thank you, Tubal. Are the maids in their beds?
Aye, and they yet asleep, I reckon. Thussies. Good night, mistress.
Good night.
Tubal disappears, closing the door, and the wind again becomes violent, and the signboard squeaks as if in pain. End of Part 1 of The Widow of Wasdale Head by Arthur Wing Pinero. Play 2, Part 2 of One Act Play Collection 19. The Widow of Wasdale Head by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 2. Mrs. Jesmond remains quite still for a while. Then, deliberately and methodically, and with an altered look on her face, she clears the table of the punch bowl, the decanter, the glasses, and the pipes and tobacco, carrying them to the dresser, and fetches the standish from the escritoire. Having neatly set out her books and papers and the standish upon the table, she goes to the lower door, opens it a few inches, and after peeping along the passage, shuts the door silently. She repeats this proceeding at the door on the landing, and finally, apparently satisfied, comes halfway down the stairs and unhooks the hunting horn from the wall and blows a long, faint blast upon it. Whereupon the wind gives a thundering bellow, the flames of the candles flicker, and for a moment there is almost total darkness. Then a bluish light pervades the room, and the ghost of a young man in hunting dress and a bob wig is seen, standing in an easy attitude with its back to the fire. There is another loud gust, followed by the crash of falling slates. Mrs. Jesmond, regarding the ghost with a tender expression and speaking in soft, caressing tones.
That's the slates of the old lean-to in the stable yard.
Ghost in a calm, matter-of-fact manner.
Well, you mustn't have 'em put on again, Betty. Gie the job to Hobbs at Ulverston. I'm sick of Finch of Gosforth. Leastwise I was, before I met with my accident.
Mrs. Jesmond replaces the hunting horn and descends the stairs. Gradually the wind drops.
'Tis a terrible night for you to be abroad, Hal. I'd almost hoped you wouldn't obey my summons.
Ghost pulling off its filmy gloves.
Hey, there you go, lass. How oft have I told thee the weather makes no difference to me?
Gloomily.
All weather's one to a ghost.
Mrs. Jesmond with a sigh.
Yes, I forget.
Looking down at her books and papers.
Shall we get to work?
Aye, sit ye down.
She seats herself at the left of the table and chooses a pen from the standish.
And hark ye, if these winds continue to blow, thou's best bring the ewe flock off the fells into the lowlands. D'ye hear?
I hear, my dear.
Ghost, taking out a spectral snuff box and making a pretense of snuffing.
Is there all amiss this week here or at the farms?
4 of the short-horn bullocks at Berthwaite are lame with kibe. What am I to do for 'em?
Kibe? Why, I gave thee a remedy for kibe a year since.
Mrs. Jesmond, pouting.
I know you did, Hal, but I failed to note it.
Ghost, dusting its neckcloth with the phantom of a pocket handkerchief.
I'm surely afraid you've got no head, Betty. That but a heedless, gay-hearted wench. What have you and the lads been doing for it?
Rubbing tallow fat betwixt the claws of the poor brutes.
Tallow fat?
Yes?
Zounds, I marvel thou hadn't rubbed in some of the sweet pomade thou hast sent thee from London for thy ringlets. Odds bobs, you may well grin. 'Twould vastly tickle me were I alive. Come, dip thy pen in ink.
Dictating.
Kibe.
Mrs. Jesmond writing in a book.
Kibe?
Anoint with blue vitriol and ox lard.
Blue vitriol.
Williams at St. Bridget's will sell thee blue vitriol.
She goes on writing.
Mix the stuff half and half, and within a fortnight the beast will be sound-footed.
Mrs. Jesmond sanding her writing.
Thank you, dear Harry.
What's thy next item, Bet?
Mrs. Jesmond rummaging among her papers.
The next...
Breaking off and gazing at the apparition wistfully.
Hal?
Eh?
Mrs. Jesmond in a voice full of yearning.
Sit in thy chair tonight, yonder, while I am questioning, wilt thou?
Goes with an air of patronage.
Certainly I will, child, if it will afford thee any gratification.
Seating himself in the armchair.
'Tis all the same to a ghost whether he be sitting or standing or lying.
Yes, but it seems more domestic to see thee ensconced in what was thy accustomed seat.
Ghost, throwing one leg over the other and sticking its thumbs in the armhole of the waistcoat.
Which posture do you most fancy, Bet? This?
Mrs. Jesmond nodding.
I remember thee in it constantly.
Ghost, extending its legs and resting his fists on its hips.
Or this?
That was your position when you were engaged in argument. I had rather the other.
The ghost resumes its previous attitude.
Oh, Oh, that I might fill thy pipe, and light it for thee at the candle, and slip the scarlet end of it into thy poor mouth, as I used to do.
Nay, lass, that's talking sheer nonsense.
She presses her eyes with the back of her hand.
Come, 'tis no good whimpering. Whimpering won't mend matters. Get on with thy work.
Mrs. Jesmond, leaning back in her chair and beating her clenched hands on the table.
Oh, how cold you are! How cold you are!
Cold? 'Pon my word, that's monstrously inconsiderate and unkind.
Ah, have I hurt thee?
Hurt me?
I ask your pardon, Hal.
Nay, 'tis all very fine.
Rising.
Thou know'st it's not in my power to console thee.
Mrs. Jesmond snatching at her pen.
Oh, you're not vanishing. You'll not vanish so soon. Harry?
The ghost wags his head sulkily.
Harry, Harry!
I'll not if thou'lt be reasonable and polite, and I can serve thee.
I will be reasonable, I will be. Oh, 'tis as hard on you as on me, that, being a shade, you cannot take me to your breast. And 'twas cruel of me to complain. I swear I won't offend again, Hal.
Ghost, loftily repeating its performance with the snuff-box.
Proceed then.
Thank you, my dear.
Drying her eyes hurriedly and referring to a paper.
Andrew Todd of Micklegill hath begged me to test an example of oats that he hath brought me. The germination of his oat seed last season greatly discontented him.
Ghost curling its lip.
Zooks, but Andrew was ever a fool.
Nay, I am worse, for I am even more ignorant than Andrew how to make the test.
I'll tell 'ee. Tear 2 strips from thine old flannel petticoat, and lay the seed between 'em, and float 'em in a crock full of water.
She again writes in her book.
Stand vessel in the sunniest window, and in less than 3 days thou'lt be able to show Todd how many of his oats are speared.
With a hollow, vain laugh.
Ha-ha, Maester Todd.
Mrs. Jesmond, throwing down her pen suddenly and leaning her head upon her hands.
Oh, Hal, Hal.
Why, what's wrong with thee now?
Alas and alas, I am but an impostor.
Impostor?
Mrs. Jesmond, starting up and walking about.
A cheat. I despise myself for fobbing off these dalesmen with the belief that 'tis I that helps them in their difficulties.
Why, 'tis you that do it, Betty, in sober truth.
Harry.
I say 'tis so, and were I alive, I should be consummately proud of you, Bet. I should be, George, though I do upbraid thee on occasions when thou dost deserve it.
Thou wert never logical, Harry. Were you alive, 'twould be known that the cleverness is all thine.
Leaning upon the dresser.
Oh, 'twould relieve my conscience of a heavy burden could I but reveal that you visit me in this manner.
And scare the folk for miles around. The inn and the farms would be shunned, and thou'd be reduced to beggary.
Oh.
Nay, you need have no qualms on that score, lass. 'Tis lucky, I confess, that I had a bent for farming as well as for dicing and cockfighting. But husband and wife are one, and so, I take it, are a widow and her husband's ghost, till she falls in love with another chap.
Drawing itself up.
There's logic for thee.
The wind is heard again, and a whistle from the signboard. The ghost's expression changes.
Egad, but that reminds me, Bet.
Of what, Hal?
Ghost scowling.
Speaking of falling in love, the young gentleman that quartered himself here 2 months ago is still under thy roof.
Her body slowly stiffens.
Thou didst mention his name and quality to me once.
Mrs. Jesmond, turning to the ghost but avoiding its eyes.
Mr. Edward Fane? He resides with his mother, who is wealthy, at Kensington in London.
Ghost with a sneer.
That's him. A handsome black young man, in's own hair.
Mrs. Jesmond advancing frigidly.
Why, indeed, Mr. Fane wears neither wig nor powder, but for the rest I have scarce observed his looks.
Faith, he hath observed thine. I've seen him through shutters as I've rid past thy window on my grey mare, and he hath been sitting opposite thee at table and gazing at thee most fixedly.
Mrs. Jesmond shrugging her shoulders.
'Tis when Mr. Fane and I had been playing a game of backgammon together that you must have remarked us.
Eh, so you play backgammon with him, do ye, Betty?
To while away his evenings.
Fingering the back of the chair on the left of the round table.
Wasdale hath few attractions for a man of fashion, and this one is so excellent a customer that 'tis worth taking some pains to divert him.
Nay, I wager he finds no lack of diversion at Wasdale, or he'd not linger as he does.
Lowering at her.
He's sweet on thee, lass, to a certainty.
How?
Ay, and I warn thee, thou'lt be losing thy heart to him, if thou'rt not careful.
Harry.
And then I shall hear the blast of the horn no more on Friday nights, in spite of all thy oaths and tears and protestations, and thou cast me aside and out of thy thoughts, like thy worn paedosoy.
Oh, as if I could ever be inconstant to thee, my first and last love. Shame on you, poor grisly thing that thou art, for thinking it of me.
Dang it, there you go again, Grisley.
Mrs. Jesmond moving about the room in a heat.
Oh, I'll play no more backgammon with Mr. Fane from this time forth, I do assure you, nor with any other living man. Oh!
'Twas not backgammon you were playing when I last espied you both, Betty. Mr. Fane had a paper in his hand, and appeared to be reciting to thee.
Mrs. Jesmond halting.
Ah, yes, he hath a taste for writing poetry, and was reading me one of his compositions.
Returning to the table eagerly.
That is the reason Mr. Fane lingers at Wasdale, Harry. The grandeur of the district elevates his mind, he declares. Immediately he reined up at the door 2 months back, and I went out to greet him. He looked at me and said, "Why, madam, this is the very spot I've been searching for in my dreams."
Ha, 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 ha.
Oh, Hal, thou wert never bookish. You never knew aught of poets and their ways.
Not I. And what's his poetry like, lass? I warrant 'tis all love and dove and all that sort of muck.
Nay, 'tis somewhat better than muck, though of no great merit, perhaps.
A piece he was reading when I watched thee.
'Twas called, how was it styled? To Aminta.
Aminta?
Aminta is a fanciful conceit. She is no real person. 'Tis modish in a poet to inscribe his rhymes to Julia or Chloe or Aminta. Pshaw! Thou shalt judge how harmless the verses are.
Disdainfully.
To Aminta, a lady dwelling in the country.
Ghost suspiciously.
A lady dwelling in the country?
Mrs. Jesmond reciting. at first with a show of indifference, then with genuine fervour.
Beloved Aminta, shall thy lone retreat hold thee forever in his close embrace, whilst the vast waters stretching at thy feet capture the sole reflection of thy face? Nay, let the lordly hill, the softer glen, in nature's sempiternal gifts secure, suffer thy charms to illumine the haunts of men, purge the vile town, and make the city pure.
She stands absorbed, looking into space. After a short silence, the signboard creaks again gently.
Ha 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 ha!
She starts.
Why, thou hast learnt every syllable of it.
Mrs. Judgement, guiltily.
Oh, 'tis but simple stuff, and readily committed to memory.
A lady dwelling in country. 'Tis thee, of course.
La, there are hundreds of ladies that dwell in solitude in the country, Hal.
Whilst the vast waters stretching at thy feet, 'tis our lake of Waswater.
Mrs. Judgement, resuming her seat at the table and handling her papers in a flutter.
Nay, I am weary of talking about this, Mr. Fane.
And he'd bear thee off a London, would he, to the haunts of men.
Mrs. Judgement, picking up a paper hastily.
I have a question to ask thee concerning the crooked field below Buckborough.
Ha 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 ha.
Harry.
There is a sharp knocking at the upper door, followed by the click of the latch.
Oh!
Again the wind thunders, and again the candle flames flicker and the room is momentarily in semi-darkness. Then the room brightens and Edward is seen upon the landing. The ghost has disappeared.
Who's there?
Edward shuts the door at which he has entered, and staring about him widely, rapidly descends the stairs. The wind moderates.
'Tis I.
Running his eyes round the room.
Forgive me, madam.
Mrs. Judgement composedly, as though engrossed in work.
Indeed, sir, you might have waited till I bade you come in.
May I have a word with you?
If you will remember that I am at my books and papers, and that even an innkeeper is not always at the beck and call of a guest.
Edward, bowing.
Nay, ma'am, I have apologized for my fault.
Looking keenly in the direction of the lower door and the space under the staircase.
The fact is that, hearing voices, I had less compunction in breaking in upon you than I should otherwise have had.
Mrs. Judgement with assumed surprise.
Voices?
The sounds of talking and laughing.
Why, Mr. Fane, 'tis not improbable that I chatter to myself while I'm calculating my figures.
And laugh?
And laugh.
Rising and moving to the fireplace.
The farmer, man or woman, that attempts to cultivate this grudging valley may well laugh, sir, though the laugh be on the wrong side of the mouth.
Oh, but this is evasion. Mrs. Judgement.
Evasion?
Is there anybody concealed here?
Concealed?
Edward, peering into the space beneath the staircase, and then returning and confronting her.
Nay, then, he must have left the room as I entered it, and by this door.
Mr. Fane.
Edward, going to her.
I swear I heard more than one voice, and that a man's. By heaven, you are deceiving me.
Deceiving you, sir? Why, what am I to you, or you to me, that I should deceive you, or enlighten you, or any affair that doth not concern your abode at this inn? So that your bed is clean, and your food wholesome, and my charges are just and fairly reckoned, and you acquit them promptly, what obligations, pray, are we under to each other?
Stamping her foot.
Withdraw from my room, Mr. Fane, and suffer me to resume my work. Stand aside, sir.
He allows her to pass him, but as she does so, he catches her by the arm.
Unhand me.
Mrs. Judgement.
Mrs. Jesmond, releasing herself and facing him.
Oh, 'tis cowardly of you, and when my servants are abed and I am unprotected.
He retreats a step or two.
Oh, you that have writ such tender poems and delivered them with so much sensibility.
Nay, madam, you misinterpret my action. Believe me, you have nothing to fear from my violence.
Drawing himself erect.
And yet you are right. I am a coward, and an arrant one.
Mr. Fane.
A coward. What else am I, when I have hesitated so long to free myself from the malign spell your beauty hath cast upon me?
Malign?
When, suspecting you to be false and unworthy, as I have for many weeks past, and as I have tonight proved you to be, I have foolishly persuaded myself, against my innermost convictions, of your probity and virtue.
False and unworthy? You are mad, sir. False to whom?
To me.
To you?
Why, madam, you know that I have loved you.
She puts her hand to her heart with a quick motion.
Do love you.
Mrs. Jesmond, tremblingly.
Indeed, and indeed, Mr. Fane.
Hush, to deny it is a lie.
She makes a movement as if to escape, and again he detains her.
Stay, you shall hear me.
She sinks into the chair at the right of the round table.
I have loved you from the first moment I saw you, when, on that evil day on which accident brought me to this inn, and I checked my bridle at the porch, you stood with your hand resting on my horse's shoulder, and your eyes drooped before mine. I have loved you from that moment, I repeat, while you, with the quick instinct that wakes intelligence in a woman's brain, if not response within her bosom, have divined my feelings and cruelly allowed me to foster them.
I have oft been struck with the idea that you are exceeding well disposed towards me.
Well disposed? Ah, do not prevaricate.
But you have never spoke a word of love to me, I do protest.
Not expressly, for 'twas on the night previous to the day on which I had intended to throw myself at your feet that, returning from my bedchamber to fetch a letter, I was startled by mysterious murmurs issuing from this room.
Mrs. Jesmond rising her head.
Oh!
Since then,
pointing to the door on the landing,
I have listened there every Friday night.
Listened?
Edward abashed.
Aye, I confess it. Listened with my hand upon the latch, lacking the courage to enter and perhaps confirm the dreadful doubts that assailed me.
You do yourself scant justice, Mr. Fane. You are full of courage tonight, sir, at any rate.
Because I have tonight heard what I have not hitherto clearly detected, the sound of a man's voice, and have convinced myself that, aided by a spacious but ill-contrived stratagem, you are receiving a visitor clandestinely.
She rises, standing before him with her head averted. The wind swells again.
Mrs. Jesmond, I set out for London tomorrow, carrying with me recollections that will remain with me till death, recollections of the hours we have spent together in this apartment, hours of bliss before I mistrusted thee, and afterwards when your charms have lulled me into the belief that the possessor of so fair an exterior must be the most innocent, as you are assuredly the most captivating, of your sex. Hours of anguish, when doubt hath gained supremacy, and I have endured the torments of the damned. Farewell. Did I desire retaliation, 'twould be in the thought that at some future time you will reproach yourself for having shaken beyond repair the faith of one who would have crowned you with his honor and esteem, adored you with his body, defended you with his sword, and given you a heart to lean upon that hath been touched by no other woman.
Bowing low.
Madam?
Mrs. Jesmond with a deep curtsy.
Farewell, sir.
He goes towards the staircase. Suddenly, with a gasp, she returns to the foot of the stairs and intercepts him.
Oh, no. Mr. Fane.
Edward, drawing back.
Mrs. Jesmond?
Mr. Fane, I cannot bear that we should part thus. Edward, 'tis true, I am false and unworthy, as you have accused me of being, but 'tis my secret visitor that I am false to, and not to thee.
Coming closer to him.
Edward.
Edward, repelling her with a gesture.
Ah?
Nay, don't put me from thee for this once. Edward, I have known of thy love for me. I have known it from the beginning. And oh, heaven pardon me, my dear.
Laying her head against him.
I have loved that thou shouldst love me.
Edward, after a struggle.
Betty.
He folds her in his arms. The wind roars and the signboard screeches.
And now enough.
Looking up at him.
Only I beg thee to glance up at my window as you ride away tomorrow. Thou wilt do that for me, Edward?
Edward in sudden fury.
Oh.
He catches up the riding cloak from the table in the bay of the window, flings it aside, and seizes one of the pistols.
Pistols?
Edward, examining the lock of the pistol.
They are Sir John Hosclitt's.
Grimly.
He left them lying here, lest I should encounter the wretch that hath obtained such a pernicious influence over thee.
Edward, grasping the pistol tightly.
The villain, he that visits thee, where is he hid?
Thy bullet cannot harm him. 'Twould but whistle through him and strike the wall.
Edward, gripping her wrist.
Collect thyself. Thou art out of thy senses.
Am I? Thou shalt see.
Pointing to the hunting horn.
Unhook that horn from its nail and bring it to me.
The signal.
What? Hast thou heard that also?
Hurriedly he takes down the hunting horn and hands it to her. Again she blows upon it, and again the wind gives a mighty bellow. The candles flicker, and the bluish light suffuses the room.
Look.
Following the direction of her eyes, he turns and finds the ghost at his elbow.
Merciful powers!
The pistol drops from his relaxed fingers and rattles on the stones of the floor. Slowly, with measured tread, and with his head bent, the ghost walks to the fireplace and stands there, gazing into the fire. The force of the wind decreases.
A ghost! A ghost! A ghost!
Mrs. Jesmond, placing the horn upon the round table and addressing Edward in a hushed, steady voice.
'Tis my husband's spirit, Mr. Fane. My grief called it to me in the young days of my bereavement, and it hath visited me since every week, and guided me in the conduct of my land and property.
With a slight shiver.
And 'tis my resolve to remain as constant to this shadow as though 'twere blood and bone.
Moving a little towards Edward.
You have been pleased to take a kindly interest in me, sir, and you will be glad, I am sure, when you quit Wasdale, to reflect that the poor widow that hath done her best to your comfort and entertainment is not entirely alone.
Curtsing again.
Good night.
Speechless, Edward backs away from her and goes out at the door under the landing. She sees that the door is closed and then advances timorously. The ghost does not stir.
I hope thou'rt not angry, Hal. 'Twas Mr. Fane that interrupted us. He returned to this room for some purpose, and our talk and laughter reached him as he was opening the door. 'Twas indiscreet in us to speak so loud.
Coming to the round table.
But, la, 'tis no matter. He is a person to be trusted.
Lightly toying with her books and papers.
Beside, it hath afforded me the opportunity of hinting to my gentleman that, should he ever revisit Wasdale Head, 'twould be useless for him to pursue thy Betty with his attentions were he so minded.
seating herself at the table again.
He doth depart tomorrow, I thank the Lord.
Sorting her litter.
What was it I was about to ask thee?
Picking up a paper.
Ah, yes, The Crooked Field by Bugborough.
The ghost slowly turns and faces her, and she stares at it agape. Its form and features have become less distinct.
Why, how dim you are, Harry.
Ghost, harshly, but in fainter tones than before.
Dim? Egad, I should think so. Thou knowest that I owe this ghostly existence of mine only to thy love for me.
Well,
I marvel, after witnessing what has passed twixt you and Mr. Fane, that thou canst discern me at all, Betty.
Mrs. Judgement, aghast.
Witnessing?
Aye. Did ye imagine I was out of eye and earshot?
Yes.
Not I. I been with thee the whole while. Ho, ho, ho.
There is a pause, and then Mrs. Judgement, pressing her temples, falls back in her chair with a groan.
Nay, lass, 'tis I that should be making a fuss, and be George, I would too, but that thou hast diminished me to that degree that I'm scarce capable of it.
Mrs. Judgement, rising herself.
Oh.
Dropping her outstretched arms upon the table and laying her head upon them.
Oh.
The wind gives a sigh, and the signboard creaks sympathetically. Ghost, wagging his head shakily.
Bet. I own I've never suspected you would sell me in this fashion.
With a low cry, she rises and throws herself at the ghost's feet.
That thou should prove such a smooth-tongued, double-faced hypocrite? Dang it, that beats me, that had such a vast knowledge of women.
Oh, hush. Were I a hypocrite, and merely feigning love for thee, there would be nothing of thee visible, Harry, not a vestige. Oh, I have told thee already tonight, logic was never thy strong point.
Ghost, meditatively.
Zounds, I suppose 'tis possible for a woman to love a live man, and yet have softest feeling for a dead one.
Mrs. Judgement, grovelling and weeping.
Oh.
But 'tis plain, Betty, that thy love for Fane is uppermost.
Oh.
And so, to preserve a morsel of dignity, 'twould be prudent of me to bid thee good-bye before I fade from thee completely.
No, Hal. Listen.
Sitting up and clasping her hands supplicantly.
Oh, listen.
The wind sighs again, and the signboard creaks.
How, when the grave closed over thee, I did indeed believe that I was done with love forever, and that my heart was but a dry and withered plant. But there are seasons when it will persist in putting forth green shoots, and when I find strange hopes and joys quickening within me that are unbefitting a woman that is devoted to the memory of her dead husband. Alas, Harry, 'twas at such a time that Mr. Fane came upon me. Though 'twas in January that he alighted at my door, the sun was shining in the valley, and our robins were chirping, and there was a tremble of spring in the air. And 'twas then, when he had crossed my threshold, and I filled him a cup of wine and faced him while he drank, 'twas then that I felt those green shoots in my breast burst and spread their leaves. But, oh, my dear, he is going. As you are informed, he is going. and 'tis not likely that he will come my way again, nor that another young man of his rank and character will ever resort to this lonely inn. And so you must pardon me this one stumble, and by all that I hold most sacred, Hal.
Nay, nay, thou shalt make no more promises. Thou hast perjured thyself enough as it is.
Perjured myself? Oh, yes.
Laying her head in abasement upon the chair at the right of the round table.
Oh, Hal.
Ah, I perceive now, and so dost thou, Bet. 'Tis a sad mistake for a widow in the first flood of her grief to call her husband back from the tomb. What we do in heat we repent in cold. And if 'tis so with widows in general, 'tis especially so with thee, that thou art still but a girl.
She sobs.
Zooks, 'tis my fault for having answered thy cry. I should ha' had more brains, and would ha' had, but that I lost some of 'em in my accident.
She sobs again.
So come, dry thine eyes. I tell thee I don't blame thee, nor bear thee malice. No, nor him.
Attempting with small success to repeat his pretence of snuffing.
'Tis the way of the world. Odds bods who is misdint.
Philosophically, flourishing his phantom pocket handkerchief.
Why, I recollect losing my dog Pincher when I was a bachelor, that died of jaundice. How I raved about him and stamped up and down the stable where he lay stiff. But a week or two later I was buying a couple of pups at Gosforth Fair, and was in love with them, and forgot Pincher. And the following week I met thee, and fell in love with thee, and forgot the pups.
Producing its gloves and speaking in the tone of a person preparing to depart.
Well, lass.
Turning swiftly. Ghost drawing on a glove.
Perhaps 'tis all for the best, though 'has been a sore blow to my pride.
Hopefully.
Egad, as I shall ride out no more, maybe 'twill settle the question of my future one way or t'other.
Harry!
Thy grey mare too? She did but blunder once in her life. 'Tis rough on her, poor slut, to have had her rest broke for a single slip.
The wind roars again furiously, and the room darkens as the ghost glides towards the window. Struggling to her feet, Mrs. Judgement staggers after the ghost and tries to clutch it.
Harry! No, Hal! Oh, I can't hold thee! Oh!
Cum, mare, cum. Cum, cum, cum.
Wait!
The ghost vanishes.
Oh, come back! Harry, my husband!
She rushes, still crying out, to the stairs and gropes for the hunting horn. Then, remembering that it is upon the round table, she flies to the table and seizes it.
Oh, Harry, I love thee! I swear I love thee!
She blows upon the horn, and instantly the shutters disappear, and the ghost is seen upon the grey mare, the wild country beyond. Again the wind bellows.
Oh, wait! Oh.
Holding the reins in its left hand, the ghost waves its right hand in adieu, and then, with a hollow whoop, it claps its spurs to the mare's sides, and horse and rider plunge into the murk. The shutters reappear, and the room is bright once more.
Oh no! Thou'rt not gone? Thou'rt not gone, Harry?
She puts the horn to her mouth again, and blows a loud blast. Then she runs about the room, searching and calling.
Harry, I want thee! Where are you?
Looking into the space under the staircase.
Are you there, Hal?
In the bay of the window.
Hal, I've something to ask thee. 'Tis important.
At the fireplace.
Harry? Oh, Harry!
Suddenly throwing the horn from her.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
The door on the landing opens and Edward and Sir John Hunslet appear.
Mrs. Jesmond.
He's gone.
To Edward.
You have driven him away. I hate you. Harry.
She topples to the ground. Edward and Sir John descend the stairs rapidly, and Edward, kneeling beside Mrs. Jesmond, lifts her into his arms. The wind lessens.
Mrs. Jesmond. Betty. Betty.
To Sir John in alarm.
Oh, Jack.
Sir John takes the candlestick from the round table and bends over Mrs. Jesmond.
'Tis only a swoon.
Carrying the candlestick, he moves to the lower door.
I'll go and rouse one of her women.
The signboard creaks. End of The Widow of Wasdale Head by Arthur Wing Pinero.
Play 4 of One Act Play Collection 19. An Eligible Situation, an Eccentricity in One Act, by Thomas Archer and J.C. Brough. Dramatis Personae.
Miss Pigeon, a single lady, living semi-detached. Read by Jen Broda.
Bertha, her niece, with a decided attachment. Read by Anna Shirey.
Mrs. Skillet, a lady of vigorous principles with a talent for cutting. Read by Oogie's Ragdoll.
Mrs. Smallboy, read by Karma Emmings.
Miss Keggs, read by Kat Sadler.
Susan, a parlour maid, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Robert Smallboy, Esquire, a victim of circumstances, a prey to mystery, read by Greg Giordano.
Frank Verdetier, an artist, with an eye to the beautiful, read by Todd.
Cuffs, alias Walker, a member of the Guild of Artful Science, read by Thomas Peter.
Potboy, read by Inkel.
Also Policeman, Bodiless Voices of the Drama and the Night. Stage directions read by Red Run. Sound effects recorded by Red Run and are in the public domain. In order to play this farce, the room which forms the stage should be large and must have a divided curtain, half of which may remain down during the first few minutes of the performance. The stage must be divided by a partition from back to front, and the partition must contain a practicable window through which a person may pass. On one side of the partition, the scene represents an ordinary drawing room. The partition is supposed to be the wall of the house, and on the other side, the stage must be laid with a few planks, while 2 or 3 crossed scaffold poles, etc., should be so arranged as to represent an external scaffold, raised for building purposes against the outside of the house, and reaching to just beneath the window. At the opening of the piece, only the curtain concealing the interior should be raised, and the same curtain should fall on Mr. Smallboy's first exit, in order to give him an opportunity to go to the other side of the stage, that he may afterwards appear on the scaffold outside. Of course, on a real stage, where there are entrances and exits on both sides, this would be unnecessary. But as there is seldom a door on each side of a room, and a passage behind it, this plan will obviate the difficulty. There must be a screen also on the scaffold side, behind which other characters may be concealed. Scene: Evening. The stage divided. On right hand, interior of drawing room. table covered with fancy articles, needlework, dolls, etc. On left hand and on other side of partition, top of scaffolding seen just above the stage. Board attached to one of the poles with words, "To be sold. Eligible situation." In partition, practicable window communicating with room and scaffold. Half curtain rises on drawing room. Miss Pigeon, Bertha, Miss Keggs, Mrs. Skillet, at work at table. Frank Verditer, drawing at side table.
Yes, I declare Mr. Smallboy was quite insulting, and though I assured him that we were working for a fancy fair for the relief of persecuted and distressed organ grinders, he turned up his nose, and was quite really, you know, dears, quite vulgar. I said we should expect Mrs. Smallboy, but he ground his teeth and said the organ grinders might. But there, I couldn't bring myself to repeat such observations, for he was aggravating enough to mutter so that I didn't quite catch them, so I vexed him by saying, "Oh, Mr. Smallboy, there will be only ladies present, so you will have no cause for jealousy." But he laughed quite, what do you call it, quite, dear me, quite sardonically.
The man's a perfect brute. I only wish I had him to deal with. He makes that poor little woman's life quite miserable. I declare if I were a gentleman, well, never mind what I'd do.
No! Would you really? Dear me, what a good thing it is you're not then, isn't it?
Well, I do hope we shall be able to do without Mr. Smallboy at our fancy fair, for I'm sure he has no sympathy with the poor organ grinders. And yet, I'm really afraid he won't let his wife take a stall.
Oh, men are so suspicious, and so...
Bertha, who has gone to look over Frank Verditer's shoulder.
Delightful, charming. Oh, they are so very nice.
Bertha, what do you mean?
These little pictures, Aunt. Here's one called A True Lover's Knot.
Mrs. Skillet, severely.
A true lover's knot what? Not to be trusted, I suppose.
Yes, he is. I mean, no, he isn't. At least, that is, I'm sure I don't know.
To Frank.
What am I saying?
Frank, clattering the things upon the table to drown her voice.
Dearest Bertha, we shall be found out if you're not more careful. You know I'm only here on sufferance while I finish these drawings, and because I'm a relative of Mrs. Skillet's, with the reputation of being a very harmless young man. What a piece of good fortune to find you in London, and staying here with your aunt. You haven't forgotten your promise of last summer, have you, Bertha dear?
No, never. But your memory may have been more treacherous. I have been in the country, where it is difficult to forget. You have been in London, where it is so hard to remember.
No, indeed no. I have been waiting so patiently for the time when we might meet again, when I might once more tell you that I love you. And now that accident has brought us together by means of a fancy fair.
You mustn't indulge in unfair fancies. Remember, my aunt is responsible for me, and you must speak to her and ask her consent.
Then I may assume that I have yours already. Dear girl, if the devotion—
Yes, but it won't. Don't be a goose. You do look so much as if—
Miss Pigeon, who was talking about the needlework.
Basting would be the best thing.
Calling to Bertha.
Here, Bertha, pray come here directly. I really can't imagine what you could be thinking of, child. You will quite put Mr. Verditer out. Come and make yourself useful.
A knock at the door. Enter Mrs. Smallboy. Miss Pigeon to Mrs. Smallboy.
Oh, my dear, how glad I am you've come. And so he really did let you out after all. Dear me, what a very strange man he is. Has he consented to let you take a stall at the fancy fair?
Mrs. Smallboy, sinking into a chair.
Oh, I don't know. I really hardly know whether I'm on my head or my heels. The parcel of baby's clothes came from Mrs. Spooner's this morning, and he would open it.
And you let him?
Men are so inquisitive. It's really dreadful.
Lord bless you, he declared there was some mystery in it. He always says that of everything, you know. It's his awful jealousy. He even keeps the key of the letterbox and takes in all the tax papers himself. He threw a pound of fresh butter out the window once, because it was wrapped in a leaf out of Lord Byron's poems. He's really such a temper that...
Cries.
The brute! I wish I had him here.
I hope you told him that it was a ladies' work party, and that gentlemen were not admitted on any pretext.
Oh yes, he quite understood that, and consequently...
Loud knocking outside.
There he is.
Goodness gracious! What shall we do?
Throws a shawl over the table, covering the needlework. Enter Susan.
Mr. Smallboy, ma'am.
Show him into the parlor.
Please, he's on the landing, like a raging lion.
Enter Smallboy, pushing past her and carrying a large parcel.
Really, Mr. Smallboy, you can't come in. We are so very busy.
I know, but it's business of the utmost importance.
Crossing to Mrs. Smallboy.
Letitia, a word with you?
Aside, tapping the parcel.
Now, madam, explain this. Here's another of 'em, sealed and carriage unpaid. There's a mystery somewhere.
Nonsense. Don't be foolish, Robert. It's things for the fancy fair and belongs to Miss Pigeon.
Then I'll trouble Miss Pigeon for 8 pence. I tell you, I don't believe a word of it. Parcels continually coming, addressed to you, and the carriage unpaid. I'm determined to unravel it.
Mrs. Skillet, taking the parcel away.
Never! You untie that at your peril.
Knocks down Smallboy's hat.
Now then, you hit one of your own size. That's my new hat, you know. Here, I'll hang it up in the passage.
No, not on any account.
I believe you're aware, sir, that this is an intrusion.
Oh, is it though? Oh, Lord, indeed, madam. Then,
pointing to Verditer,
I should esteem it a favor to be informed why you admit that party. Yeah, I'm not half such a dangerous character as he is.
Mr. Verditer is an artist, sir, and is rendering valuable assistance. Really, you show very bad taste.
Oh, do I? Oh, Lord, an artist is he. Then my taste's quite as good as his palate, yea? Had you there, I think.
Robert, pray retire.
Certainly. When you've got your bonnet on, I'm ready. Artist? Oh, Lord.
Mrs. Smallboy will stay all night, sir.
Yes, and we must be up at 5 o'clock in the morning to dress the room for the bazaar.
Bertha, advancing to Smallboy.
Oh, do go. That's a dear man.
Mrs. Smallboy has crossed to Verditer. Smallboy to Bertha.
No. Am I really, though? Do you think I'm that?
What?
You know, a dear man. I say, look here. What's under there?
Pointing to table cover.
Is it anything to drink?
To Mrs. Smallboy, who is talking to Verditer.
Madam, Mrs. Smallboy, Letitia, I can see you.
To Verditer.
Now, Mr. Favored Party, just you come outside.
Robert.
I'm sure, Mr. Smallboy, you wouldn't wish to frustrate our philanthropic object. Think of the necessitous organ grinders thrown out of employment by enraged mathematicians.
Smallboy, pointing to Verditer.
Is he one of your philanthropic objects? He looks it.
No gentleman could remain here after so many hints.
Now do go, Mr. Smallboy, to oblige me.
On behalf of these ladies, sir, I must request you to retire.
They hustle him to the door.
Well, wait a minute.
Turning to Mrs. Smallboy.
Letitia, farewell, and if forever, fare thee well. Ya.
Aside.
I'll thwart 'em yet.
Exit. Curtain. Curtain on both sides rises as soon as Smallboy has crossed to other side of stage, where he must be concealed.
I do declare he has given me such a turn.
Oh, I'm so frightened. I really thought he meant to fight with Mr. Verditor.
Yes. I was really rather apprehensive myself.
Aside.
Confound the fellow. I wish I'd indulged him, and gone outside for a few minutes.
Oh, pray, don't be alarmed. He's very passionate, but he really wouldn't hurt a fly.
I wish I had him to deal with. I'd lock him up in an asylum till he came to his senses.
Well, he's gone now. I heard Susan shut the door after him.
And we'll take good care he shan't intrude again. Really, Letitia dear, I don't wish to hurt your feelings, but he's quite like that character in the play, you know. What was his name? Paul Pry. I'm quite glad we're not down in the parlor, or I should expect to see him watching us through the window.
During this speech, Smallboy has appeared crawling along the scaffold, where his head is first seen, as though he had climbed up a ladder from below. This may be managed by making the planking high enough above the edge of the stage to enable the gentleman playing the part to conceal himself on the floor beyond the side of the proscenium. On reaching the window, looks through the lower pane. Miss Keggs, continuing the conversation.
Men are so inquisitive.
Smallboy, rising.
I have them in my toils now. Not one of them shall escape me. That is, not if I know it.
Shakes his fist at the window.
You thought to plot against me, did you? But wait a minute. Walls have ears.
Tries the window.
Of what baseness are they not capable? They have fastened it. Now for the cunning of the Indian hunter.
Stoops and places his ear to the ground.
Not a sound. Yes. No. It is. That distant tread.
Looks over edge of scaffold.
The night watchman. Foiled. Ha ha. Let me conceal myself. But where? I wonder if they'd let me in if I tapped gently. Wait a bit. I have it.
Finds a bricklayer's basket.
Here I will lie in ambush.
Thrusts his head into the basket and crouches down.
I can't forget that Mr. Smallboy coming here.
It's just like them, always wanting to poke their heads in where they're not wanted.
Wonder what's become of him by this time. Feels himself rather lonely, I should say.
Oh, he knows how to make himself comfortable, I promise you. It takes a good deal to put him out of his way.
Well, I don't care where he is, so long as he's out of our way.
All laugh. Smallboy, starting up.
Ha! Sounds of revelry. The baneful influence of alcoholic drinks is in that laugh. I wish I had a drain of something out here. It's a remarkably airy situation. I must endeavor to open that window, even if it should cost me my life. I wonder whether I could borrow a glazier's diamond anywhere. I will descend. Nothing shall stay me from my purpose. What a thing it is to have an iron nerve.
Advances to the edge.
What? The ladder gone? It must have been the policeman that took it away. What business has he to interfere with other people's property in that manner? Thrice armed is he that hath his quarrel just.
Pulls a pocket knife out of his pocket.
Here's the 3-bladed penknife I knocked off a cockshy in the days of Letitia's innocence. I wonder whether I could remove a pane of glass by its aid.
Goes to window and tries.
Well, Mr. Verditor, when are we to have those card racks? What a time you are about them!
Indeed, Aunt, we're getting on very nicely.
I'm sure, Mr. Verditor, we're all very much obliged to you. And though we couldn't have Mr. Smallboy here, it's a very different thing with you.
Yes, we don't mind you a bit.
Bertha, my dear, don't be forward.
Well, I only hope that harmless Mr. Smallboy won't break in on us again.
Smallboy breaks the pane of glass and crouches beneath window.
Oh, oh, oh!
Other ladies shriek.
Oh! Oh!
Bertha goes very close to Verditer.
Why, there's somebody throwing stones at the windows!
They're always doing it. I should like to catch the mischievous little wretch.
Perceiving Bertha and Verditer.
Why, Bertha! Bertha!
Oh, I was so frightened, Aunt.
So was I, upon my honor, quite alarmed.
Really, Mr. Verditor, you must excuse my niece. She is such a silly thing. Bertha, ring for the sandwiches.
Bertha rings the bell. Smallboy, rising.
Another escape! I wonder if my hair has turned white. I wish I'd a looking-glass. What a fearful night! I've heard of drowning men and people in India, knocked down by lions and that, and of shipwrecked sailors clinging to a floating handspike. And they always have the memories of a life concentrated in a single moment of existence. Why don't I have them? What a mystery is the triumph of mind over matter!
Enter Susan, bringing in tray of sandwiches and negus, which she hands round to guests, and exit.
And what do the unfeeling crew inside care for my distress? My misery? Houseless, hungry, and friendless.
Sheds tears.
And I've my best trousers on, too. Ah, I've a thought. I'll disguise myself and endeavor to let myself down by my clothes. If I, Robert Smallboy, should be discovered here, suspicion would be awakened, and even the felon's dock might open to receive me. I must go mad. On consideration, perhaps I've gone. My very throat's on fire. Oh, ain't I thirsty?
Pot boy, below, behind screen.
Biro!
Would anybody like a little porter? You would, Mr. Verditor, I'm sure.
Oh, I couldn't, really. Your negus is almost too strong for me.
They're having beer in now. This scaffold will be my beer. Something must be done before my blackened corse is found in the deep ravine below.
Looks over.
Hi, boy.
Hello.
Don't be alarmed. I'm up here for a wager. I mean no harm.
Walker.
No, don't. Here, have you any objection to accept a sovereign? At least, I haven't a sovereign about me, but I want you to lend me your cap and jacket for a little while. You can have mine, you know.
What'll you give us then?
I'll call on you tomorrow and pay you handsomely.
Walker.
I wish you wouldn't say that. It's very unkind.
Takes off coat and waistcoat and crams them into his hat.
You'll find it worth your while. They're nearly new, upon my honor.
Here you are, governor.
throws up a bundle containing jacket and cap. Small boy drops his hat, etc. Small boy, putting on the jacket.
Hi, boy. I've left something in the left-hand waistcoat pocket. I'm sure you're an honest lad. It's my purse. Up with it.
Pot boy, retreating.
Water.
Exit.
Robbed! £1 11 and 3 pence. A 10-shilling hat and a new dress coat for these. Why did I ever attempt to benefit mankind?
Sinks, overcome.
Well, it really must be getting very late. If you'll excuse me, dears, I'll put my bonnet on.
And I must go too, or I shall have that slut of a servant asking her cousin into the kitchen.
I dare say Mr. Verditor will see you part of the way home, Miss Keggs. I know he doesn't like late hours.
Bertha, aside to Verditor.
Oh, bother that Miss Keggs.
Miss Pigeon rings bell. And enter Susan with bonnets, cloaks, etc. The two ladies put them on. Frank, aloud.
I'll look what sort of a night it is.
Goes to window, followed by Bertha. Aside.
Tonight then, dearest, when I return, you will listen for my whistle beneath the window here, and if you are alone, I can come in. I have arranged all, but I must see you before tomorrow.
2 shadows on the blind. 'Tis he, that fiend in human shape, and yes, it must be Letitia. False one. I've a good mind to break another window.
Frank, aloud.
Quite a fine night, really.
To Bertha.
Good night, miss.
Aside.
In about an hour, darling.
He takes her hand. On horror's head, horrors accumulate. Revenge.
Sneezes.
Dear me, if the cat's caught a cold, it's pretty sure to go through the house. Now, Mr. Verditor, Miss Keggs is quite ready. Good night.
They all shake hands. Exit Verditor and Miss Keggs.
Good night, Miss Pigeon. I'm quite capable of taking care of myself.
Exit.
Well, I declare I should be quite glad to get to bed.
Yawns.
Yes, dear, you must be very tired, and we have to be up again so early. I'll ring for candles.
Rings. Enter Susan with bed candles and exit. Mrs. Smallboy kissing Miss Pigeon and Bertha.
Good night, dear. Good night, Bertha.
Exit.
I'll clear away, Aunt. You must be so fatigued.
Very well, dear, but be sure you put everything away. Lock up the plate and see that those fiddle-pattern spoons of my aunt's, which I value so much, have been put away safely. I wouldn't have one of them lost for untold gold. Why, it was through those spoons that I first took a dislike to Mr. Smallboy. He came here one night and had gooseberry tart and left the marks of his great teeth all over the bowl of one of them. He is such an uncomfortable man.
It will soon be over. Anxiety, privation, and exposure will have done their worst. Tomorrow an inquest will be held on the body of Robert Smallboy. And, oh, how disreputable it will look in this jacket.
Come, Auntie, do go to bed, there's a dear.
Very well, dear. Now, pray be careful. Good night.
Exit. Bertha, putting things away in chiffonier.
Oh, to think of Frank coming here and pretending to be such a silly, quiet young man. And then to think that he's coming back tonight. I'm afraid it's very wrong, but then Aunt knows his family, and he's eminently respectable. But then, if we should be found out, whatever would she say? And he wants me to run away with him, but I won't. At least, I don't think I will. unless Aunt refuses her consent, and then of course I must. I do believe she wishes me to wait till I'm 80 before I'm married. I'm so frightened. I'll just peep out of the window and look if he's coming. I'm sure I'll scream if I see him outside.
Goes to window and draws up blind. Small boy shrinking down.
I'm doomed if I should be discovered. Stay, here's my concealment.
Covers his head with basket. Bertha, opening window softly.
I'm so glad it doesn't rain, but what a dreadful thing it would be if he were discovered. It's almost like Romeo and Juliet.
Small boy peeping out.
Ha! An assignation. I hear a footstep below. Can I have been detected, or am I about to render myself famous? I'll brave every peril to unearth this mystery.
'Tis he. I hear his whistle. I must speak to him, or he will try to climb up to this window. He's so desperate. Yes, yes, dear Frank, you have left your handkerchief.
Exit from room. Small boy looking over edge of scaffold.
Viper!
Re-enter Bertha and Verditer.
Oh, dearest Frank, how silly of you to be so venturesome.
Dearest Bertha.
Sits down beside her and takes her hand.
Oh, the double-dyed villain. Why don't he come outside and be pitched into the abyss below?
Has Mrs. Smallboy gone to bed, dear Bertha?
Confusion? What's that to him? I should like to know.
Oh, yes, dear, long ago.
Don't you think I acted my part well?
Almost too well. I think you must be, after all, very stupid.
Bah!
Well, everything's arranged, Bertha. Tomorrow I meet you in the refreshment room at the fancy fair.
Not if I know it.
Mrs. Smallboy has promised to get your aunt out of the way, while we get into the side street where a carriage will be waiting. By the by, what a dear creature that Mrs. Smallboy is.
And that man still lives. Oh, that I had but a rifle, and knew how to use it.
I wish we could get Aunt's consent first. It's so dreadful to run away, but you can't think how she has scolded me ever since for losing her in the crowd at the review. She never suspects, though, that you were the strange gentleman who brought me home.
Wolf in sheep's clothing.
You look so different without your whiskers and that lovely mustache.
What would I not sacrifice for you?
I do believe that cross-thing Mr. Smallboy thought you were in love with Letitia. How nicely we got him away. If he'd stayed here, we couldn't possibly have met tonight.
Well, it's well for him he didn't, perhaps, for upon my honor I never felt more inclined to kick anybody in my life.
This is too much. Let me hide myself from the gaze of the world.
Goes into basket.
Now do go, Frank. It's getting so late, and I'm afraid Aunt will wonder why I haven't gone upstairs.
Let her wonder. I say, couldn't we go out for a walk?
How absurd you are. Do go. I'm so nervous.
Why, bless your dear little fluttering heart. There's nobody awake within a mile of us.
Small boy sneezes.
Achoo!
Oh, goodness, what was that?
The cats, I think.
Well, now, good night.
Exeunt. Small boy crawling to edge.
Have all the lion roused within me. You've trod upon the worm, but it shall turn and sting you. Oh, what a cold I have caught. So he didn't want to see Mrs. Smallboy. Perhaps, after all, I may be mistaken. But never mind. Virtue is its own reward. I'll crush 'em all. Somebody shall suffer for this influenza. Now to escape. I wonder whether I could overtake him. Can I follow him? If it wasn't for the area railings, I might venture it. But to be discovered and taken for a felon.
Whistle below. Cuffs below from behind scene.
Bob.
Bob? Who can that be? Is it the fancy of a disordered brain?
Cuffs below.
Bob. Bobby.
It may be a friend.
Looks over the edge.
Hello. Is the coast clear?
Yes.
Aside.
I wonder what he means.
Aloud.
But which way am I to come down?
Cuffs appearing.
Come down, eh? Just stow that. Why didn't you whistle for? Now just you looky here. If you comes any double along with me, I'll pitch you bang off it in a minute. Why, wasn't it me as put you up to the job, you ungrateful vagabond?
Of course. Oh, dear, yes. But hadn't we better go?
Cuffs shaking fist.
Say another word like that and I'll knock you off like a bagpipe. Why, the police is just a changing beats. You know that. If we look sharp, we shall get in before they come round again.
Get in where?
Why, in the crib, of course. Now then, lay hold.
Gives him lantern.
And just light again the window while I use the instruments.
Small boy aside.
I see it all. This ruffian contemplates robbery, and I am his accomplice. 7 years' transportation at least.
Now then, turn on the light, can't you?
How do you do it? I don't understand it, sir.
Why, didn't I show you the move last night of the guinea pig after I'd gone and made everything straightforward about meeting? You have no more notion of knowing than if you was a babe unborn.
Lifts the window gently after opening it from without.
Now then, in with you. You first.
No, after you. Please, sir.
Go in, I tell you, and just pack up everything valuable as can be laying about, whilst I wait here. Why, you fool, you ain't took your shoes off.
Pulling him back.
Certainly not. Why should I? Oh, if you wish it, of course.
Now in with you, and look sharp. You just stand near the window and catch hold of the swag.
Small boy gets in at window, and leaving lantern on table, sinks on the sofa. Cuffs follows him, and breaking open chiffonier, crams plate box into bag.
Now then, what are you up to? Look sharp, can't you?
Kicks him.
Well, get lagged if you like. I've got the silver near.
Looking at fancy articles, which he has pulled out of chiffonier.
What's all this rubbish? Regular trash, I calls them. Nothing but baby linen and that sort of game. His houses like this as injures our business.
Small boy rises and approaches Bell.
I really must protest against this proceeding.
Cuffs, looking at him with lantern.
What? Not Bob Blackberry? Say who you are, before I put a knife in you.
No, don't trouble yourself. My name is Smallboy. I wish it was Blackberry, but I can't help it.
Aside.
I have but one chance left. The bell.
Rings bell violently, pulling down the rope. Cuffs takes up bandbox and dashes it onto Smallboy's head, then goes out of window with bag. Exit down scaffold. Smallboy left sitting on floor. Enter Bertha, Susan, Miss Pigeon, and Mrs. Smallboy, screaming, the three last in bedgowns and with candlesticks.
Oh! Thieves! 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 Good gracious! They've taken everything. What will become of the fancy fair and the poor organ?
Bertha, discovering Smallboy.
Oh, gracious! Here's a monster on the carpet!
He shan't escape, then, till he has disgorged his booty.
rushes at Small Boy and crushes down bandbox on his head. Small Boy, trying to extricate himself.
My dear madam, allow me.
Silence, miscreant.
But I can explain all.
I will hear nothing.
I am the victim of...
Thieves! Thieves!
Thumps box. Small Boy, getting head through box.
My name is Small Boy, on the Grampian Hills. It's quite an accident, I assure you.
Beckoning to Mrs. Small Boy.
Letitia, come here. A too watchful care for your welfare has made me the wreck you behold.
It is Robert. Oh dear, please don't hurt him.
Faints on chair. Bertha attends her.
What? Small Boy? Base individual.
No, I ain't, 'pon my honor. There's a mystery in it which I alone can unravel, a mystery which deeply concerns your niece. A word with you.
What?
Goes over, and they whisper together.
Oh, I fear he may have seen Frank.
Rouses Mrs. Small Boy.
Letitia, I fear our plot is discovered. See how Mr. Smallboy is talking to my aunt.
Susan, who has been looking in chiffonier.
Oh, Mom, all the spoons is stole.
Miss Pigeon immediately collars Small Boy.
Villain! Where are my aunt's fiddle-pattern ones?
Out of window, where a greater treasure might have gone, if it hadn't been for me.
Enter Verditer.
A greater treasure, you scoundrel! Why, there's nothing in the world I value more than those fiddle-pattern ones that my aunt gave me. I'd give anything in the house to have them back again.
Verditer comes forward, with coat torn and hat broken, holding plate box.
Here they are. I've got 'em, and a precious tussle I've had of it. The rascal knew how to use his fists, too.
Bertha, rushing into his arms.
Oh, dear Frank, say you're not hurt. What have you been doing?
Doing? Why, I've just met a fellow running away from the house here with a bag under his arm. Came down from the scaffold outside. I was smoking my cigar, looking up at my darling girl's window, and so dropped on him like a bird. Caught him with my left, put in my right suddenly, got him down, and here I am. And the spoons, too, if I'm not very much mistaken.
Noble but eccentric young man, though you seem to have but little sympathy with spoons. Believe me, I can be grateful.
Small Boy, advancing.
Here, stop a minute. Don't be in a hurry. Nobody's heard what I've got to say about it. Think you I have sustained the perils of this fearful night for any other than the noble purpose of unmasking a traitor? That young man...
Frank, pointing to himself.
This young man, madam, loves your niece, and is beloved by her. It is true that he had a few minutes' stolen interview this evening, but he now asks not only your forgiveness, but your favor.
Miss Pigeon, sobbing.
The victim of an early affection, blighted in the bud, can never refuse happiness to the young.
Joins their hands. Small Boy, beckoning to Mrs. Small Boy, and extending his arms.
Letitia, all is forgiven. Return to your heart-broken, double drawing-room, and all shall be forgotten in the oblivion of that eligible situation.
Curtain. End of An Eligible Situation, An Eccentricity in One Act by Thomas Archer and J.C. Brough.
Play 5 of One Act Play Collection 19. The Snowman, a metrical play in one act by Laurence Housman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
Joan, a peasant woman. Read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Marianne, her child. Read by Allie.
Matthew Mark, her child. Read by Rapunzelina.
Jasper, read by Laurie Wilson.
The Snowman, read by Greg Giordano.
Stage directions, read by Todd. Scene: a poor peasant dwelling, barely furnished with articles of the roughest description. A trestle table, 2 benches, a large one serving as a window seat, and a smaller one standing by the hearth. A wooden chair, a spinning wheel, a large bread pan, a shelf containing household crockery, and on the inner wall of the ingle a few pots and pans hanging on the wall. The room is wide and low. To the left is a deep-hooded fireplace with containing walls on either side of it. To one side a bread oven, to the other a cubby bed with doors. Opposite to the fireplace is a door leading to the woodshed. The house door is at the back rather to the right. In its left a long low window extends almost to a line with the fireplace. In the right-hand corner stands a large chest. The roof is of heavy beams grey with smoke, and between them shows an inner surface of thatch. The walls are of blue plaster marked by mildew, with patches here and there where the plaster has peeled off. It is winter, and daylight is drawing in. Outside the world is white with snow. A peasant woman moves to and fro with quick, dogged pace, the pace of a hard worker tired but always pushed for time. She takes black bread out of the oven, lays it out on the table, cuts off 2 pieces, and puts the remainder into the bread pan. Then she takes down the garments from before the fire, presses them with a heavy iron, and puts them away in the chest. While crossing the room to and fro, she economizes her time, never going empty-handed. She puts milk to warm on the fire, and gets down 2 small mugs from a shelf. She also gets from the cubby bed 2 night garments, and hangs them to warm over the bench by the hearth. While she is thus engaged, children's voices are heard outside, laughing and shouting. The woman, absorbed in her work, pays no attention. 2 small romping figures occasionally pass the window. Presently they begin to sing.
Here we have a snowman, a snowman, a snowman. Oh, where does he come from, and what shall be his name? He says his name is No Man, No Man, No Man, nowhere and nowhere the land from which he came. Oh, why did you come here, oh snowman, oh snowman? And will you now our friend be, or will you be our foe? Oh, whether I a friend am, or whether I'm a foe, man, it's here I mean to stay now until I have to go. But what should you go for, a snowman, oh snowman? And why would you leave us when home lies at hand? Oh, when the sun calls me, then I can wait for no man, but back I must go again to my own land. And now we've made him, he'll have to stay. Ha ha ha, he can't get away.
The door bursts open. The 2 children run in, Matthew Mark and Mary Ann.
Oh, Mother, come and look at our snowman.
Mother, do look at him.
When we began building him, we didn't ever know how big he'd get to be. He seemed to grow all by himself.
Mother, do look.
There, there. Yes, look. Look all day.
She speaks in a good-humoured scolding tone, which the children seem not in the least afraid of. She goes and looks out.
Well, I declare, you've done a silly thing. Made him to stand right in the door. There was no room either, and for folks to get by.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
We didn't want to let no folk get by to steal our mother.
He rubs against her.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Getting yourself all wet like this? You've been and clammed yourself. You too. Now off you go. Take all those things off. One can't ever know what children will be up to next. Come here.
Catches hold of Matthew.
Now you undress yourself.
To Mary.
You get in there, into the warm. Stand still, I say, and put this around you. Oh, so that's the way. You do when I ain't looking, and all day long you're up to mischief. Always something wrong as soon as my back is turned. That heap of snow, how long's that to stay there? I'd like to know. Here, take your milk, and there's a bit of bread, for both on you. Don't want it? Ah, it's bed. You'd best be off too. There, put your mug down. Now come and get into your nighty gown. Ah, you sweet thing. Well, kiss your mother then. But you mind what I say. No more snowmen tomorrow.
Crosses the room.
Mother, Mother, will anyone be here tomorrow? Shan't we see someone?
See someone?
I mean, won't there no man come with a spade and clear away the snow? Last year one came.
That was your father. He haven't been near us since. And where he be, God alone knows. Here, don't fill your head with silly fancies. You get on to bed.
She goes out into the woodshed.
Say, she's gone. Come along, Marianne, and have another look at our snowman.
They run across to the window.
Snowman, snowman.
It's no good. He don't hear. He's gone to sleep.
Re-enter Joan.
Ah, what are you up to there? Back you go quick, or else you'll get the rod.
They skip back to the fireplace.
Now you kneel down and say your prayers. Pray God.
The two children kneel at the bench with their backs to the fire.
Pray God.
Joan, as she moves about, folding up clothes, etc.
Pray God make Baba good.
Pray God make Baba good.
Give Baba bread.
Give Baba bread.
Give all the hungry food.
Give all the hungry food.
Peace to the dead.
Crosses herself.
Peace to the dead.
Joan stands lost in reverie and speaks unconsciously by rote.
God bless.
She turns and looks out.
God bless.
They wait to be prompted.
Say, mother, shall we pray for the snowman too? Shall us?
Joan, still musing.
Nay, nay, you leave the snowman out. He knows his way.
Bless mother, sister, kind friends all about. Bring Dada home and leave the snowman out. Amen.
Joan stands lost in her own thoughts. The children creep behind her toward the window.
Good night, snowman.
Good night.
They approach Joan.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, darling.
Night, Mother.
Night, my dear. Night.
Marianne goes and opens the cubby bed and begins to climb in. Matthew stops outside.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, guard the bed that I lie on. 4 corners to my bed, 4 angels at my head. 1 to watch and 1 to pray, and 2 to...
There, you get in. You've prayed enough tonight.
She goes to close doors.
Don't shut it up yet, Mother. Leave a light.
Just you be quiet. Be thankful you lie warm. There's summer's won't tonight. I can hear storm a-comin' on.
She leaves door of cubby bed half open.
Sing, Mother. Will you sing?
Joan, putting away the bread and the milk mugs and folding up the strewn garments, starts to sing in a dull, toneless voice with little tune.
There come a man to a maiden said, all in a year and a day. So thou be mine, now let us be wed. Out of the world and away. Said the maid to the man, if I thee wed. Out of the world and away. Bide ye at home and find me bread, just for a year and a day. They hadn't been wed, the maid and the man, for a year and a day, before want in his heart began to be out to the world and away. O wife, there's come a call to my blood, to be out in the world and away, by river and road, by field and flood, just for a year and a day. Out and away to the world he went, by road and river and sea. O man of the road, is your heart content? Will ye never come back to me?
She goes and looks at the children and sees that they are asleep.
O man of the road, is your heart content? Will he never come back to me?
While she sings, the firelight dies down, and the light of the candle loses its warmth. Outside is a sound of rising wind, and the soft lash of snow against the pane. She goes and looks out of the window.
Ah, there be storm, black blast with icy breath. The night's gone colder now. Aye, cold like death, cold.
She shivers. 3 knocks are struck on the door.
Who be there? Who is it? Whence do ye come?
Another knock, very faint.
Have you no word? What? Are ye deaf and dumb? Or dead?
Knock. The light burns blue. She opens the door. Pause. Slowly the snowman enters and moves across the room toward the bed.
No, stop. Not there. Not there.
She interposes and lays hold of him. A cold rigor seizes her.
Why do you touch me?
Why do you come here? Who are you? Answer.
He again moves forward.
No, you don't go there. You shan't come nigh of 'em.
Take care. My touch is cold.
You think I'm feared of that? You think them eyes as I be looking at have any fear for me or shape of dread worse than what life have?
With a sort of exultation.
Why, if I were dead?
Pause. The snowman lifts his hand and points toward the bed. Joan sees his meaning.
If you were dead.
No, I say you lie. My little uns, God wouldn't let 'em die. They wouldn't have the heart. They wouldn't have the heart.
Yet there's a heart, now quick to beat, which this same night must lose its heat to give strength to a lame man's feet.
A lame man?
Grey-headed, bent, he scarce can go. His strength is spent in drifts of snow, and all the icy blasts that below.
I don't know who you mean.
Give me your hand, and you shall see. Here, close at hand, snowbound goes he. Give me your hand, and come with me.
With you? Why do you think I'd come with you? I've got my children. I've a husband, too. One as I love.
And he? Does he love you?
It's no concern of yourn. I did once. And I will again. Some day, perhaps. When he first married me, I did. We sat here in this room a-kissing by the hour. That were before the children come. Children do make a house no comfort to a man. He had his right to go. He didn't want 'em. But I did. And I've had 'em now a whole 7 years. Worked for 'em. I lived for 'em. Starved for 'em. And I'd die so it could better 'em.
And what? For him?
I broke my heart for him. It's past its work. And now it ain't no use. No use. To him.
Its use has come. O woman, give your heart to me. I'll make it live, and what you lend, he shall receive.
You can't. You can't do that. You can't raise up the sun when once it's set. You can't put new roots in us when we're old, dried up, and withered.
Yet within kind earth dry seed goes sown, and springs again to birth.
I've had enough of earth. I've sowed. I've reaped. I've gathered and I've strawed. But me and him, we won't meet any more. He haven't come. Nigh me. Not for a year. And when he did come back, he went again. Next day.
Went? Where?
Nowhere. He roves about. Seeing the world, he calls it. Roving blood. That's been his curse. And mind, his roving blood, it haven't always roved. He liked his ease. He liked the victuals I gave him well enough. He liked his fireside, and he liked his bed when I was by him. And then one day he'd had enough of comfort, and was off, looking for what? Hardship? He might have had that here if he'd but stayed. Aye, that he could, for it's been hard enough, with they two there. You may look at 'em. They haven't known trouble, yet they was with me all the time. Why, there have been days when I've not had enough to eat myself, and would have fed me, just to hear 'em laugh, and think they haven't known. What do you look at me like that for? What do you know? What did you come for? Say.
To bring you comfort.
Comfort? I've got no place for comfort in me now. It isn't that I want. It's rest.
'Tis rest I bring.
Where's he?
Here, near at hand. Come, come, and do not be afraid.
He takes her hand.
Oh, dearie me, this feels like death, like death.
As they touch hands, a mist draws over the stage. The walls of the house seem to fade away. The sound of the storm grows loud around them. They stand in a white world full of obscure movement and pale drifting forms.
What do you see?
A waste of snow.
Anyone there?
No one I know. No, only you. What? You say you saw him on the road coming? How do you know that it was him? Yes, he was like that. But younger, handsomer than that. Not lame. No, he was never lame. A young man, and strong. Oh, lost his way. You say he'd lost his way. Well, maybe that might tire him just a bit. But he'd find it. Oh, trust him for that. He's been all round the world, and lost his way through coming home. Yes, he's coming home. Now I see him. Yes, I'm here, waiting for you, expecting you. Never mind, though you don't love me, still, it's back to me you come. You can't help that. That's how God made you. That's the way he made me. No, I can't reach you. No, he's got my hand, holding it, and won't leave go. I'd help you if I could. I'd die for you, but he won't let me go. I'm cold. Can't see. I've lost my way, and I shan't never any more come home.
The snowman looses her hand, and she falls. The mist clears from a dark stage. The walls close in again. The chamber remains in darkness. A figure stumbles past the window. The door is thrown open. The snowman stands aside. Enter Jasper.
Home at last. Who's there? Anyone there? What? Nobody? No fire? Oh, bitter cold. It feels like death.
Fumbles for matchbox.
Here, fool, give me a light. Light, can't you? And what's that? What's that? Who are you? What for are you lying there? Get up. What makes he be so cold, so clammed?
Strikes a light.
What the? My wife? It be my wife. Wife, don't ye hear me? It be I come back. Jasper come back. Jasper come home again. Jasper, why don't he answer? There, now there. Have that to warm you. Oh, ye'll soon come round. You've starved yourself, ye. She's dead. She's dead.
He lifts her onto the chair by the hearth, and now holds the candle to her face, and then draws away with a growing fear of what other deaths may be there. He advances to the crib, and looks in on the sleeping children. He assures himself that they are alive. It startled him to fresh hope. He turns back to his wife.
No, she ain't dead. She can't be. They're alive. She wouldn't leave him. No, she can't be dead. Wife, do 'ee hear? The children be alive. You wouldn't go and leave 'em? No, not you. 'Twouldn't be like yer. They're my... come. Take warmth of me. Out of my heart and soul I'll make ye warm.
He takes her to his heart.
Why, I was comin' home. I've been here before, but I lost my way, got buried in the snow. Then I heard you a-callin' me. I thought I saw your face. Then it all went, and then my feet grew strong. Life come to me and warmth, and here I be. Can't 'ee speak to me? Be ye gone so far as 'ee can't hear me? Not the word I'd say to tell 'ee how I loved 'ee? Ah, now I be in hell. I be in hell, and I won't never know.
Her hand falls out across chair, pointing toward the crib.
What's that to say? Oh, the dear hand. Yes, I'll look after 'em. They shan't no want. And I won't go away, the way I'd wish to go. I'll bear my life and all the burden of it. There, my lass. Rest ye in peace. I'll do my best by 'em. I'll do my best.
He bends and kisses her on the lips. The snowman makes a pass toward her with his hand. She moves and opens her eyes, all dazed and dreaming.
Who's that? Who's that got hold of me? Let go. I must go to him.
No, bidey still. Here's Jasper.
Jasper?
Oh, you be alive.
He sinks down, broken, with his head on her breast. She takes his head in her hands, stroking it softly. The snowman moves slowly to the door, fades through it, and disappears.
So you've come back. I knew you'd come. Someday. What's this?
She touches the coat.
My coat. I found you lying there cold, so I put it round you. But you made no sign, until I thought as you was dead.
Dead? Would I leave 'em? Leave my little ones?
Ah, there you do get home. It's a true charge. It's what I done.
You had the roving blood. You couldn't help it.
It ain't brought me no joy.
Jasper, I think you've come here in a dream. Put your arms around me and hold me. Don't let go. Help me to dream. I'd like for it to last. Just one more hour. Put your head on my heart. And don't you speak. Don't speak. I want to dream. You may come back again. I want to dream.
They lie still in each other's arms. Dawn light begins to creep in. A sound of sliding snow is heard on the roof, a sharp twittering of birds. Down across the window masses of snow fall in soft thunder. There follows a sound of dropping water. The thaw has begun. The outer world grows radiant with light. The doors of the cubby bed fly open. The two children peep out. A soft but heavy crash of falling snow is heard. It strikes the door.
Mother, what's that? Get up! Get up! It's light!
Jumps out of bed, followed by Matthew.
Oh, come and look. The snow's all falling. Right down off the roof. Look how it's letting go.
Oh, the snowman. Look at the snowman. Oh.
Opens door.
Mother, the snowman's tumbled in the night.
Joan opens her eyes.
Hush, hush. Don't wake him. Come ye, and look here.
The children approach softly, curious and surprised.
Who is it, Mother?
The snowman, my dear. He's come to stay.
Curtain. End of The Snowman by Laurence Housman.
Play 6, Part 1 of One Act Play Collection 19. The Man of Destiny by George Bernard Shaw, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Persona. Giuseppe.
Read by Greg Giordano.
The Lieutenant.
Read by Inko.
A Lady.
Read by Anna Shirey.
Napoleon.
Read by Todd.
Stage Directions. Read by Estefania Vidal. The 12th of May, 1796, in North Italy at Tavassano, on the road from Lodi to Milan. The afternoon sun is blazing serenely over the plains of Lombardy, treating the Alps with respect as the Antilles with indulgence, not incommoded by the basking of the swine and oxen in the villages, nor hurt by its cold reception in the churches, but fiercely disdainful of two hordes of mischievous insects which are the French and Austrian armies. 2 days before, at Lodi, the Austrians tried to prevent the French from crossing the river by the narrow bridge there. But the French, commanded by a general aged 27, Napoleon Bonaparte, who does not understand the art of war, rushed the fire-swept bridge, supported by a tremendous cannonade in which the young general assisted with his own hands. Cannonading is his technical specialty. He has been training the artillery under the old regime, and made perfect in the military arts of shirking his duties, swindling the paymaster over travelling expenses, and dignifying war with the noise and smoke of cannon, as depicted in old military portraits. He is, however, an original observer, and has perceived for the first time since the invention of gunpowder that a cannonball, if it strikes a man, will kill him. Through a thorough grasp of this remarkable discovery, he adds a highly evolved faculty for physical geography and for the calculation of times and distances. He has prodigious powers of work and a clear, realistic knowledge of human nature in public affairs, having seen it exhaustively tested in that department during the French Revolution. He is imaginative without illusions, and creative without religion, loyalty, patriotism, or any of the common ideals. Not that he is incapable of these ideals. On the contrary, he has swallowed them all in his boyhood, and now, having a keen dramatic faculty, is extremely clever at playing upon them by the arts of the actor and stage manager. Withal, he is no spoiled child. Poverty, ill luck, the chiefs of impecunious shabby gentility, repeated failure as a would-be author, humiliation as a rebuffed time server, reproof and punishment as an incompetent and dishonest officer, and escape from dismissal from the service so narrow that if the emigration of the nobles had not raised the value of even the most rascally lieutenant to the famine price of a general, he would have been swept contemptuously from the army. These trials have ground the conceit out of him, and forced him to be self-sufficient, and to understand that to such men as he is, the world will give nothing that he cannot take from it by force. In this, the world is not free from cowardice and folly, for Napoleon, as a merciless cannonader of political rubbish, is making himself useful. Indeed, it is even now impossible to live in England without sometimes feeling how much that country lost in not being conquered by him as well as by Julius Caesar. However, in this May afternoon in 1796, it is early days with him. He is only 26 and has but recently become a general, partly by using his wife to seduce the Directory, then governing France, partly by scarcity of officers caused by the emigration as foresaid, partly by his faculty of knowing a country with all its roads, rivers, hills, and valleys as he knows the palm of his hand, and largely by that new faith of his in the efficacy of firing cannons at people. His army is, as to discipline, in a state which has so greatly shocked some other writers, before whom the following story has been enacted, that they, impressed with the later glory of l'Empereur, have altogether refused to credit it. But Napoleon is not l'Empereur yet. He has only just been dubbed Le Petit Caporal, and is in the stage of gaining influence over his men by displays of pluck. he is not in a position to force his will on them, in orthodox military fashion, by the cat o' nine tails. The French Revolution, which has escaped suppression solely through the monarchy's habit of being at least 4 years in arrear with its soldiers in the matter of pay, has substituted for that habit, as far as possible, the habit of not paying at all, except in promises and patriotic flatteries, which are not compatible with martial law of the Prussian type. Napoleon has therefore approached the Alps in command of men without money, in rags, and consequently indisposed to stand much discipline, especially from upstart generals. This circumstance, which would have embarrassed an idealist soldier, has been worth 1,000 cannon to Napoleon. He has said to his army, "You have patriotism and courage, but you have no money, no clothes, and deplorably indifferent food. In Italy there are all these things, and glory as well, to be gained by a devoted army led by a general who regards loot as the natural right of the soldier. I am such a general. En avant, mes enfants." The result has entirely justified him. The army conquers Italy as the locust conquered Cyprus. They fight all day and march all night, covering impossible distances and appearing in incredible places, not because every soldier carries a field marshal baton in his knapsack, but because he hopes to carry at least half a dozen silver forks there the next day. It must be understood, by the way, that the French army does not make war on the Italians. It is there to rescue them from the tyranny of their Austrian conquerors, and confer republican institutions on them, so that in incidentally looting them, it merely makes free with the property of its friends, who ought to be grateful to it, and perhaps would be if ingratitude were not the proverbial failing of their country. The Austrians, whom it fights, are a thoroughly respectable regular army, well disciplined, commanded by gentlemen trained and versed in the art of war. At the head of them, Beaulieu, practicing the classic art of war under orders from Vienna, and getting horribly beaten by Napoleon, who acts on his own responsibility in defiance of professional precedents or orders from Paris. Even when the Austrians win a battle, all that is necessary is to wait until the routine obliges them to return to their quarters for afternoon tea, so to speak, and win it back again from them, a course pursued later on with brilliant success at Marengo. On the whole, with his foe handicapped by Austrian statesmanship, classic generalship, and the exigencies of the aristocratic social structure of Viennese society, Napoleon finds it possible to be irresistible without working heroic miracles. The world, however, likes miracles and heroes, and is quite incapable of conceiving the action of such forces as academic militarism or Viennese drawing roomism. Hence it has already begun to manufacture l'Empereur, as thus to make it difficult for the romanticists of 100 years later to credit the little scene now in question at Tavassano as aforesaid. The best quarters at Tavassano are at a little inn, the first house reached by travelers passing through the place from Milan to Lodi. It stands in a vineyard, and its principal room, a pleasant refuge from the summer heat, is open so widely at the back to its vineyard that it is almost a large veranda. The bolder children, much excited by the alarums and excursions of the past few days and by an irruption of French troops at 6 o'clock, know that the French commander has quartered himself in this room, and are divided between a craving to peep in at the front windows and a mortal terror of the sentinel, a young gentleman soldier who, having no natural moustache, has had a most ferocious one painted on his face with boot-blacking by his sergeant. As his heavy uniform, like all uniforms of that day, is designed for parade without the least reference to his health or comfort, he perspires profusively in the sun, and his painted moustache has run in little streaks down his chin and round his neck, except where it has dried in stiff Japan flakes, and had its sweeping outline chipped off in grotesque little bites and headlands, making him unspeakably ridiculous in the eye of history 100 years later, but monstrous and horrible to the contemporary North Italian infant, to whom nothing would seem more natural than that he should relieve the monotony of his guard by pitchforking a stray child up on his bayonet and eating it uncooked. Nevertheless, one girl of bad character, in whom an instinct of privilege with soldiers is already dawning, does peep in at the safest window for a moment, before a glance and a clink from the sentinel sends her flying. Most of what she sees she has seen before. The vineyard at the back, with the old wine-press and a cart among the vines, the door closed down on her right leading to the inn entry, the landlord's best sideboard, now in full action for dinner, further back on the same side. The fireplace on the other side, with a couch near it and another door leading to the inner rooms. Between it and the vineyard, and the table in the middle, with its repast of Milanese risotto, cheese, grapes, bread, olives, and a big wickered flask of red wine. The landlord, Giuseppe Grandi, is also no novelty. He's a swarthy, vivacious, shrewdly cheerful, black-curled, bullet-headed, grinning little man of 40. Naturally, an excellent host. He is in quite special spirits this evening, at his good fortune in having the French commander as his guest to protect him against the license of the troops, and actually sports a pair of gold earrings which he would otherwise have hidden carefully under the wine-press with his little equipment of silver plate. Napoleon, sitting facing her on the further side of the table, and Napoleon's hat, sword, and riding whip lying on the couch, she sees for the first time. He is working hard, partly at his meal, which he has discovered how to dispatch by attacking all the courses simultaneously in 10 minutes. This practice is the beginning of his downfall, and partly at a map, which he is correcting from memory, occasionally marking the position of the forces by taking a grape skin from his mouth and planting it on the map with his thumb like a wafer. He has a supply of writing materials before him, mixed up in disorder with the dishes and cruets, and his long hair gets sometimes into the risotto gravy and sometimes into the ink.
Will your Excellency?
Napoleon, intent on his map, but cramming himself mechanically with his left hand.
Don't talk. I'm busy.
Excellency, I obey.
Some red ink.
Alas, Excellency, there is none.
Kill something and bring me its blood.
There is nothing but your Excellency's horse, the sentinel, the lady upstairs, and my wife.
Kill your wife.
Willingly, your Excellency, but unhappily I am not strong enough. She would kill me.
Well, that will do equally well.
Your Excellency does me too much honor.
Stretching his hand towards the flask.
Perhaps some wine will answer your Excellency's purpose.
Napoleon, hastily protecting the flask and becoming quite serious.
Wine? No, that would be waste. You are all the same. Waste, waste, waste.
He marks them up with gravy, using his fork as a pen.
Clear away.
He finishes his wine, pushes back his chair, and uses his napkin, stretching his legs and leaning back, but still frowning and thinking. Giuseppe, clearing the table and removing the things to a tray on the sideboard.
Every man to his trade, Excellency. We innkeepers have plenty of cheap wine. We think nothing of spilling it. You great generals have plenty of cheap blood. You think nothing of spilling it. Is it not so, Excellency?
Blood costs nothing. Wine costs money.
He rises and goes to the fireplace.
They say you are careful of everything except human life, Excellency.
Human life, my friend, is the only thing that takes care of itself.
He throws himself at his ease on the couch. Giuseppe admiring him.
Ah, Excellency, what fools we all are beside you. If I could only find out the secret of your success.
You would make yourself Emperor of Italy, eh?
Too troublesome, Excellency. I leave all that to you. Besides, what would become of my inn if I were Emperor? See how you enjoy looking on at me whilst I keep the inn for you and wait on you? Well, I shall enjoy looking on at you whilst you become Emperor of Europe and govern the country for me.
Whilst he chatters, he takes the cloth off without removing the map an instant, and takes the corners in his hands and the middle of the edge in his mouth to fold it up.
Emperor of Europe, eh? Why only Europe?
Why, indeed, Emperor of the world, Excellency. Why not?
He folds and rolls up the cloth, emphasizing his phrases by the steps of the process.
One man is like another.
Fold.
One country is like another.
Fold.
One battle is like another.
At the last fold, he slaps the cloth on the table and deftly rolls it up, adding, by way of peroration,
Conquer one, conquer all.
He takes the cloth to the sideboard and puts it in a drawer.
And govern for all. Fight for all. Be everybody's servant under cover of being everybody's master. Giuseppe?
Giuseppe at the sideboard.
Excellency?
I forbid you to talk to me about myself.
Giuseppe, coming to the foot of the couch.
Pardon, Your Excellency is so unlike other great men. It is the subject they like best.
Well, talk to me about the subject they like next best, whatever that may be.
Willingly, Your Excellency. Has Your Excellency by any chance caught a glimpse of the lady upstairs?
Napoleon promptly sits up and looks at him with an interest which entirely justifies the implied epigram.
How old is she?
The right age, Excellency.
Do you mean 17 or 30?
30, Excellency.
Good looking?
I cannot see with Your Excellency's eyes. Every man must judge that for himself. In my opinion, Excellency, a fine figure of a lady. Shall I lay the table for her collation here?
Napoleon brusquely, rising.
No. Lay nothing here until the officer for whom I am waiting comes back.
He looks at his watch and takes to walking to and fro between the fireplace and the vineyard.
Excellency, believe me, he has been captured by the accursed Austrians. He dare not keep you waiting if he were at liberty.
Napoleon turning at the edge of the shadow of the veranda.
Giuseppe, if that turns out to be true, it will put me into such a temper that nothing short of hanging you and your whole household, including the lady upstairs, will satisfy me.
We are all cheerfully at Your Excellency's disposal, except the lady. I cannot answer for her, but no lady could resist you, General.
Napoleon, sourly resuming his march.
You will never be hanged. There is no satisfaction in hanging a man who does not object to it.
Not the least in the world, Excellency, is there?
Napoleon again looks at his watch, evidently growing anxious.
One can see that you are a great man, General. You know how to wait. If it were a corporal now, or a sub-lieutenant, at the end of 3 minutes he would be swearing, fuming, threatening, pulling the house about our ears.
Giuseppe, your flatteries are insufferable. Go and talk outside.
He sits down again at the table, with his jaws in his hand, and his elbows propped on the map, poring over it with a troubled expression.
Willingly, Your Excellency. You shall not be disturbed.
He takes up the tray and prepares to withdraw.
The moment he comes back, send him to me.
Instantaneously, Your Excellency.
A lady's voice, calling from some distant part of the inn.
Giuseppe?
What's that? What's that?
Giuseppe, resting the end of his tray on the table and leaning over to speak the more confidentially.
The lady, Excellency.
Yes. What lady? Whose lady?
The strange lady, Excellency.
What strange lady?
Giuseppe with a shrug.
Who knows? She arrived here half an hour before you, and I hired a carriage belonging to the Golden Eagle at Orghetto. Actually by herself, Excellency. No servants, a dressing bag, and a trunk. That is all. The postilion says she left a horse, a charger with military trappings at the Golden Eagle.
A woman with a charger? How extraordinary.
Giuseppe?
Napoleon, rising to listen.
That's an interesting voice.
She is an interesting lady, Excellency.
Calling.
Coming, lady, coming.
He makes for the inner door. Napoleon arresting him with a strong hand on his shoulder.
Stop. Let her come.
Giuseppe!
Let me go, Excellency. It is my point of honor as an innkeeper to come when I am called. I appeal to you as a soldier.
A man's voice outside at the inn door shouting.
Here, someone. Hello, landlord. Where are you?
Somebody rubs vigorously with a whip handle on a bench in the passage. Napoleon, suddenly becoming the commanding officer again and throwing Giuseppe off.
There he is at last.
Pointing to the inner door.
Go, attend to your business. The lady is calling you.
He goes to the fireplace and stands with his back to it with a determined military air. Giuseppe, with bated breath, snatching up his tray.
Certainly, Excellency.
He hurries out by the inner door.
Are you all asleep here?
The door opposite the fireplace is kicked rudely open, and a dusty sub-lieutenant bursts into the room. He's a chuckle-headed young man of 24, with the fair, delicate, clear skin of a man of rank, and a self-assurance on that ground which the French Revolution has failed to shake in the smallest degree. He has a thick, silly lip, an eager, credulous eye, an obstinate nose, and a loud, confident voice. A young man without fear, without reverence, without imagination, without sense, hopelessly unsusceptible to the Napoleonic or any other idea, stupendously egotistical, eminently qualified to rush in where angels fear to tread, yet of a vigorous babbling vitality which bustles him into the thick of things. He's just now boiling with vexation, attributable by a superficial observer to his impatience at not being promptly attended to by the staff of the inn, but in which a more discerning eye can perceive a certain moral depth, indicating a more permanent and momentous grievance. On seeing Napoleon, he is sufficiently taken aback to check himself and salute, but he does not betray by his manner any of that prophetic consciousness of Marengo and Austerlitz, Waterloo, and St. Helena, or the Napoleonic pictures of De la Roche and Meissonier, which modern culture will instinctively expect from him.
Well, sir, here you are at last. Your instructions were that I should arrive here at 6, and that I was to find you waiting for me with my mail from Paris and with dispatches. It is now 20 minutes to 8. You were sent on this service as a hard rider with the fastest horse in the camp. You arrive 100 minutes late on foot. Where is your horse?
The lieutenant, moodily pulling off his gloves and dashing them with his cap and whip on the table.
Ah, where indeed? That's just what I would like to know, General. You don't know how fond I was of that horse.
Indeed. Where are the letters and dispatches?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No more than you do, General. Now I suppose I shall be court-martialed. Well, I don't mind being court-martialed, but I tell you, General, if I ever catch that innocent-looking youth, I'll spoil his beauty, that slimy little liar. I'll make a picture of him.
Napoleon advancing from the hearth to the table.
What innocent-looking youth? Pull yourself together, sir, will you, and give an account of yourself.
Lieutenant, facing him at the opposite side of the table, leaning on with his fists.
Oh, I'm all right, General. I'm perfectly ready to give an account of myself. I shall make the court-martial thoroughly understand that the fault was not mine. Advantage has been taken of the better side of my nature, and I'm not ashamed of it. But with all respect to you as my commanding officer, General, I say again that if I ever set eyes on that son of Satan, I'll—
So you said before.
Lieutenant, drawing himself upright.
I say it again. Just wait until I catch him. Just wait, that's all.
He folds his arms resolutely and breathes hard, with compressed lips.
I am waiting, sir, for your explanation.
You'll change your tone, General, when you hear what has happened to me.
Nothing has happened to you, sir. You are alive and not disabled. Where are the papers entrusted to you?
Nothing. Oh, well, we'll see.
Posing himself to overwhelm Napoleon with his news.
He swore eternal brotherhood with me. Was that nothing? He said my eyes reminded him of his sister's eyes. Was that nothing? He actually cried over the story of my separation from Angelica. Was that nothing? He paid for both bottles of wine, though he only ate bread and grapes himself. Perhaps you call that nothing? Gave me his pistols and his horse and his dispatches, most important dispatches, and let me go away with them.
Triumphantly, seeing that he has reduced Napoleon to blank stupefaction.
Was that nothing?
What did he do that for?
To show his confidence in me.
Napoleon's jaw does not exactly drop, but his hinges become nerveless. The lieutenant proceeds with honest indignation.
And I am worthy of his confidence. I brought them all back honourably. But would you believe it? When I trusted him with my pistols, and my horse, and my dispatches...
What the devil did you do that for?
Why, to show my confidence in him, of course. And he betrayed it, abused it, never came back. The thief, the swindler, the heartless, treacherous little blackguard. You call that nothing, I suppose? But look here, General.
Again resorting to the table with his fist for greater emphasis.
You may put up with this outrage from the Austrians, if you like, but speaking for myself personally, I tell you that if I ever catch...
Napoleon, turning on his heel in disgust and irritably resuming his march to and fro.
Yes, you have said that more than once already.
More than once? I'll say it 50 times, and what's more, I'll do it. You'll see, General. I'll show my confidence in him, so I will.
Yes, sir, no doubt you will. What kind of man was he?
Well, I should think you ought to be able to tell from his conduct the sort of man he was.
Bleh. What was he like?
He's like... Well, you ought to have just seen the fellow. That'll give you a notion of what he was like. He won't be like it 5 minutes after I catch him, for I tell you that if I ever...
Napoleon, shouting furiously for the innkeeper.
Giuseppe!
To the lieutenant, out of all patience.
Hold your tongue, sir, if you can.
I warn you, it's no use to try to put the blame on me. How was I to know the sort of fellow he was?
He takes a chair from between the sideboard and the outer door, places it near the table, and sits down.
If you only knew how hungry and tired I am, you'd have more consideration.
Giuseppe, returning.
What is it, Excellency?
Take this officer. Feed him and put him to bed if necessary. When he is in his right mind again, find out what has happened to him and bring me word.
To the lieutenant.
Consider yourself under arrest, sir.
I was prepared for that. It takes a gentleman to understand a gentleman.
He throws his sword on the table. Giuseppe takes it up and politely offers it to Napoleon, who throws it violently on the couch.
Have you been attacked by the Austrians, Lieutenant? Dear.
Attacked? I could have broken his back between my finger and thumb. I wish I had now. No, it was by appealing to the better side of my nature. That's what I can't get over. He said he'd never met a man he liked so much as me. He put his handkerchief round my neck because a gnat bit me, and my stock was chafing it. Look!
He pulls a handkerchief from his stock. Giuseppe takes it and examines it. Giuseppe to Napoleon.
A lady's handkerchief, Excellency.
He smells it.
Perfumed.
Eh?
He takes it and looks at it attentively. He smells it.
Ah.
He walks thoughtfully across the room, looking at the handkerchief, which he finally sticks in the breast of his coat.
Good enough for him, anyhow. I noticed that he had a woman's hands when he touched my neck, with his coaxing, fawning ways, the mean, effeminate little hound. But mark my words, General, if I ever...
The lady's voice, outside as before.
Giuseppe!
What's that?
Only a lady upstairs, Lieutenant, calling me.
Lady?
Giuseppe, where are you?
Give me that sword.
He strides to the couch, snatches the sword, and draws it. Giuseppe, rushing forward and seizing his right arm.
What are you thinking of, Lieutenant? It's a lady. Don't you hear that it's a woman's voice?
It's his voice, I tell you. Let me go.
He breaks away and rushes to the inner door. It opens in his face, and the strange lady steps in. She's a very attractive lady, tall and extraordinarily graceful, with a delicate, intelligent, apprehensive, questioning face, perception in the brow,
sensitiveness in the nostrils, character in the chin, all keen, refined, and original. She is very feminine, but by no means weak. The lithe, tender figure is hung on a strong frame. The hands and feet, neck and shoulders are not fragile ornaments, but of full size in proportion to her stature, which considerably exceeds that of Napoleon and the innkeeper, and leaves her at no disadvantage with the lieutenant. Only her elegance and radiant charm keep the secret of her size and strength. She is not, judging by her dress, an admirer of the latest fashions of the Directory, or perhaps she uses up her old dresses for travelling. At all events, she wears no jacket with extravagant lapels, no Greco-Italian sham, chiton, nothing, indeed, that the Prince de Lamballe might not have worn. Her dress of flowered silk is long-waisted, with a bateau pleat behind, but with the panels reduced to mere rudiments as she is too tall for them. It is cut low in the neck, where it is eked out by a creamy fichu. She is fair, with golden brown hair and grey eyes. She enters with the self-possession of a woman accustomed to the privileges of rank and beauty. The innkeeper, who has natural excellent manners, is highly appreciative of her. Napoleon, on whom her eyes first fall, is instantly smitten self-conscious. His colour deepens. He becomes stiffer and less at ease than before. She perceives this instantly, and, not to embarrass him, turns in an infinitely well-bred manner to pay the respect of a glance to the other gentleman, who is staring at her dress as at the earth's final masterpiece of treacherous dissimulation, with feelings altogether inexpressible and indescribable. As she looks at him, she becomes deadly pale. There is no mistaking her expression. A revelation of some fatal error, utterly unexpected, has suddenly appalled her in the midst of tranquillity, security, and victory. The next moment a wave of colour rushes up from beneath the creamy fichu and drowns her whole face. One can see that she is blushing all over her body. Even the lieutenant, ordinarily incapable of observation and just now lost in the tumult of his wrath, can see a thing when it is painted red for him. Interpreting the blush as the involuntary confession of black deceit confronted with its victim, he points to it with a loud crow of retributive triumph, and then, seizing her by the wrist, pulls her past him into the room as he claps the door to and plants himself with his back to it.
So I've got you, my lad. So you've disguised yourself, have you? Take off that skirt.
Oh, Lieutenant!
Gentlemen, I appeal to you. Giuseppe.
Making a movement as if to run to Giuseppe. Lieutenant interposing, sword in hand.
No, you don't.
Lady taking refuge with Napoleon.
Ah, sir, you are an officer, a general. You will protect me, will you not?
Never you mind him, General. Leave me to deal with him.
With him? With who, sir? Why do you treat this lady in such a fashion?
Lady? He's a man! The man I showed my confidence in.
Advancing threateningly.
Here, you.
Lady, running behind Napoleon, and in her agitation embracing the arm which he instinctively extends before her as a fortification.
Oh, thank you, General. Keep him away.
Nonsense, sir. This is certainly a lady.
She suddenly drops his arm and blushes again.
And you are under arrest. Put down your sword, sir, instantly.
General, I tell you, he's an Austrian spy. He passed himself off on me as one of General Massena's staff this afternoon, and now he's passing himself off on you as a woman. Am I to believe my own eyes or not?
General, it must be my brother. He is on General Massena's staff. He is very like me.
Do you mean to say that you are not your brother, but your sister? The sister who is so like me? Who had my beautiful blue eyes? It was a lie. Your eyes are not like mine. They're exactly like your own. What perfidy!
Lieutenant, will you obey my orders and leave the room, since you are convinced at last that this is no gentleman?
Gentleman? I should think not. No gentleman would have abused my
Enough, sir, enough. Will you leave the room? I order you to leave the room.
Oh, pray, let me go instead.
Excuse me, madam. With all respect to your brother, I do not yet understand what an officer on General Massena's staff wants with my letters. I have some questions to put to you.
Come, Lieutenant.
He opens the door.
I'm off. General, take warning by me. Be on your guard against the better side of your nature.
To the lady.
Madame, my apologies. I thought you were the same person, only of the opposite sex, and that naturally misled me.
It was not your fault, was it? I'm so glad you're not angry with me any longer, Lieutenant.
She offers her hand. Lieutenant, bending gallantly to kiss it.
Oh, madame, not the
checking himself and looking at it.
You have your brother's hand, and the same sort of ring.
We are twins.
That accounts for it.
He kisses her hand.
1,000 pardons. I don't mind about the dispatches at all. That's more the General's affair than mine. It was the abuse of my confidence through the better side of my nature.
Taking his cap, gloves, and whip from the table and going.
You'll excuse my leaving you, General, I hope? Very sorry, I'm sure.
He talks himself out of the room. Giuseppe follows him and shuts the door. Napoleon, looking after them with concentrated irritation.
Idiot.
The strange lady smiles sympathetically. He comes frowning down the room between the table and the fireplace, all his awkwardness gone now that he is alone with her.
How can I thank you, General, for your protection?
Napoleon, turning on her suddenly.
My dispatches. Come.
He puts out his hand for them.
General!
She involuntarily puts her hand on her fichu as if to protect something there.
You tricked that blockhead out of them. You disguised yourself as a man. I want my dispatches. They are there in the bosom of your dress, under your hands.
Lady, quickly removing her hands.
Oh, how unkindly you are speaking to me.
She takes her handkerchief from her fichu.
You frighten me.
She touches her eyes as if to wipe away a tear.
I see you don't know me, madam, or you would save yourself the trouble of pretending to cry.
Lady, producing an effect of smiling through her tears.
Yes, I do know you. You are the famous General Buonaparte.
Bonaparte, madam, Bonaparte. The papers, if you please.
But I assure you...
He snatches the handkerchief rudely from her.
General!
Napoleon, taking the other handkerchief from his breast.
You were good enough to lend one of your handkerchiefs to my lieutenant when you robbed him.
He looks at the two handkerchiefs.
They match one another.
He smells them.
Same scent.
He flings them down on the table.
I am waiting for the dispatches. I will take them if necessary, with as little ceremony as the handkerchief.
This historical incident was used 80 years later by Mr. Victorien Sardou in his drama entitled Dora.
General, do you threaten women?
Yes.
But I don't understand.
You understand perfectly. You came here because your Austrian employers calculated I was 6 leagues away. I am always to be found where my enemies don't expect me. You have walked into the lion's den. Come, you are a brave woman. Be a sensible one. I have no time to waste. The papers.
He advances a step ominously. Lady, breaking down in the childish rage of impotence, and throwing herself in tears on the chair left beside the table by the lieutenant.
I brave! How little you know! I have spent the day in an agony of fear. I have a pain from the tightening of my heart at every suspicious look, every threatening movement. Do you think everyone is as brave as you? Oh, why will not you brave people do the brave things? Why do you leave them to us who have no courage at all? I'm not brave. I shrink from violence. Danger makes me miserable.
Then why have you thrust yourself into danger?
Because there is no other way. I can trust nobody else. And now it is all useless. All because of you, who have no fear, because you have no heart, no feeling, no...
She breaks off and throws herself on her knees.
Ah, General, let me go. Let me go without asking any questions. You shall have your dispatches and letters, I swear it.
Napoleon, holding out his hand.
Yes, I am waiting for them.
She gasps, daunted by his ruthless promptitude into despair of moving him by cajolery. But as she looks up perplexedly at him, it is plain that she is racking her brains for some device to outwit him. He meets her regard inflexibly. Lady, rising at last with a quiet little sigh.
I will get them for you. They are in my room.
She turns to the door.
I shall accompany you, madam.
Lady, drawing herself up with a noble air of offended delicacy.
I cannot permit you, General, to enter my chamber.
Then you shall stay here, madam, whilst I have your chamber searched for my papers.
Lady spitefully, openly giving up her plan.
You may save yourself the trouble. They are not there.
No, I have already told you where they are.
Pointing to her breast.
General, I only want to keep one little private letter, only one. Let me have it.
Is that a reasonable demand, madam?
No, but that is why you must grant it. Are your own demands reasonable? Thousands of lives for the sake of your victories, your ambitions, your destiny? And what I ask is such a little thing, and I am only a weak woman, and you a brave man.
She looks at him with her eyes full of tender pleading, and is about to kneel to him again.
Get up! Get up!
He turns moodily away and takes a turn across the room, pausing for a moment to say over his shoulder,
You're talking nonsense, and you know it.
She gets up and sits down in almost listless despair on the couch. When he turns and sees her there, he feels that his victory is complete, and that he may now indulge in a little play with his victim. He comes back and sits beside her. She looks alarmed and moves a little away from him. But a ray of rallying hope beams from her eye. He begins like a man enjoying some secret joke.
How do you know I am a brave man?
You, General Buonaparte.
Yes, I, General Bonaparte.
Oh, how can you ask such a question? You, who stood only 2 days ago at the bridge at Lodi with the air full of death, fighting a duel with cannons across the river.
Shuddering.
Oh, you do brave things.
So do you.
I? Oh, are you a coward?
Napoleon, laughing grimly and pinching her cheek.
That is the one question you must never ask a soldier. The sergeant asks after the recruit's height, his age, his wind, his limb, but never after his courage.
He gets up and walks about with his hands behind him and his head bowed, chuckling to himself.
Ah, you can laugh at fear. Then you don't know what fear is.
Napoleon coming behind the couch.
Tell me this. Suppose you could have got that letter by coming to me over the bridge at Lodi the day before yesterday. Suppose there had been no other way, and that this was a sure way, if only you escaped the cannon.
She shudders and covers her eyes for a moment with her hands.
Would you have been afraid?
Oh, horribly afraid, agonizingly afraid.
She presses her hands on her heart.
It hurts only to imagine it.
Would you have come for the dispatches?
Lady, overcome by the imagined horror.
Don't ask me. I must have come.
Why?
Because I must. Because there would have been no other way.
Because you would have wanted my letter enough to bear your fear. There is only one universal passion, fear. Of all the 1,000 qualities a man may have, the only one you will find as certainly in the youngest drummer boy in my army as in me is fear. It is fear that makes men fight. It is indifference that makes them run away. Fear is the mainspring of war. Fear! I know fear well, better than you, better than any woman. I once saw a regiment of good Swiss soldiers massacred by a mob in Paris because I was afraid to interfere. I felt myself a coward to the tips of my toes as I looked on at it. 7 months ago, I revenged my shame by pounding that mob to death with cannonballs. Well, what of that? Has fear ever held a man back from anything he really wanted? Or a woman, either? Never. Come with me, and I will show you 20,000 cowards who will risk death every day for the price of a glass of brandy. And do you think there are no women in the army, braver than the men, because their lives are worth less? Pugh! I think nothing of your fear, or your bravery. If you had had to come across to me at Lodi, you would not have been afraid. Once on the bridge, every other feeling would have gone down before the necessity for making your way to my side and getting what you wanted. And now, suppose you had done all this. Suppose you had come safely out with that letter in your hand, knowing that when the hour came, your fear had tightened, not your heart, but your grip of your own purpose that had ceased to be fear and had become strength, penetration, vigilance, iron resolution. How would you answer then if you were asked whether you were a coward?
Lady, rising.
Ah, you are a hero, a real hero.
Pugh! There's no such thing as a real hero.
He strolls down the room, making light of her enthusiasm, but by no means displeased with himself for having evoked it.
Ah, yes, there is. There is a difference between what you call my bravery and yours. You wanted to win the battle at Lodi for yourself, and not for anyone else, didn't you?
Of course.
Suddenly recollecting himself.
Stop. No.
He pulls himself piously together and says, like a man conducting a religious service,
I am only the servant of the French Republic, following humbly in the footsteps of the heroes of classical antiquity. I win battles for humanity, for my country, not for myself.
Oh, then you are only a womanish hero after all.
She sits down again, all her enthusiasm gone, her elbow on the end of the couch and her cheek propped on her hand.
Womanish?
Yes, like me. Do you think that if I only wanted those dispatches for myself, I dare venture into a battle for them? No, if that were all, I should not have the courage to ask to see you at your hotel, even. My courage is mere slavishness. It is of no use to me for my own purposes. It is only through love, through pity, through the instinct to save and protect someone else that I can do the things that terrify me.
Pah!
He turns slightingly away from her.
Aha! Now you see that I'm not really brave. But what right have you to despise me if you only win battles for others, for your country, through patriotism? That is what I call womanish. It is so like a Frenchman.
I am no Frenchman.
I thought you said you won the battle at Lodi for your country, General Brough. Shall I pronounce it in Italian or French?
You are presuming on my patience, madam. I was born a French subject, but not in France.
Lady, folding her arms on the end of the couch and leaning on them with a marked access of interest in him.
You were not born a subject at all, I think.
Napoleon, greatly pleased, starting on a fresh march.
Eh? Eh? You think not?
I am sure of it.
Well, perhaps not.
The self-complacency of his assent catches his own ear. He stops short, reddening. Then, composing himself into a solemn attitude, model on the heroes of classical antiquity, he takes a high moral tone.
But we must not live for ourselves alone, little one. Never forget that we should always think of others, and work for others, and lead and govern them for their own good. Self-sacrifice is the foundation of all true nobility of character.
Lady, again relaxing her attitude with a sigh.
Ah, it is easy to see that you have never tried it, General.
Napoleon, indignantly, forgetting all about Brutus and Scipio.
What do you mean by that speech, madam?
Haven't you noticed that people always exaggerate the value of the things they haven't got? The poor think they only need riches to be quite happy and good. Everybody worships truth, purity, unselfishness for the same reason, because they have no experience of them. Oh, if only they knew.
If they only knew. Pray, do you know?
Lady, with her arms stretched down and her hands clasped on her knees, looking straight before her.
Yes, I had the misfortune to be born good.
Glancing up at him for a moment.
And it is a misfortune, I can tell you. General, I really am truthful and unselfish and all the rest of it. And it's nothing but cowardice, want of character, want of being really strongly, positively oneself.
Ah! Turning to her quickly with a flash of strong interest.
What is the secret of your power? Only that you believe in yourself. You can fight and conquer for yourself and for nobody else. You are not afraid of your own destiny. You teach us what we all might be if we had the will and courage. And that,
suddenly sinking on her knees before him,
is why we all begin to worship you.
She kisses his hands.
Tut, tut. Pray rise, madam.
Do not refuse my homage. It is your right. You will be Emperor of France.
Take care. Treason.
Yes, Emperor of France, then of Europe, perhaps of the world. I am only the first subject to swear allegiance.
Again kissing his hand.
My Emperor.
Napoleon, overcome, raising her.
Pray, pray. No, no, little one. This is folly. Come, be calm. Be calm.
Petting her.
There, there, my girl.
Lady, struggling with happy tears.
Yes, I know it is an impertinence in me to tell you what you must know far better than I do. But you are not angry with me, are you?
Angry? No, no, not a bit, not a bit. Come, you are a very clever and sensible and interesting little woman.
He pats her on the cheek.
Shall we be friends?
Your friend. You will let me be your friend. Oh.
She offers him both her hands with a radiant smile.
You see, I show my confidence in you.
Napoleon with a yell of rage, his eyes flashing.
What?
What's the matter?
Show your confidence in me, so that I may show my confidence in you in return by letting you give me the slip with the dispatches, eh? Ah, Delilah, Delilah, you have been trying your tricks on me, and I have been as great a gull as my jackass of a lieutenant.
He advances threateningly on her.
Come, the dispatches. Quick, I am not to be trifled with now.
Lady, flying round the couch.
General.
Quick, I tell you.
He passes swiftly up the middle of the room and intercepts her as she makes for the vineyard. Lady at bay, confronting him.
You dare address me in that tone.
Dare?
Yes, dare. Who are you that you should presume to speak to me in that coarse way? Oh, the vile, vulgar Corsican adventurer comes out in you very easily.
You she-devil. Once more, and only once, will you give me those papers, or shall I tear them from you by force?
Lady, letting her hands fall.
Tear them from me, by force.
As he glares at her, like a tiger about to spring, she crosses her arms on her breast in the attitude of a martyr. The gesture and pose instantly awaken his theatrical instinct. He forgets his rage in the desire to show her that in acting too, she has met her match. He keeps her a moment in suspense, then suddenly clears up his countenance, puts his hands behind him with provoking coolness, looks at her up and down a couple of times, takes a pinch of snuff, wipes his fingers carefully, and puts up his handkerchief. Her heroic pose becoming more and more ridiculous all the time. Napoleon at last.
Well?
Well, what are you going to do?
Spoil your attitude.
You brute!
Abandoning the attitude, she comes to the end of the couch, where she turns with her back to it, leaning against it and facing him with her hands behind her.
Ah, that's better. Now listen to me. I like you. What's more, I value your respect.
You value what you have not got, then?
I shall have it presently. Now attend to me. Suppose I were to allow myself to be abashed by the respect due to your sex, your beauty, your heroism, and all the rest of it. Suppose I, with nothing but such sentimental stuff to stand between these muscles of mine and those papers which you have about you, and which I want and mean to have, suppose I, with the prize within my grasp, were to falter and sneak away with my hands empty, or, what would be worse, cover up my weakness by playing the magnanimous hero and sparing you the violence I dared not use, would you not despise me from the depths of your woman's soul? Would any woman be such a fool? Well, Bonaparte can rise to the situation and act like a woman when it is necessary. Do you understand?
The lady, without speaking, stands upright and takes a packet of papers from her bosom. For a moment she has an intense impulse to dash them in his face, but her good breeding cuts her off from any vulgar method of relief. She hands them to him politely, only averting her head. The moment he takes them, she hurries across to the other side of the room, covers her face with her hands, and sits down, with her body turned away to the back of the chair. Napoleon, gloating over the papers.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
Before opening them, he looks at her and says,
Excuse me.
He sees that she is hiding her face.
Very angry with me, eh?
He unties the packet, the seal of which is already broken, and puts it on the table to examine its contents. Lady, quietly, taking down her hands and showing that she's not crying, but only thinking.
No, you were right. But I am sorry for you.
Napoleon, pausing in the act of taking the uppermost paper from the packet.
Sorry for me? Why?
I am going to see you lose your honor.
Nothing worse than that?
He takes up the paper.
And your happiness.
Happiness, little woman, is the most tedious thing in the world to me. Should I be what I am if I cared for happiness? Anything else?
Nothing.
He interrupts her with an exclamation of satisfaction. She proceeds quietly.
Except that you will cut a very foolish figure in the eyes of France.
What?
The hand holding the paper involuntarily drops. The lady looks at him enigmatically in tranquil silence. He throws the letter down and breaks out into a torrent of scolding.
What do you mean? Eh? Are you at your tricks again? Do you think I don't know what these papers contain? I'll tell you. First, my information as to Belot's retreat. There are only two things he can do, leather-brained idiot that he is. Shut himself up in Mantua, or violate the neutrality of Venice by taking Passecia. You are one of old Leather-brain's spies. He has discovered that he has been betrayed, and has sent you to intercept the information at all hazards. As if that could save him from me, the old fool. The other papers are only my usual correspondence from Paris, of which you know nothing.
General, let us make a fair division. Take the information your spies have sent you about the Austrian army, and give me the Paris correspondence. That will content me.
Napoleon, his breath taken away by the coolness of the proposal.
Affaire de...
He gasps.
It seems to me, madam, that you have come to regard my letters as your own property, of which I am trying to rob you.
No, on my honor, I ask for no letter of yours. Not a word that has been written by you or to you. That packet contains a stolen letter, a letter written by a woman to a man not her husband, a letter that means disgrace, infamy.
A love letter?
What else but a love letter could stir up so much hate?
Why is it sent to me? To put the husband in my power, eh?
No, it can be of no use to you. I swear that it will cost you nothing to give it to me. It has been sent to you out of sheer malice, solely to injure the woman who wrote it.
Then why not send it to her husband instead of to me?
Lady, completely taken aback.
Oh.
Sinking back into the chair.
I don't know.
She breaks down.
Ah, I thought so. A little romance to get the papers back.
He throws the packet on the table and confronts her with cynical good humor.
Per Bacco, little woman, I can't help admiring you. If I could lie like that, it would save me a great deal of trouble.
Lady, wringing her hands.
Oh, how I wish I really had told you some lie. You would have believed me then. The truth is the one thing that nobody will believe.
Napoleon, with coarse familiarity, treating her as if she were a vivandière.
Capital, capital.
He puts his hands behind him on the table and lifts himself onto it, sitting with his arms akimbo and his legs wide apart.
Come, I am a true Corsican in my love for stories, but I could tell them better than you if I set my mind to it. Next time you are asked why a letter compromising a wife should not be sent to her husband, answer simply that the husband would not read it. Do you suppose, little innocent, that a man wants to be compelled by public opinion to make a scene, to fight a duel, to break up his household, to injure his career by a scandal, when he can avoid it all by taking care not to know?
Suppose that packet contained a letter about your own wife.
Napoleon, offended, coming off the table.
You are impertinent, madam.
I beg you're above suspicion.
You have committed an indiscretion. I pardon you. In future, do not permit yourself to introduce real persons in your romances.
Lady, politely ignoring a speech which is to her only a breach of good manners, and rising to move towards the table.
General, there really is a woman's letter there.
Pointing to the packet.
Give it to me.
Napoleon, with brute conciseness, moving so as to prevent her getting too near the letters.
Why?
She is an old friend. We were at school together. She has written to me imploring me to prevent the letter falling into your hands.
Why has it been sent to me?
Because it compromises the director Barras.
Barras? Take care, madam. The director Barras is my attached personal friend.
Lady, nodding placidly.
Yes, you became friends through your wife.
Again, have I not forbidden you to speak of my wife?
She keeps looking curiously at him, taking no account of the rebuke. More and more irritated, he drops his haughty manner, of which he is himself somewhat impatient, and says suspiciously, lowering his voice.
Who is this woman with whom you sympathize so deeply?
Oh, General, how could I tell you that?
Napoleon, ill-humouredly, beginning to walk about again in angry perplexity.
Ah. Stand by one another. You are all the same, you women.
We are not all the same, any more than you are. Do you think that if I loved another man, I should pretend to go on loving my husband, or be afraid to tell him or all the world? But this woman is not made that way. She governs men by cheating them, and they like it and let her govern them.
She sits down again with her back to him, Napoleon not attending to her.
Barras,
Turning very threateningly to her, his face darkening.
Take care, do you hear? You may go too far.
Lady, innocently turning her face to him.
What's the matter?
What are you hinting at? Who is this woman?
Lady, meeting his angry searching gaze with tranquil indifference, as she sits looking up at him with her right arm resting lightly along the back of her chair and one knee crossed over the other.
A vain, silly, extravagant creature, with a very able and ambitious husband, who knows her through and through, knows that she has lied to him about her age, her income, her social position, about everything that silly women lie about, knows that she is incapable of fidelity to any principle or any person, and yet could not help loving her, could not help his man's instinct to make use of her for his own advancement with Barras.
This is your revenge, you she-cat, for having had to give me the letters?
Nonsense. Or do you mean that you are that sort of man?
Napoleon, exasperated, clasps his hands behind him, his fingers twitching, and says, as he walks irritably away from her to the fireplace.
This woman will drive me out of my senses.
To her.
Begone.
Lady, seated immovably.
Not without that letter.
Begone, I tell you.
Walking from the fireplace to the vineyard and back to the table.
You shall have no letter. I don't like you. You're a detestable woman and as ugly as Satan. I don't choose to be pestered by strange women. Be off.
He turns his back on her. In quiet amusement, she leans her cheek on her hand and laughs at him. He turns again, angrily mocking her.
What are you laughing at?
At you, General. I have often seen persons of your sex getting into a pet and behaving like children, but I never saw a really great man do it before.
Pooh! Flattery, flattery! Coarse, impudent flattery!
Lady, springing up with a bright flush in her cheeks.
Oh, you are too bad. Keep your letters. Read the story of your own dishonor in them, and much good may they do you. Goodbye.
She goes indignantly towards the inner door.
My own? Stop. Come back, I order you.
She proudly disregards his savagely peremptory tone and continues on her way to the door. He rushes at her, seizes her by the wrist, and drags her back.
Now, what do you mean? Explain. Explain, I tell you, or...
Threatening her, she looks at him with unflinching defiance.
You obstinate devil, you. Why can't you answer a civil question?
Why do you ask me? You have the explanation.
Where?
Lady, pointing to the letters on the table.
There. You have only to read it.
He snatches the packet up, hesitates, looks at her suspiciously, and throws it down again.
You seem to have forgotten your solicitude for the honor of your old friend.
She runs no risk now. She does not quite understand her husband.
I am to read the letter, then.
He stretches out his hand as if to take up the packet again, with his eye on her.
I do not see how you can very well avoid doing so now.
He instantly withdraws his hand.
Oh, don't be afraid. You will find many interesting things in it.
For instance?
For instance, a duel with Barras, a domestic scene, a broken household, a public scandal, a checked career, all sorts of things.
He looks at her, takes up the packet and looks at it, pursing his lips and balancing it in his hand. Looks at her again, passes the packet into his left hand and puts it behind his back, raising his right to scratch the back of his head as he turns and goes up to the edge of the vineyard, where he stands for a moment looking out into the vines, deep in thought. The lady watches him in silence, somewhat slightingly. Suddenly, he turns and comes back again, full of force and decision.
I grant your request, madam. Your courage and resolution deserve to succeed. Take the letters for which you have fought so well, and remember henceforth that you found the vile, vulgar Corsican adventurer as generous to the vanquished after the battle as he was resolute in the face of the enemy before it.
He offers her the packet. Lady, without taking it, looking hard at him.
What are you at now, I wonder?
He dashes the packet furiously to the floor.
Aha! I've spoiled that attitude, I think.
She makes him a pretty mocking curtsy, Napoleon snatching it up again.
Will you take the letters and be gone?
Advancing and thrusting them upon her.
Lady, escaping round the table.
No, I don't want letters.
10 minutes ago, nothing else would satisfy you.
Lady, keeping the table carefully between them.
10 minutes ago, you had not insulted me past all bearing.
I apologize.
Thanks.
With forced politeness, he offers her the packet across the table. She retreats a step out of its reach and says,
But don't you want to know whether the Austrians are at Mantua or Peschiera?
I have already told you that I can conquer my enemies without the aid of spies, madam.
And the letter. Don't you want to read that?
You have said that it is not addressed to me. I am not in the habit of reading other people's letters.
He again offers the packet.
In that case, there can be no objection to your keeping it. All I wanted was to prevent your reading it. Good afternoon, General.
She turns coolly towards the inner door. Napoleon, furiously flinging the packet on the couch.
Heaven grant me patience.
He goes up determinedly and places himself before the door.
Have you any sense of personal danger? Are you one of those women who like to be beaten black and blue?
Thank you, General. I have no doubt the sensation is very voluptuous, but I had rather not. I simply want to go home, that's all. I was wicked enough to steal your dispatches, but you have got them back, and you have forgiven me, because you are as generous to the vanquished after the battle as you are resolute in the face of the enemy before it. Won't you say goodbye to me?
She offers her hand sweetly. Napoleon, repulsing the advance with a gesture of concentrated rage and opening the door to call fiercely,
Giuseppe! Giuseppe!
He bangs the door to and comes to the middle of the room. The lady goes a little way into the vineyard to avoid him.
End of Part 1 of The Man of Destiny by George Bernard Shaw. Play 6, Part 2 of One Act Play Collection 19, The Man of Destiny by George Bernard Shaw, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Giuseppe appearing at the door.
Excellency?
Where is that fool?
He has had a good dinner, according to your instructions, Excellency, and is now doing me the honor to gamble with me to pass the time.
Send him here. Bring him here. Come with him.
Giuseppe, with unruffled readiness, hurries off. Napoleon turns curtly to the lady, saying,
I must trouble you to remain some moments longer, madam.
He comes to the couch. She comes from the vineyard down the opposite side of the room to the sideboard and posts herself there, leaning against it, watching him. He takes the packet from the couch and deliberately buttons it carefully into his breast pocket, looking at her meanwhile with an expression which suggests that she will soon find out the meaning of his proceedings, and will not like it. Nothing more is said until the lieutenant arrives, followed by Giuseppe, who stands modestly in attendance at the table. The lieutenant, without cap, swords, or gloves, and much improved in temper and spirits by his meal, chooses the lady's side of the room, and waits, much at his ease, for Napoleon to begin.
Lieutenant.
General?
I cannot persuade this lady to give me much information, but there can be no doubt that the man who tricked you out of your charge was, as she admitted to you, her brother.
What did I tell you, General? What did I tell you?
You must find that man. Your honor is at stake, and the fate of the campaign, the destiny of France, of Europe, of humanity perhaps, may depend on the information those dispatches contain.
Yes, I suppose they really are rather serious.
They are so serious, sir, that if you do not recover them, you will be degraded in the presence of your regiment.
Phew, the regiment won't like that, I can tell you.
Personally, I am sorry for you. I would willingly conceal the affair if it were possible. But I shall be called to account for not acting on the dispatches. I shall have to prove to all the world that I never received them, no matter what the consequences may be to you. I am sorry, but you see that I cannot help myself.
Oh, don't take it to heart, General. It's really very good of you. Never mind what happens to me. I shall scrape through somehow, and we'll beat the Austrians for you. Dispatches or no dispatches. If you're to insist on my starting off on a wild goose chase after the fellow now, I haven't a notion where to look for him.
You forget, Lieutenant. He has your horse.
I forgot that. I'll go after him, General. I'll find that horse if it's alive anywhere in Italy, and I shan't forget the dispatches, never fear. Giuseppe, go and saddle one of those mangy old post horses of yours, while I get my cap and sword and things. Quick, march! Off with you!
Bustling him.
Instantly, Lieutenant. Instantly.
He disappears in the vineyard, where the light is now reddening with the sunset.
By the way, General, did I give you my sword, or did I not? Oh, I remember now. It's all that nonsense about putting a man under arrest. One never knows what to find.
Talks himself out of the room. Lady still at the sideboard.
What does all this mean, General?
He will not find your brother.
Of course not. There's no such person.
The dispatches will be irrecoverably lost.
Nonsense. They are inside your coat.
You will find it hard, I think, to prove that wild statement. Those papers are lost.
Lady, anxiously advancing to the corner of the table.
And that unfortunate young man's career will be sacrificed.
His career? The fellow is not worth the gunpowder it would cost to have him shot.
He turns contemptuously and goes to the hearth, where he stands with his back to her.
You are very hard. Men and women are nothing to you but things to be used, even if they are broken in the use.
Which of us has broken this fellow? I or you? Who tricked him out of the dispatches? Did you think of his career then?
Oh, I never thought of that. It was brutal of me, but I couldn't help it, could I? How else could I have got the papers? General, you will save him from disgrace.
Save him yourself, since you are so clever. It was you who ruined him. I hate a bad soldier.
He goes out determinedly through the vineyard. She follows him a few steps with an appealing gesture, but is interrupted by the return of the lieutenant, gloved and capped, with his sword on, ready for the road. He is crossing to the outer door when she intercepts him.
Lieutenant.
You mustn't delay me, you know. Duty, madame, duty.
Oh, sir, what are you going to do to my poor brother?
Are you very fond of him?
I should die if anything happened to him. You must spare him.
The lieutenant shakes his head gloomily.
Yes, you must. You shall. He is not fit to die. Listen to me. If I tell you where to find him, if I undertake to place him in your hands a prisoner, to be delivered up by you to General Buonaparte, will you promise me on your honour as an officer and a gentleman not to fight with him or treat him unkindly in any way?
But suppose he attacks me? He has my pistols.
He is too great a coward.
I don't feel so sure about that. He's capable of anything.
If he attacks you or resists you in any way, I release you from your promise.
My promise? I didn't mean to promise. Look here, you're as bad as he is. You've taken advantage of me through the better side of my nature. What about my horse?
It is part of the bargain that you were to have your horse and pistols back.
Honour bright?
Honour bright.
She offers her hand. Lieutenant, taking it and holding it.
All right. I'll be as gentle as a lamb with him. His sister's a very pretty woman.
He attempts to kiss her. Lady is slipping away from him.
Oh, Lieutenant, you forget. Your career is at stake. The destiny of Europe, of humanity.
Oh, bother the destiny of humanity.
Making for her.
Only a kiss.
Lady retreating round the table.
Not until you have regained your honour as an officer. Remember, you have not captured my brother yet.
You'll tell me where he is, won't you?
I have only to send him a certain signal, and he will be here in 1/4 of an hour.
He's not far off, then?
No, quite close. Wait here for him. When he gets my message, he will come here at once and surrender himself to you. You understand?
Well, it's a little complicated, but I dare say it will be all right.
And now, whilst you're waiting, don't you think you had better make terms with the general?
Oh, look here, this is getting frightfully complicated. What terms?
Make him promise that if you catch my brother, he will consider that you have cleared your character as a soldier. He will promise anything you ask on that condition.
That's not a bad idea. Thank you. I think I'll try it.
Do. And mind, above all things, don't let him see how clever you are.
I understand. He'd be jealous.
Don't tell him anything, except that you are resolved to capture my brother or perish in the attempt. He won't believe you. Then you will produce my brother
and have to laugh at him. I say, what a clever little woman you are. Giuseppe!
Shh! Not a word to Giuseppe about me.
She puts her finger on her lips. He does the same. They look at one another warningly. Then, with a ravishing smile, she changes the gesture into wafting him a kiss and runs out through the inner door. Electrified, he bursts into a volley of chuckles. Giuseppe comes back by the outer door.
The horse is ready, Lieutenant.
I'm not going just yet. Go and find the General, and tell him I want to speak to him.
Giuseppe, shaking his head.
That will never do, Lieutenant.
Why not?
In this wicked world, a general may send for a lieutenant, but a lieutenant must not send for a general.
Oh, you think he wouldn't like it? Well, perhaps you're right. One has to be awfully particular about that sort of thing now we've got a republic.
Napoleon reappears, advancing from the vineyard, buttoning the breast of his coat, pale and full of gnawing thoughts.
Quite true, Lieutenant, quite true. You are all like innkeepers now in France. You have to be polite to everybody.
Napoleon putting his hand on Giuseppe's shoulder.
And that destroys the whole value of politeness, eh?
The very man I wanted. See here, General. Suppose I catch that fellow for you.
You will not catch him, my friend.
Aha! You think so? But we'll see. Just wait. Only, if I do catch him and hand him over to you, will you cry quits? Will you drop all this about degrading me in the presence of my regiment? Not that I mind, you know, but still no regiment likes to have all the other regiments laughing at it.
What shall we do with this officer, Giuseppe? Everything he says is wrong.
Make him a general, Excellency, and then everything he says will be all right.
Ha!
He throws himself ecstatically on the couch to enjoy the joke, Napoleon laughing and pinching Giuseppe's ear.
You are thrown away in this inn, Giuseppe.
He sits down and places Giuseppe before him like a schoolmaster with a pupil.
Shall I take you away with me and make a man of you?
Giuseppe shaking his head rapidly and repeatedly.
No, thank you, General. All my life people have wanted to make a man of me. When I was a boy, our good priest wanted to make a man of me by teaching me to read and write. Then the organist at Melegnano wanted to make a man of me by teaching me to read music. The recruiting sergeant would have made a man of me if I had been a few inches taller. But it has always meant making me work, and I am too lazy for that, thank heaven. So I taught myself to cook and become an innkeeper, and now I keep servants to do the work, and have nothing to do myself except talk, which suits me perfectly.
You are satisfied?
Quite, Excellency.
And you have no devouring devil inside you who must be fed with action and victory, gorged with them night and day, who makes you pay with the sweat of your brain and body weeks of Herculean toil for 10 minutes of enjoyment, who is at once your slave and your tyrant, your genius and your doom, who brings you a crown in one hand and the oar of a galley slave in the other, who shows you all the kingdoms of the earth and offers to make you their master on condition that you become their servant? Have you nothing of that in you?
Nothing of it? Oh, I assure you, Excellency, my devouring devil is far worse than that. He offers me no crowns and kingdoms. He expects to get everything for nothing. Sausages, omelettes, grapes, cheese, polenta, wine, 3 times a day, Excellency. Nothing less will content him.
Come, drop it, Giuseppe. You're making me feel hungry again.
Giuseppe, with an apologetic shrug, retires from the conversation and busies himself at the table, dusting it, setting them up straight, and replacing Napoleon's chair, which the lady has pushed back. Napoleon, turning to the lieutenant with sardonic ceremony.
I hope I have not been making you feel ambitious.
Not at all. I don't fly so high. Besides, I'm better as I am. Men like me are wanted in the army just now. The fact is, the revolution was all very well for civilians, but it won't work in the army. You know what soldiers are, General. They will have men of family for their officers. A subaltern must be a gentleman, because he's so much in contact with the men. But a general, or even a colonel, may be any sort of riffraff if he understands the shop well enough. A lieutenant is a gentleman. All the rest is chance. Why, who do you suppose won the Battle of Lodi? I'll tell you. My horse did.
Napoleon rising.
Your folly is carrying you too far, sir. Take care.
Not a bit of it. You remember all that red-hot cannonade across the river? The Austrians blazing away at you to keep you from crossing, and you blazing away at them to keep them from setting the bridge on fire? Did you notice where I was then?
I am sorry. I am afraid I was rather occupied at the moment.
They say you jumped off your horse and worked the big guns with your own hands, General.
That was a mistake. Rolf should never let himself down to the level of his men.
Napoleon looks at him dangerously and begins to walk tigerously to and fro.
But you might have been firing away at the Austrians still, if we cavalry fellows hadn't found the ford and got across and turned old Bouloo's flanks for you. You know you daren't have given the order to charge the bridge if you hadn't seen us on the other side. Consequently, I say that whoever found that ford won the Battle of Lodi. Well, who found it? I was the first man to cross, and I know it was my horse that found it.
With conviction, as he rises from the couch.
That horse is the true conqueror of the Austrians.
You idiot. I'll have you shot for losing those dispatches. I'll have you blown from the mouth of a cannon. Nothing less could make any impression on you. Do you hear? Do you understand?
A French officer enters unobserved, carrying his sheathed sabre in his hand.
If I don't capture him, General, remember the if.
If. Ass, there is no such man.
The officer, suddenly stepping between them and speaking in the unmistakable voice of the strange lady.
Lieutenant, I am your prisoner.
She offers him her sabre. They are amazed. Napoleon gazes at her for a moment thunderstruck, then seizes her by the wrist and drags her roughly to him, looking closely and fiercely at her to satisfy himself as to her identity. For it now begins to darken rapidly into night, the red glow over the vineyard giving way to clear starlight.
Pah!
He flings her hand away with an exclamation of disgust, and turns his back on her with his hand on his breast and his brow lowering. Lieutenant triumphantly taking the sabre.
No such a man, eh, General?
To the lady.
I say, where's my horse?
Safe at Borghetto, waiting for you, Lieutenant.
Napoleon turning on them.
Where are the dispatches?
You would never guess. They are in the most unlikely place in the world. Did you meet my sister here, any of you?
Yes, very nice woman. She's wonderfully like you, but of course she's better looking.
Well, do you know that she is a witch?
Giuseppe running down to them in terror, crossing himself.
Oh, no, it is not safe to jest about such things. I cannot have it in my house, Excellency.
Yes, drop it. You're my prisoner, you know. Of course, I don't believe in any such rubbish, but still, it's not a proper subject for joking.
But this is very serious. My sister has bewitched the General.
Giuseppe and the lieutenant recoil from Napoleon.
General, open your coat. You will find the dispatches in the breast of it.
She puts her hand quickly on his breast.
Yes, there they are. I can feel them, eh?
She looks up into his face half coaxingly, half mockingly.
Will you allow me, General?
She takes a button as if to unbutton his coat and pauses for permission.
If you dare.
Thank you.
She opens his coat and takes out the dispatches.
There.
To Giuseppe, showing him the dispatches.
See.
Giuseppe, flying to the outer door.
No, in heaven's name, they're bewitched.
Lady, turning to the lieutenant.
Here, Lieutenant, you're not afraid of them.
Lieutenant, retreating.
Keep off.
Seizing the hilt of the sabre.
Keep off, I tell you.
Lady, to Napoleon.
They belong to you, General. Take them.
Don't touch them, Excellency. Have nothing to do with them.
Be careful, General. Be careful.
Burn them, and burn the witch too.
Lady, to Napoleon.
Shall I burn them?
Yes, burn them. Giuseppe, go and fetch a light.
Do you mean go alone? In the dark? With a witch in the house?
Ah, you're a poltroon.
To the lieutenant.
Oblige me by going, Lieutenant.
Oh, I say, General. No, look here. You know, nobody can say I'm a coward after Lodi, but to ask me to go into the dark by myself without a candle after such an awful conversation is a little too much. How would you like to do it yourself?
You refuse to obey my order?
Yes, I do. It's not reasonable. But I'll tell you what I'll do. If Giuseppe goes, I'll go with him and protect him.
Napoleon to Giuseppe.
There. Will that satisfy you? Be off, both of you.
Willingly, Your Excellency.
He goes reluctantly towards the inner door.
Heaven protect me.
To the lieutenant.
After you, Lieutenant.
You'd better go first. I don't know the way.
You can't miss it. Besides,
Laying his hand on his sleeve.
I am only a poor innkeeper, and you are a man of family.
There's something in that. Here, you needn't be in such a fright. Take my arm.
Giuseppe does so.
That's the way.
They go out arm in arm. It is now starry night. The lady throws the packet on the table and sits herself at her ease on the couch, enjoying the sensation of freedom from petticoats.
Well, General, I've beaten you.
Napoleon walking about.
You have been guilty of indelicacy, of unwomanliness. Do you consider that costume a proper one to wear?
It seems to me much the same as yours.
Pah, I blush for you.
Yes, soldiers blush so easily.
He growls and turns away. She looks mischievously at him, balancing the dispatches in her hand.
Wouldn't you like to read these before they're burnt, General? You must be dying with curiosity. Take a peep.
She throws the packet on the table and turns her face away from it.
I won't look.
I have no curiosity whatever, madam. But since you are evidently burning to read them, I give you leave to do so.
Oh, I've read them already.
What?
I read them the first thing after I rode away on that poor lieutenant's horse. So you see, I know what's in them, and you don't.
Excuse me. I read them there in the vineyard 10 minutes ago.
Oh, General, I've not beaten you. I do admire you so.
He laughs and pats her cheek.
This time, really and truly, without shamming, I do you homage.
Kissing his hand. Napoleon quickly withdrawing it.
Bah, don't do that. No more witchcraft.
I want to say something to you, only you would misunderstand it.
Need that stop you?
Well, it is this. I adore a man who is not afraid to be mean and selfish.
I am neither mean nor selfish.
Oh, you don't appreciate yourself. Besides, I don't really mean meanness and selfishness.
Thank you. I thought perhaps you did.
Well, of course I do. But what I mean is a certain strong simplicity about you.
That's better.
You didn't want to read the letters, but you were curious about what was in them. So you went into the garden and read them when no one was looking, and then came back and pretended you hadn't. That's the meanest thing I ever knew any man do. But it exactly fulfilled your purpose, and you weren't a bit afraid or ashamed to do it.
Where did you pick up all these vulgar scruples? This conscience of yours? I took you for a lady, an aristocrat. Was your grandfather a shopkeeper, pray?
No, he was an Englishman.
That accounts for it. The English are a nation of shopkeepers. Now I understand why you've beaten me.
Oh, I haven't beaten you, and I'm not English.
Oh, yes, you are. English to the backbone. Listen to me. I will explain the English to you.
Do.
With a lively air of anticipating an intellectual treat, she sits down on the couch and composes herself to listen to him. Secure of his audience, he at once nerves himself for a performance. He considers a little before he begins, so as to fix her attention by a moment of suspense. His style is at first modelled on Talma's in Corneille's Zina, but is somewhat lost in the darkness, and Talma presently gives way to Napoleon, the voice coming through the gloom with startling intensity.
There are 3 sorts of people in the world: the low people, the middle people, and the high people. The low people and the high people are alike in one thing: they have no scruples, no morality. The low are beneath morality, the high above it. I am not afraid of either of them, for the low are unscrupulous without knowledge, so that they make an idol of me, whilst the high are unscrupulous without purpose, so that they go down before my will. Look you, I shall go over all the mobs in all the courts of Europe as a plough goes over a field. It is the middle people who are dangerous. They have both knowledge and purpose, but they, too, have their weak point. They are full of scruples, chained hand and foot by their morality and respectability.
Then you will beat the English, for all shopkeepers are middle people.
No, because the English are a race apart. No Englishman is too low to have scruples. No Englishman is high enough to be free from their tyranny. But every Englishman is born with a certain miraculous power that makes him master of the world. When he wants a thing, he never tells himself that he wants it. He waits patiently until there comes into his mind, no one knows how, a burning conviction that it is his moral and religious duty to conquer those who have got the thing he wants. Then he becomes irresistible. Like the aristocrat, he does what pleases him and grabs what he wants. Like the shopkeeper, he pursues his purpose with the industry and steadfastness that come from strong religious conviction and deep sense of moral responsibility. He is never at a loss for an effective moral attitude. As the great champion of freedom and national independence, he conquers and annexes half the world, and calls it colonization. When he wants a new market for his adulterated Manchester goods, he sends a missionary to teach the natives the gospel of peace. The natives kill the missionary. He flies to arms in defense of Christianity, fights for it, conquers for it, and takes the market as a reward from heaven. In defense of his island shores, he puts a chaplain on board his ship, nails a flag with a cross on it to his topgallant mast, and sails to the ends of the earth, sinking, burning, and destroying all who dispute the empire of the seas with him. He boasts that a slave is free the moment his foot touches British soil, and he sells the children of his poor at 6 years of age to work under the lash in his factories for 16 hours a day. He makes 2 revolutions, and then declares war on our one in the name of law and order. There is nothing so bad or so good that you will not find Englishmen doing it, but you will never find an Englishman in the wrong. He does everything on principle. He fights you on patriotic principles. He robs you on business principles. He enslaves you on imperial principles. He bullies you on manly principles. He supports his king on loyal principles and cuts off his king's head on republican principles. His watchword is always duty, and he never forgets that the nation which lets its duty get the opposite side of its interest is lost.
Oh, do stop a moment. I want to know how you make me out to be English at this rate.
It's plain enough. You wanted some letters that belonged to me. You have spent the morning in stealing them. Yes, stealing them by highway robbery. And you have spent the afternoon in putting me in the wrong about them, in assuming that it was I who wanted to steal your letters, in explaining that it all came about through my meanness and selfishness, and your goodness, your devotion, your self-sacrifice. That's English.
Nonsense. I am sure I am not a bit English. The English are a very stupid people.
Yes, too stupid sometimes to know when they're beaten. But I grant that your brains are not English. You see, though your grandfather was an Englishman, your grandmother was, what, a French woman?
Oh, no, an Irish woman.
Irish? Yes, I forgot the Irish. An English army led by an Irish general. That might be a match for a French army led by an Italian general. At all events, you have beaten me, and what beats a man first will beat him last.
He goes meditatively into the moonlight vineyard and looks up. She steals out after him. She ventures to rest her hand on his shoulder, overcome by the beauty of the night and emboldened by its obscurity.
What are you looking at?
Napoleon, pointing up.
My star.
You believe in that?
I do.
They look at it for a moment, she leaning a little on his shoulder.
Do you know that the English say that a man's star is not complete without a woman's garter?
Napoleon, scandalized, abruptly shaking her off and coming back into the room.
Bah! The hypocrites! If the French said that, how they would hold up their hands in pious horror.
He goes to the inner door and holds it open, shouting,
"Hello, Giuseppe! Where's that light, man?"
He comes between the table and the sideboard, and moves the chair to the table beside his own.
We have still to burn the letter.
He takes up the packet. Giuseppe comes back, pale and still trembling, carrying a branched candlestick with a couple of candles alight in one hand and a broad snuffer's tray in the other. Giuseppe, piteously, as he places the light on the table.
Excellency, what were you looking up at just now? Out there.
He points across his shoulder to the vineyard, but is afraid to look around. Napoleon, unfolding the packet.
What is that to you?
Because the witch is gone, vanished, and no one saw her go out.
Lady, coming behind him from the vineyard.
We were watching her riding up to the moon on your broomstick, Giuseppe. You will never see her again.
Jesu Maria!
He crosses himself and hurries out. Napoleon, throwing down the letters in a heap on the table.
Now.
He sits down at the table in the chair which he has just placed.
Yes, but you know, you have the letter in your pocket.
He smiles, takes a letter from his pocket, and tosses it on the top of the heap. She holds it up and looks at him, saying,
About Caesar's wife.
Caesar's wife is above suspicion. Burn it.
Lady, taking up the snuffers and holding the letter to the candle flame with it.
I wonder, would Caesar's wife be above suspicion if she saw us here together?
Napoleon, echoing her, with his elbows on the table and his cheeks on his hands, looking at the letter.
I wonder.
The strange lady puts the letter down a light on the snuffer's tray and sits down beside Napoleon in the same attitude, elbows on table, cheek on hands, watching it burn. When it is burned, they simultaneously turn their eyes and look at one another. The curtain steals down and hides them. End of The Man of Destiny by George Bernard Shaw.
Play 8 of One Act Play Collection number 19. The Free Selector by Rolf Boldrewood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
The Honourable Rufus Polyblock, member of Upper House, an immensely rich squatter. Read by Greg Giordano.
Mr. Gators, Mr. Polyblock's overseer, imperfectly educated. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Miss Dulcie Polyblock, Polyblock's daughter. Miss Alice Merton, a friend of Dulcie. And maid, read by Kat Sadler.
Mr. Cecil Egremont, a young farmer, read by Thomas Peter.
Narrator, read by Algie Pug. End of Dramatis Personae. Act 1. Enter the Honourable Rufus Polyblock, member of the Upper House, an immensely rich squatter, and his overseer, Mr. Gators, who is rather imperfectly educated.
Well, Gators, how's everything getting on? I mean the sheep, of course. Splendid season, ain't it? Grand lambing. Tremendous heavy clip, eh? Why, you look dubersome.
Mark 92% of lambs all round. The clip will be heavier than it was last year. That means money off 150,000 sheep, but...
Sheep, right. Lambs too. Shearing all to the good. Why, what can be wrong?
Mr. Polyblock walks up and down.
Must be them infernal, undermining free selectors. Rot 'em, if they ain't worse than blackfellows or dingoes. and you can't shoot 'em or poison 'em legally. Not yet, that is. Not yet.
You've about hit it, sir. I'd hardly the face to tell you one of 'em's taking up the main camp opposite the big waterhole. A half section, too.
What? Our main camp? Good gad! Why, the country's going to destruction. The best water hole on the creek, too. Why, I thought that had been secured. Wasn't Sam Appinson to take it up last Thursday?
Yes, sir, certainly, sir. But his mother went and died the day afore, and he had to go down to the country. Didn't think it would matter for a week. When this young chap pops in all of a sudden like and collars it. It's turned out quite contrary, ain't it, sir?
Contrary? It's ruination. That's what it is. It'll play hell and Tommy with the sheep in the Ban paddock. What's to keep him off his pre-lease? And he can pound him any day he likes. He'll do me thousands of pounds worth of harm with his beggarly half-section. Have to buy him out and give him 2 prices. The old story.
I hardly think he'll agree to that, sir. I heard him yesterday say, says he, I'm a-goin' to settle down for good and make a home in this wilderness. This here land is so fertile, says he.
Wilderness, indeed. On a flat like that? Fertile. What's that? Good corn land? Damn his impudence. What's it to him, I'd like to know? Is he going to cultivate for a living in a dry country? Bah! I've seen them kind of coves afore. I gave him 2 years to lose everything to his shirt. What sort of a chap is he, Gators?
Well, a civil-spoken young man enough, sir. Talks very nice and seems to know himself. I should take him to be a gentleman.
A gentleman? Bosh! How the devil can he be a gentleman? And a free selector, eh? A feller that robs people of their land. He's next door to a cattle duffer. He turned bushranger, only he ain't got pluck enough.
Very true, sir, certainly, sir. But he says it's not agin the law.
The law? Hang the law! What's that got to do with it? A parcel of fellers that never owned a run or a foot of ground get into this lower house and makes laws to bind people that could buy 'em out over and over again. Do you call that honest? I call it daylight robbery. And I'm not a-goin' to keep laws made that way if I can find a way to drive through 'em. Yes, through 'em, with a coach and 4.
Yes, sir, but what are we to do? He'll have his 960 acres of pre-lease, and our sheep can't be kept off it nohow.
Put a man on to free select right agin his frontage. Take up 2 flocks and shepherd all around him. I'll feed him out. I'll make him keep to his blasted half-section. Curse him! I'll ruin him. Damn! I'll have him in jail afore I've done with him.
Enter Miss Dulcie Pollyblock, in her riding habit, with a friend, Miss Alice Merton.
Why, Dad, what's all this about? Who's to be hanged, drawn, and quartered? Whatever that means. We used to have it in our history lesson. Oh, I want to tell you something. Whom do you think we met?
Don't know, I'm sure. Was it Lord Arthur Howard or young Goldsmith? I know they came up to Deem the other day.
Well, he was such a handsome young man, Father, and so polite and gentlemanlike. Alice's horse shied at a hawker's cart, and Sultan, like an old goose, began to rear. Alice dropped her whip, so he picked it up and gave it to her with such a bow. He said he was coming to be a neighbor of ours, so perhaps it was Lord Arthur. Oh, I nearly forgot. He gave me a card and said he hoped he might be permitted to call. Here it is.
Likely it was his lordship, or one of them swells that I heard were coming up to learn experience at Deem. Old McLaren's a regular brick for hospitality. Well, I'll ask him over, Dulcie. He won't see a prettier girl anywheres. nor a better one, though I say it. We must have him over to dinner on Sunday. What did you say his name was?
Dulcie reads from the card.
Mr. Cecil Egremont. Isn't it a pretty one?
Egremont. Egremont, eh? Hand me over that paper there. It's a copy of a application. Why, confound and smother all land-stealing villains if that ain't the very man that's took up my main camp. He a gentleman? He's an impostor, a swindler. He's trying to rob your poor old father. He's a free selector.
A free selector? Oh!
The girls scream loudly and run out of the room. End of first act. Act 2. Scene 1. Enter Mr. Cecil Egremont, dressed in a blue Crimean shirt, moleskin trousers, knee boots, and a straw hat.
And so I'm farming in Australia. A thing I've longed for all my days. Such a free, independent, pleasant life. No one to bother you. No one to interfere with you. Such a splendid large piece of land I've secured too. 320 acres, with 3 times as much for grazing. Grazing right, that's the expression. A pre-lease, ha!
He looks in his book.
I believe my fortune's made. Who's this? Some neighbour, probably.
Enter Gators.
Good day, sir. Very glad to see you.
It's more than I am to see you here. Do you know where you are?
On the crown lands of Her Majesty the Queen of England in the first place, and on the farm conditionally purchased.
He refers to the land regulations.
By Cecil Egremont, gentleman farmer, late of Bideford, Devon.
What's the good of all this rubbish? You're on our main camp.
Camp? Camp? I see no traces of an encampment. In what historical period, may I ask?
Can't you see this?
Gators kicks the bone aside.
It's our cattle camp. I don't mean a soldier's camp or any of that rot. It's been the Honourable Rufus Pollyblock's Bunderbar run this 20 year and more.
Has this land been sold before? Then that land agent has deceived me. And yet he looked respectable. I paid him £80 deposit. Have his receipt.
I don't mean sold exactly. Not but that Mr. Pollyblock would have bought it fast enough if government had let him. But we had a lease on it and always had stock running on it.
Oh, a lease. For a special object, I presume. Or perhaps a pastoral lease?
Egremont consults the book.
Perhaps it was a run. Oh, I have it here. Page 38. But surely that gives you no legal right to hold it against the bona fide condition of purchase, sir.
Well, I expect we've no legal claim if it comes to that. But no gentleman in this country goes to select on another gentleman's run. It ain't the thing, you know.
Oh, it ain't the thing. Something like poaching or shooting without a licence. But how was I to know? The law says 25 Victoria, number 1, section 13.
Egremont opens a copy of the Crown Lands Alienation Act.
On and from the first day of January 1862.
Oh, hang the law. The Act's all very well for them as knows no better, or as wants to take advantage like of a squatter, but it ain't the square deal if you mean to act honest. What I call between man and man. Good morning, sir.
Exit Gators.
What an extraordinary country! When I quarrelled with my uncle, who wanted me to go into the church, and came out to Australia to carve out a fortune in a new world where land was plentiful and caste unknown, I never expected to meet with class distinctions. Instead of being able to live my own life in peace, I am met with obstacles at every turn. I might as well have remained in North Devon, for all I can see. Well, Courage. I'll go and finish my work, and cut this splendid log into lengths for fencing slabs.
He begins to chop the log. Dulcie appears in the distance.
Why, here comes the young lady whose horse was frightened yesterday. How handsome she is, and such a figure, too. What a soft voice she had. I had no idea the girls out here were anything like this.
He goes on chopping. His dogs rush out.
Down, Ponto! Down, Clumber! Come to heel!
He throws down the axe and calls off the dogs.
Pray don't be frightened. I haven't the pleasure of knowing your name. I hope you have quite recovered yesterday's accident.
I am not in the least frightened, thank you. What beautiful dogs! I am sure they are too well bred to hurt a lady. Oh, my name. My name is Dulcie Polyblock. I feel much obliged by your kindness last evening.
Aside.
Polyblock. Polyblock. Why, that's the name of the owner of the station, the overseer told me. Probably a nice person. I'll go and explain matters to him.
Egremont addresses Dulcie.
Really, I am delighted to have been of the slightest service. I hope, as I am settled in this part of the world, that I may have the privilege of meeting you occasionally.
I don't know. I can't say, just at present, but...
Aside.
How distinguished-looking he is. But what queer clothes.
Does your father, Mr. Polyblock...
Aside.
Droll name, but that doesn't matter. Live in this neighbourhood?
Live here? Why, he owns the run you're on. Our home station, Bundaba, is about 5 miles off.
Oh, indeed. What a long way. I had thought we might be near neighbours. I had intended to call and inquire if you had quite recovered from your fright.
I wasn't frightened. Pray, don't suppose that. But I might have been hurt if you had not come up. Are you going to stay here long?
Till I make a fortune.
Aside.
Oh.
I have resolved to turn this waste into a productive farm. It will be the work of years.
I should think it would.
Aside.
Waste, indeed. It's the best part of Bundaba Run.
So I was quite right to purchase it from the Crown.
Oh no, quite wrong. It's never done except by low sort of people.
Indeed. Then perhaps I'm mistaken about the law. Just oblige me by looking at this section of the Land Act.
He hands the book to her. She stoops from her horse. Their heads come close together. She reads.
Section 13. Crown lands other than town lands, etc. Well, it really seems as if you had the right to do it. Or anybody else. But Father's in the upper house and all that. He says it's a perfect robbery to free select on his run. It's very confusing, don't you think? But I must say goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Polyblock.
He shakes her hand warmly.
You have really comforted me very much. If you have time to explain this act to me, I really think I should get over all my difficulties. As it is, I despair.
Aside.
Poor fellow. It's very hard for him. And how white his hands are. Such expressive eyes, too. I oughtn't have come, I know, but still, I might bring about an understanding between him and Father. Well, perhaps I might be riding this way on Saturday, near that waterhole where the willows are. Goodbye. Now then, you naughty Sultan.
Dulcie canters off. Egremont sits down on the log.
She is gone, disappeared like a beautiful dream. What a kind face it is, too, anxious to be friendly, and yet with maidenly diffidence, doubting the propriety. Polyblock, Dulcie, a sweet name. Dulcie, Dulcedum. Shall I ever have a home in this wilderness? So she's the daughter of this old party who owns the run. The run! What an idea! This elderly fossil in aboriginal times fed its flocks and herds here. He doesn't know the difference between lease and freehold, evidently. What ignorant people these Australians are. But the daughter, how could she have acquired that air of fierté, that aplomb, that intonation? I must consider my course.
He puts his head between his hands and seems lost in thought for some minutes.
I have resolved.
He rises and walks about proudly erect.
I will visit the old gentleman in his own house. I will convince him of his error. I will argue the point with him. I will show him this Act of Parliament, these regulations.
He slaps the book.
I will appeal to him as an Englishman bound to respect the law. We shall then be on good terms. Perhaps I may even catch a sight of her. But I must finish.
He recommences chopping, sees a horseman approaching, and sits down on the log. Gators rides up.
Good day, Mr. What's-his-name. So you've sat down here permanent, it seems.
My name is Egremont, if you will please to remember. Yours, I believe, to be Gators. I don't quite follow you about sitting down.
Egremont rises.
I get up occasionally, I assure you, but I've settled here permanently as far as that goes.
Oh, yes, certainly, of course. We know all that, heard it afore. But perhaps you'll hear reason. They mostly does. I'm here to make you an offer. So much on your bargain.
I don't quite understand.
Well...
Gators sits down.
Let's argue it out between man and man.
I'm ready. Which section do you refer to?
Egremont takes up the copy of the Act.
Oh, blow the Act. What's it got to do with it?
Egremont makes a gesture of surprise.
See here. Of course you're here to make money?
Honestly? Legally? Certainly I am.
Dash the honesty. The legal part's all right, of course. Else it wouldn't wash, you know. Now you know, this being our main camp, it ain't the good you can do yourself, but the harm you can do him, the boss, the Honourable Rufus. That's what you're looking at, naturally.
Can't understand you.
Perhaps you'll understand this.
Gators takes out a cheque.
Mr. Polyblock says, Gators, says he, we've not been half sharp this time. Here's this land ought to have been secured, but the young chap's been and got the pool, and we can't afford to lose our main camp. Of course he'll go pounding our stock night and day, so you take him this £500, 500, and give it to him on conditions that he does the residence for 12 months and then conveys the selection over to me, all legal and shipshape, says he. And here it is.
He hands the cheque to Egremont.
Aha! I expect you understand me now.
Egremont rises slowly.
I believe I do.
Gators rises quickly.
Just you sign this, then.
Confound your cheque, sir. Take it back, and with it my scorn and contempt, which you can present to your master, telling him from me at the same time that you are a pair of scoundrels.
Scoundrels? What do you mean? Are you off your chump? A free selector to call the Honourable Mr. Polyblock of Bundabar and his super a pair of scoundrels? Take care what you're about, young man. A camp's a public place or close up. Words calculated to cause a breach of the peace.
Yes, scoundrels. First of all, to insult a gentleman by treating him as a rascally blackmailer. Secondly, by offering an honest man money to break the law of the land, to violate every principle of honour and integrity. And now, if you don't quit my land at once, I'll kick you from here into the brook.
Gators hastily mounts his horse.
You take care what you're about, young man. Two can play at that game.
Aside.
Most extraordinary chap. Rummest free selector I ever seen.
Act 2, Scene 2. Later, Bundabar House. The Honourable Mr. Pollyblock, in his morning room, is pacing up and down, disturbed in mind. Enter Gators.
Well, what is it? He's got the money, of course. I'm always had, seems to me. Do you want any more checks? If you'd been half sharp enough, he'd never have been there.
You won't want no more checks unless you're drove to dummying all round him.
Dummy, sir? Damn! What do you mean by that expression? Are you aware that I'm a member of the upper house, Mr. Gators?
Beg pardon, sir. I meant perhaps other parties might desire to select on his pre-lease and might want a bit of assistance, like.
That's another matter. I'll always make a point of advancing money to the struggling free selector, as long as I get a proper mortgage on the land. Bonus all around sees to that. But about this young chap?
He won't take the cheque. All but threw it at me.
Won't take the cheque? And won't go out?
Not he. Wouldn't hear of it. Called you and... well, his language was awful.
What did he call me? Me?
Said we was a damn pair of scoundrels, and he kicked me off his ground.
This is what the country's a-comin' to. What with universal suffrage, bushranging, and free selection, as is land robbery by Act of Parliament. Poor old Australia ain't a country for a gentleman to live in. Are you sure he called me, the Honourable Rufus Pollyblock, a scoundrel? Or was it only you?
Both of us, sure as I'm alive. Take this to your master, says he, with my scorn and contempt. He talked like a chap I see at that circus last shearing. He looked grand, I tell you, sir.
He won't look so grand when I've done with him. He's got no stock yet.
Not so much as a horse. He's building his cottage at present, he says. Ha ha!
Wait till he gets his stock on, that's all. And you watch him. Watch him night and day. If he puts a foot on my ground, pull him for trespass. If he touches a head of stock, have him up for stealing 'em. It's what he's laying himself out for, of course. And we may as well fit him first as last.
Exit Gators. End of second act. Act 3, Scene 1. Mr. Egremont is discovered nailing up slabs in order to complete his dwelling.
Well, this is a most enjoyable life. That is, it will be enjoyable when I have completed my cottage.
He hits his finger with the hammer and examines the same.
But at present I seem rather hurried. I've had to help the ploughman in order to get the crop in. I have quite 10 acres of wheat nicely sown and harrowed. I intend to plant potatoes after the cottage is set up, and I must manage to have some turnips. They're always useful for the stock. A good deal of money seems to be going out. It is equally certain that none is coming in. No man can have worked harder, either in an old or new country. But the worst of it is...
He sits down on a round post and considers.
I am not fully convinced that I am working to the best purpose. I may be doing all this for nothing. Miss Pollyblock. Somehow I'm always thinking of that girl. Implied as much the last time I saw her. By all the saints and angels, here she comes. How gloriously handsome she always looks, and how well her habit becomes her. Strange what a gulf there seems to be between us.
Enter Dulcie.
So you're working away as usual, Mr. Egremont? You certainly are a pattern young man. How hot it must make you this terrible weather.
I thought everybody worked hard in this country.
That's a popular error, as you'll find out by and by. They work in some ways, but not usually with their hands, except when pioneering or exploring.
Well, am I not pioneering?
Dulcie bursts out laughing.
What? Upon 320 acres of land? Excuse my rudeness in laughing.
We think it is a decent-sized piece of land in England.
Oh, do you really? I beg your pardon, but Father did all the pioneering work here years and years ago. Fought the blacks when he took up the country and was speared by them when I was a little girl. So there isn't much pioneering left for you to do, is there?
I wish there was.
Oh, do you? Then why don't you go outside?
Outside? Outside? Where's that? I thought I was pretty well outside here. I haven't slept under a roof these 2 months.
Dulcie laughs again.
Oh, indeed. I didn't mean that. Of course you're outside now. I wish you were not. I'm afraid you'll get a dreadful cold. The weather is so changeable, but I mean real outside country. Beyond the settled districts. In Queensland, Western Australia, Kimberley. Anywhere.
But how far off is that?
Oh, a couple of 1,000 miles, but it doesn't matter how far it is. It's the way to make money, and position, and a name. Here, no one can do anything but potter about, live miserably, and vegetate.
But I thought everybody farmed in Australia.
Farmed? Farmed? Why, nobody does. No gentleman farms, I assure you. But English people never seem to understand things for the first year or two.
Oh, then I should only begin to understand the country in another year. At present I am supposed to be blissfully ignorant of the real meaning of matters colonial. I may have all my work to undo. Is that what you think?
Well, very nearly. It's rude, of course, to say so, but you'd rather be told the truth, wouldn't you?
Egremont bows.
I've heard young Englishmen say over and over again that if they'd done nothing for the first 2 years, they would have learned a great deal and saved all their money.
But surely there is nothing so hard to understand about the country after all. Anyone can see the sense of these regulations, for instance.
He produces the book, Land Act Amendment.
Oh, don't show me that horrid book. It's about free selection and all that, and Dad says it's done no end of harm. Oh, I wish I could advise you properly.
If you only would undertake the task.
He takes her hand and gazes at her tenderly.
Oh, really, I have no time now. I shall be late for lunch as it is. Good morning.
Act 3, Scene 2. Mr. Pollyblock's drawing room. Mr. Pollyblock looks at the wrong card.
Mr. Stanley, Hubert Stanley. Oh, one of the swells that came up with the governor. Show him in.
Enter Mr. Egremont, neatly and cleanly attired in bush fashion, Crimean shirt, moleskin trousers, and no coat.
Hello. Who the devil are you? Oh, I see. Swell out of luck. Wants employment, or else, perhaps, I wouldn't mind advancing £20 till your remittance came out. Is that the game?
No, sir. I am perfectly able to pay my way, and trust to be so for the future. We have not met before, but no doubt you will know who I am when I tell you that my name is Cecil Egremont.
Egremont. Egremont. We've not met afore, as you say. But by George, I'll meet you some day. You're the chap as took up my main camp. Then what the devil do you want at my private house, eh? Mind, I won't sell you a pound of beef or mutton either, if you want it ever so bad. I ain't to be had that way.
You're over hasty in your conclusions, sir. I have no pressing need for butcher's meat, but you are right in surmising that I do want something from you, something of value also.
Good gad.
Aside.
What can he want? Don't want money, nor beef? Perhaps 'tis wheat or taters. Never knew a free selector yet that didn't want one of 'em. What is it, man? Speak out.
The fact is, Mr. Polyblock, your daughter. That is, I have long cherished an admiration.
Admiration be hanged. You said my daughter. My daughter. God bless my soul and body. You don't mean to say she'd ever say a word to the likes of you?
I fear, sir, that without the least intention of gaining her affections clandestinely, I have been so imprudent as to receive counsel respecting my course of action in a strange land, which Miss Polyblock was too generous to refuse. This harmless intercourse has ripened into intimacy, into, I may boldly say, mutual affection. As a man of honour, I feel it my duty to acquaint you with the fact, and to respectfully demand her hand.
Stop! Not another word. Man of honour. Ha ha! How the devil can a free selector be a man of honour? So you think my daughter, as has been educated equal to the first lady in the land, is to go into a hut and...
Mr. Polyblock breaks into an uncontrollable rage.
You, robber, murderer, free selector, leave this room, get off my place, or I'll set the dogs on ye.
He advances threateningly. Egremont slowly recedes.
I can afford to smile at your vehemence, to laugh at your threats. There are reasons which prevent me from resenting your ignorant, ungentlemanly conduct.
Mr. Polyblock adopts a boxing attitude.
Come on, if that's what you want. Put up your hands. I may be a member of the upper house, and not so young as I was, but I can take the conceit out of a chap like you yet.
He advances with his hands up. Dulcie comes from behind and pulls Polyblock by the coat tail.
Oh, Father, don't touch him!
Let me go, girl.
Oh, Cecil! Why don't you go away?
She throws her arm round Mr. Polyblock and drags him back. Egremont slowly retreats. Mr. Polyblock struggles against Dulcie's grip and continues to menace Egremont. Curtain falls. End of third act. Act 4, Scene 1. About a year afterwards. Mr. Polyblock is in his library with Mr. Gators. Mr. Polyblock walks up and down.
Well, I feel regularly stumped and dried out. Haven't felt so bad since the '68 drought. I don't know what's coming over the country. This young colonial experiencer stands up agin me like a bulldog in front of a team of bullocks. My gal Dulcie, as I've spent thousands on, and where's there a gal like her, high or low, is turned that stupid and ungrateful that she's crying her eyes out. And who for? Why, a low feller with only a half-section of land to his name. Worse than a boundary rider, I call him. Damn! I'll dummy all round him. Eat him up that close that he won't have grass for a bandicoot. I'm that miserable as I could go and drown myself in that creek afore the door. Blast that infernal Land Act, and them as made it. It'll ruin the country, and every man of property in it. Well?
He turns angrily to Gators.
What do you want?
Mr. Overdew has just sent his reporter for 10,000 sheep, sir. Wants to know if you'll let him take them through the run, along the back track.
Tell him if he dares to go 1 yard off his half-mile from the main frontage road, I'll pound every hoof of his grass-stealing, hungry, loafing sheep, as is the dead image of their owner. If he does own 'em, and not the bank. Tell him that, and mind you shepherd him slap through the boundary gate.
Oh, of course, sir, certainly, sir. Anything else, sir?
Only you standin' gaping there another minute, and I'll knock yer through my study winder.
Certainly, sir. Of course, sir.
Gators exits hastily. Act 4, Scene 2. Mr. Cecil Egremont is discovered on his selection, chopping down a tree.
I am more than ever confirmed in my opinion that this is the most extraordinary, puzzling, topsy-turvy country in the whole world. I might just as well have remained in North Devon for all the good I am likely to do. I could have taken a farm there, and, well, probably have managed to pay the rent. I have bought a farm here, become a freeholder, at a most enviable position, at least in England, and now when I've got it, I don't know what to do with it. Old Pollybock's sheep eat right up to my boundary, and beyond it too. I gather there's not much to be done with 320 acres in a dry season. My wheat is prematurely yellow, my potatoes won't come up. I must fence my farm in. That'll cost, at 6 shillings a rod, let me see, how much?
He sits down on the log and begins to cipher in a pocket-book. Dulcie has ridden closely up in the meantime and is watching him. She coughs slightly.
Don't let me interrupt you, but you seem to be absorbed in thought. Is it about the value of the tree or some other abstruse calculation?
Egremont jumps up hastily.
Oh, my dearest Dulcie, neither. That is both. Really, I hardly know what I am about at present. I was working to distract my mind. I suppose it's always right to cut down a tree.
Nonsense! About the worst thing you could do. Sinful waste of time. Do you suppose Father made his money in that way? The pencil and the pocketbook look more like it. We say in Australia that a man's head ought to be good enough to save his hands. Are your birth, breeding, and education only equal to £1 a week? Because you can buy a man's work for that, all the year round.
But I thought all the early colonists worked with their hands, tended their sheep, drove bullocks and all that. The books say so.
Nonsense. The people who know don't write books. Very seldom, at least. The people who write books don't know. That's the English of it. But I came through the township and I've brought your post. Here's a letter and a newspaper.
Heaven be thanked, and my guardian angel. That's you, my dearest Dulcie. Oh, that I had you always to be near me, to protect me from the ways of this wicked Australian world.
You want someone, I do believe. I might consider over the contract, but my tender wouldn't be accepted at present. Father's going on like an old rager bullock, all by himself in the stranger's yard. But hadn't you better open your letter?
And you do take an interest in me. After this, I fear nothing. Why will you not consent to trust your future welfare to my guidance?
A likely thing? Trust a free selector? Not if I know it. Why, what would become of us? Perhaps you'd like to see me lifting the top off a camp oven, on a fire, under that black stump there, whilst you were chopping down a tree? No.
Dulcie surveys her well-fitting riding habit and her thoroughbred horse, and strokes her gloves.
I seem to like this sort of thing better. I must drag on for a while with my allowance from poor old Dad.
You are heartless, Dulcie, devoid of natural affection. You laugh at my inexperience. You sneer at my poverty. Let us part forever. Go back to your father's mansion and leave me to my fate. I feel that I shall succeed, perhaps make a fortune in the end.
Aside.
It will be a precious long time first. What a dear, noble fellow he is. I hate to bully him.
Aloud.
Come, Cecil, you mustn't be cross. I am only a poor, simple girl brought up in the bush.
Aside.
I wonder what he is, then.
Aloud.
But of course I know more about stock and land than you do. If we are not to be married, you see I love you a little, till you make enough to buy the ring out of this calf paddock of yours, we may wait till we're grey. But why don't you open the letter? It might contain something of importance.
I'm afraid not. Merely an entreaty to return from this wild country, where there are no people fit for me to associate with, where I may starve or be killed by blacks or wild beasts. That's the general tone of my letters of late. Ha! What is this?
He reads.
Your poor Uncle Humphrey died last week. He was on bad terms with our side of the house, and has not spoken to your father for 40 years, but he has left you £20,000, for which you will receive a bank draft by this mail. Of course you will come home at once. Of course. Of course. Oh! Hey, Dulcie, dear. Now I shall build a house here, plant a garden, make a lakelet, sow artificial grasses, fence and subdivide. In fact, make a paradise of these desolate bare acres. Eventually it will be highly remunerative. But when my house is completed and furnished in accordance with modern art, you will come there to be my queen and its most brilliant ornament.
Egremont looks entreatingly at her. Dulcie affects an expression of horror.
What? Improve a selection? Spend thousands of pounds on it? Build a really good house and ask me to live there? Did you ever hear of Tarban Creek?
Not that I can recall. An aboriginal name, I presume. I have caught the name of Kirban, I think. Is that a similar watercourse?
It's hardly worth explaining. A little joke of mine. But to come to business, suppose I show you a way to invest your money, to get 20% for it in a few years, at the same time to make father think you a clever rising man, an opinion which he does not hold at present, and lastly to give him cause to give his consent to our marriage. What should you say then? Would you be willing to do what I told you?
I always thought you as clever as you were beautiful, my own dearest Dulcie. Take me with all that is mine, and do what you will.
Very nice indeed, flattering. How long will it last, I wonder? Now you Lisdens do me, as our German gardener used to say, and you will hear something to your advantage. But first, promise to do what I ask. You will promise?
She looks entreatingly and archly at him.
On my honour, on the cross of my ancestor's sword, he was a crusader.
The first is enough. I'm afraid you are inclined to be a crusader too, as far as romantic enthusiasm goes. Still, it's a fault on the right side and will be cured by colonial and other experience. Firstly, you must sell this selection.
What? Sell my farm? My home? My first venture in this new world?
Stuff and nonsense! It's poor Dad's run, to begin with, and you ought never to have touched it. You wouldn't either if you knew how hard he worked for it before I was born.
How could it be his? Or if so, how did the government sell it to me?
He places his hand to his forehead.
I never shall understand the land act of this country. But don't ask me to sell my birthright.
You've promised me, and you must sell it. Of course, if you prefer living here by yourself as a hatter, for I'll never come into it, you may keep it.
Aside.
A hatter? Is that a legal term in this most perplexing act? What can she mean? However, I surrender unconditionally.
Aloud.
To whom shall I sell it?
That's a good boy, and he shall be rewarded. Go into the township and ask for the office of Mr. Bonus Allround, the lawyer. Offer it to him, and he'll give you a cheque for it. How much does it cost you? Thousands by this time, I suppose.
Really more than anyone would suppose. Firstly the deposit, 5 shillings per acre, and seed wheat, and other things.
Oh, of course, I forgot. Well, value all your improvements, loss of time, etc. You have lost plenty of time, you know, talking to me. We won't say yet whether you mightn't have done worse. But put it all down, every shilling, add your own time at £1 a week. You're not quite worth that, but he'll pass it to get the land. He'll pay you the money sharp, and all you have to do is sign a transfer.
Seems simple enough. Only turn myself out of house and home. Well, after that little step...
Go to Sydney as soon as you can. I see Bandaplane's Run is in the market, with only a few head of cattle. 2,000, I think? I've heard Father talk about the place by the hour. He thinks no end of it. Says he never saw better fattening country.
Am I to go to him?
Not yet, goose. When you're in Sydney, call upon Messrs. Drawwell and Backer. Get Bandaplanes as cheap as you can, but buy at all risks. Give them their price at last, then come back and tell Dad what you've done. He can't eat you.
He looked as if he would last time, without salt. But I will go straight to Sydney and do your bidding. Drawwell and Backer, Stock Agents, Pitt Street, Sydney. That's the address.
He makes a note in his pocket book.
You're getting quite a man of business. If you're so much improved in an hour, what will you be in a year? Really, I'm quite proud of my handiwork. And oh, one thing, dearest. Don't forget. It's most important to have your hair cut by Adger. You see it is a little long.
She touches his hair.
Thinking of your woes, I suppose? But we respect the fashions in Australia, though you mightn't think it. You'd better not be eccentric.
Egremont laughs.
Anything else, Miss Polyblock? I see the foreshadowing of an oligarchy. But it will be a benevolent despotism, I trust.
Bless me, how late is it? The sun is quite low. I shall have to ride fast. Don't you lose a moment either.
Trust me. But, 1 minute. As a reward for my unquestioning obedience, don't you think...
He comes close, as if to whisper, kisses her, and exits. End of fourth act. Act 5. Mr. Polyblock is discovered walking up and down in his library.
Well, I don't know as ever I spent a more miserable month. Dulcie don't take no interest in the things as used to amuse her. I don't know what's come to the gal. If I could see my way at all, and thought this young chap was steady and sensible, likely to get on, I might push him. But a free selector, a half-section, crawling duffer as won't have grass for a milker or credit for a bag of flour in another year? No, I couldn't think of it. It's enough to make a man turn agin his own flesh and blood.
A knocking is heard.
Who's that?
A gentleman wants to see you, sir.
Who is it? The chap as was going to buy the wee joglag store cattle, p'raps?
Enter Cecil Egremont, dressed in tweeds.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Egremont.
Aside.
How well the feller looks. Holds up his head, too. Dashed if he ain't a fine, upstanding, good-looking chap, when he's turned out decent. He looked more like a shearer when I seen him last.
Aloud.
Well, sir, what can I do for you? Sheep been trespassing, I suppose?
No, Mr. Polyblock, such is not the case, nor will it matter to me in future. I have sold my land.
Sold the selection? You don't say so. Who to? Who to, Mr. Egremont? Why didn't you come to me? If you wanted to part with it, I'd have given you anything in reason.
You must pardon me for reminding you, Mr. Polyblock, that your manner was not reassuring at our last interview.
Perhaps not. Rather hasty, I know. Mustn't mind an old man. But who's got the selection?
I disposed of it to Mr. Allround in the township, from whom I received a cheque, paying me in full for all improvements and loss of time.
Bonus all round? Good shot. It's all right. You've sold to me through him. He's my agent. I should have been sold my word if any other buyer had come in there. And now what are you a-going to do? You're a man of capital now, you know.
I was fortunate enough to have a moderate legacy left me by an uncle just before I went to Sydney. While there, under advice, I invested £8,000 in a run called Banda Plains on the Queensland border. They tell me it's a good purchase. There are 2,000 cattle besides horses.
Good purchase, sir. It's the best thing in the market. Banda Plains, with only 2,000 head of cattle. It's a gift, a regular gift. Your fortune's made.
It gratifies me to hear you say so, Mr. Polyblock. Most deeply, I assure you. And now, sir, perhaps you will reconsider your rather strongly expressed refusal to me of your daughter's hand.
Dulcie opens the door softly and steals into the room.
Oh, Dad, you don't want to break your poor Dulcie's heart. I do love him so.
Mr. Polyblock clears his throat and starts speaking in a parliamentary tone of voice.
Ahem. I am not aware, Mr. President, that there's anything in the Land Act or regulations against the daughter of a MLC marrying a squatter? A squatter, you observe, Mr. Egremont. Had the party been a selector, but I won't dwell on a subject too painful to a parent's feelings. Take her, my boy, and a better gal, though I say it, good, game, and good-looking. She's all that and more. Never!
Dulcie moves up to Egremont and places her hand on his shoulder.
Never gave advice to a struggling free selector. Is that what you were going to say, Daddy? Never mind. He had sense enough to take it. Hadn't you, Cecil, dear?
Seems to me he's free selected on a pastoral holding to some purpose, you monkey. Is there any clause about that in the new Land Act, I wonder, as they're making such a bother about? Anyway, I'm the happiest lessee in the unsettled districts. Now this little matter's settled satisfactory. And I'll tell you what, Dulcie.
Gators comes in, looking rather blank.
I'll send Gators out to ban the plains, to take delivery and wire into the Bulletin for a bit. It'll do him good. He's been taking it too easy lately. As it happens to be Christmas time, we'll get the transfer business put through by the Reverend Mr. Robinson at the township. And, Cecil, my boy, give us your hand.
Mr. Pollyblock puts Egremont's hand into Dulcie's.
There now, you can take up this additional conditional selection. It won't want improving, that's one thing. Ha ha ha! I'm that full of happiness that I can get a joke out of the Land Act. Rum-tee-iddy-dee, full to roll.
Mr. Pollyblock starts dancing round the room. Egremont puts his arm around Dulcie. They look tenderly into each other's faces. Curtain falls. End of 5th Act. End of The Free Selector by Rolf Boldrewood.
Play 9 of One Act Play Collection 19, A Thanksgiving Dream by Effa E. Preston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Jack, a small boy. Read by Greg Giordano.
Pilgrim Maids, 5 girls in colonial costume. Pilgrim Maid 1, read by Jen Brough.
Pilgrim Maid 2, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Pilgrim Maid 3, read by Nora Nelson.
The Fourth Pilgrim Maid, read by Rapunzelina.
Pilgrim Maid 5, read by Allie. Indians, 2 boys in an Indian costume. Indian 1, read by Allie.
The Second Indian, read by Rapunzelina.
Pumpkins, any number of small boys and girls, having huge paper pumpkins pinned on them. Pumpkin 1, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Pumpkin 2, read by Todd.
Pumpkin 3, read by Red Run.
Turkeys, 5 children with paper turkeys pinned on them. Turkey 1, read by Larry Wilson.
Turkey 2, read by Todd.
Turkey 3, read by Red Run.
The Fourth Turkey, read by Rapunzelina.
Turkey 5, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Goblins, any number of small boys wearing hideous false faces. Goblin 1, read by Red Run.
Goblin 2, read by Todd.
Goblin 3, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Jack's Mother, read by Nora Nelson. Stage Directions, read by Nora Nelson. A Thanksgiving Dream.
I had the grandest dinner, pudding and cake and pie, turkey and mashed potato, ice cream. It makes me sigh to think that anything was left of all that dandy meal, but I couldn't eat another bite, so very full I feel. I guess I'll take a nap till supper time.
Yawns, stretches, lies down, and sleeps. Enter Pilgrim Maids.
We're pilgrim maids of long ago, when all this world was new, and stories of that far-off time we shall relate to you. Our fathers came from England here, across the stormy sea, and many hardships they endured to gain their liberty.
The Indians were our trusty friends and taught us many things. To plow, to plant, to fish, to hunt, and what each season brings.
A harvest bountiful we gleaned in 1622, and called the Indians to a feast, such fun you never knew. This was the first Thanksgiving Day, a day of earnest praise, for peace and plenty granted us after our weary days.
When I was a little girl, my parents went away and left me to mind the babies. An Indian came that day, and I pushed the frightened babies who were playing on the floor under 2 big brass kettles. They both began to roar. It scared the Indians very much when he saw the kettles run, and he loudly roared, "Kettles alive!" and threw away his gun. I shot him as he ran away. They found him just outside. I kept the kettles many years and told the tale with pride.
My sister and I scared the Indians away one night many long years ago by changing some pumpkins to jack-o'-lanterns, bright, and waving them to and fro. In the darkness they thought they were ghosts, and yelling in fright and alarm, they fled to the forest as fast as they could. So our jack-lanterns saved us from harm. Enter Indians. I'm Massasoit.
I'm Samoset.
The first Thanksgiving Day, we feasted with the pilgrim folks, and jolly games did play.
We brought them turkeys, oysters, deer, and stayed to eat them all. And Elder Brewster said we'd have Thanksgiving Day each fall.
Enter pumpkins.
We're the pumpkins your family made into pies.
And we really must say that a boy of your size
ought to be so ashamed of himself.
For you ate
till there wasn't a piece of pie left on the plate.
We hope you have a stomach ache.
An awful stomach ache.
Enter turkeys.
Gobble, 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 turkey sad are we. This glad Thanksgiving season does not with us agree.
Boys talk about Thanksgiving and make an awful fuss. The feast that is so fine for them is always death for us.
This boy looks nice and tender, friends. He's plump as plump can be. Let's have a feast ourselves today and eat him fricassee.
No, no, don't eat me. Don't I beg?
Why not? You find us tasty.
Don't eat me. Think what that would mean. Oh, please don't be so hasty.
Don't listen to his tale of woe. Our friends all gobbled loudly. His father just chopped off their heads and ate them up so proudly.
Oh, let him go. I can't be cruel. Yes, let him go. Don't cry.
You chicken-hearted turkeys, you'll be sorry by and by.
Enter goblins.
We are the Thanksgiving goblins.
We'll get you unless you take care.
We're after such greedy young people.
So, youngster, you'd better beware.
We'll give you such pains in your tummy.
You'll wriggle from sunset till morn.
We'll pinch you
and poke you
and pound you.
You'll wish you had never been born.
Please don't hurt me.
After all that dinner, he doesn't want to be hurt.
Tell us what you ate.
I didn't eat much. Just some turkey, a leg, and the back, and the wing, potatoes, and turnips, and cranberry sauce, ice cream, cake, pie, everything.
Come, brothers, let's pinch him.
They gather round Jack and pinch him. He screams. Mother calls, "Jack! Jack!" Goblins run. Jack awakes, rubs eyes, yawns.
I must have been sleeping. I dreamed funny things about goblins and turkeys and pies and pilgrims and Indians and all sorts of things. They were right here in front of my eyes. I hope that my supper is ready. I'm hungry as hungry can be. I think I dreamed that I ate too much, but I won't let a dream weary me.
He leaves stage in answer to his mother's calls, and the pilgrim maids, Indians, pumpkins, turkeys, and goblins return in the order named, form group, and sing. Song, air, Old Black Joe. 1.
We've come to warn all the greedy girls and boys.
Heed our advice, though your feelings it annoys.
Don't be like Jack o'er the gobblums and pie.
And turkeys, too, will soon appear before your eyes.
Chorus.
Be careful, be careful.
Listen well to what we say.
And guard your appetite
This
glad Thanksgiving Day.
2. We are but dreams, alas, 'tis all too true. When you wake, we must vanish far from view.
But aches and pains we will bring you while we may.
If you are greedy and devour our friends today.
Curtain. End of A Thanksgiving Dream by Effa E. Preston.
Play 10 of one-act play collection 019. 5 Birds in a Cage by Gertrude E. Jennings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stage directions, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Nellie, a milliner's assistant. Read by Jen Brough.
Bert, a workman. Read by Red Run.
Horace, the lift man. Read by Todd.
Susan, the Duchess of Wiltshire. Read by Anna Shirey.
Leonard, Lord Porth. Read by Greg Giordano.
5 Birds in a Cage, originally produced by Mr. Frederick Harrison, at a matinee performance at the Haymarket Theatre, London, on Friday, March 19th, 1915, with the following cast of characters: Susan, the Duchess of Wiltshire, Miss Helen Hay; Leonard, Lord Perth; Mr. Alan Ainsworth; Nellie, a milliner's assistant; Miss Marie Lore; Bert, a workman, Mr. Godfrey Tearley; Horace, the liftman, Mr. Gordon Harker. The play went into the evening bill on Tuesday, April 20th, 1915, and the following cast was played for 284 consecutive performances: Susan, Miss Ellis Jeffries; Leonard, Mr. H.R. Hignett; Nellie, Miss Maud Bell; Bert, Mr. Godfrey Tearley; Horace, Mr. Gordon Harker. 5 Birds in a Cage. The scene represents a tube lift, broadside on. The wall is covered with framed advertisements, and has a bench running along it. The gates, one at each end, are set at an angle. There is an electric light in the ceiling, center, and 2 oil lamps hang on nails near each gate. The lift measures 8 feet deep by 17 feet wide. Any difficulty with regard to gates can be overcome by obtaining 2 pieces of garden trellis painted black, or by nailing long, narrow laths of wood criss-cross. The left-hand gate should be made to open. The 2 backings outside the gates, representing the funnel of the tube, should be neutral in color. The unpainted back of a scene answers the purpose. When the curtain rises, the scene is in total darkness. At first cue for lights, a good light is thrown on the scene from behind left-hand gate. Second cue light is thrown from right-hand gate. Third cue light from electric bulb at top, or if not practical, full lights. As the curtain is rising, the sound of ascending lift is heard, and suddenly stopped. Then a voice. Susan, the Duchess of Wiltshire's.
Oh, the lights have gone out. We've stopped. Why have we stopped?
The curtain now up shows the stage to be in darkness.
Why have we stopped, liftman?
Don't know, lady.
Why have the lights gone out?
Don't know, lady.
Well, strike a match, somebody. I do so hate being in the dark. Don't be so helpless, Leonard. A match.
I'm sorry, Susan dear. I haven't one.
Has anyone else?
A match is now struck by Bert, and a tube lift is dimly visible, in which are 4 passengers and the lift man. Bert is extreme left, Nellie sits left, Susan center, Leonard right-centered, lift man right.
Oh, thank you so much. But aren't we going on? What has happened, liftman?
Don't know, lady.
Susan, to the hearers.
These men never know.
Graciously to Bert.
You, Mr. do you know what's wrong?
No, Mum. Can't say I do.
Of course it's perfectly useless to ask you, Leonard.
Of course, dear.
Crosses left to Bert.
After you.
Offers Bert cigarette.
No, thanks.
Lights cigarette.
No smoking in the left.
No, of course not.
There, it's out.
Don't be frightened, Susan.
Lift man gets lamp from right.
I'm not in the least frightened. I'm merely very much annoyed. Why don't we go on? You know I shall be late for dinner. Why didn't I take a taxi?
The lift man lights a lamp.
There.
Pause.
He had a lamp all the while.
Leonard crosses right to lift man.
Do these lifts ever stop?
No, sir.
What a question. Can't you see they stop?
The lift man turns up lamp.
I can't see anything.
Lights go half up. The lamp now burns brightly and shows Susan, a handsome, smart woman of 30, very well dressed in a gown that does up at the back. Lord Porth, a well-dressed, good-looking man. Bert, a handsome young workman with a bag of tools. And Nellie, a pretty fragile-looking young girl who is carrying a large cardboard box.
That's a little better. Now put the thing right, liftman, and let's get on.
'Tain't nothing to do with me, lady. I ain't stopped it, nor I can't put it right.
You ain't stopped it? I mean, well, what's the matter with the silly lift?
I don't think the man knows, dear.
Susan, lowering her voice.
Don't call me dear, Lord Perth. I don't even know why you're in this lift. Most undignified. And you know perfectly well that if we hadn't broken down, we shouldn't have been speaking to each other at all.
Leonard, right center.
Don't be down on me, Susan. It wasn't my fault about the beastly nightclub.
Susan, center to Bert.
Don't you think, Mr. that we might light that other lamp as well?
Bert, left center.
Certainly, Mum.
Susan, to Leonard.
Men never think of things for themselves.
Watches Bert, who is lighting lamp down left.
Oh, that young man is very handsome, isn't he?
Looks again at Leonard, sighs and shakes her head. Her eye falls on her shoe.
Do up my shoe, please, Leonard.
Up to back right. Nellie, to Bert.
Are we likely to be kept waiting long, do you know?
Bert, kindly.
I shouldn't think so, miss. Not more'n a minute or two. There's nothing to be frightened over.
Oh, I'm not frightened in that way. It's only of being late.
Got far to go?
Not very, but it's important. I've got to take this dress, you see. It's due there at 7:30, promised, and it's for someone very grand, who'll be very angry if I'm late.
Well, it ain't your fault. You can't help it no more'n we can.
That won't make any difference. Besides, perhaps they won't believe there was a breakdown. They'll say I've made it up. And if the customer is really offended, perhaps I shall be sent away.
Don't you fret. I expect we shall get on in a minute.
Turns up the lamp. Lights full up.
There. That's a bit brighter.
Thank you so much.
Nellie goes up again to seat. Stands reading advertisements.
How very clever of you.
Don't name it, Mum. I say, mate, there ain't much oil in this here.
Liftman, stoically.
Ain't there?
Really?
He strolls over to look at it.
Oh, but it's not a question of much oil.
Crosses to Liftman.
I mean, we're not going to stay here. Of course we shall go up in a minute, shan't we, Liftman?
Can't say, lady.
Don't you think that if you were to open the gates and call up or down or somewhere that it might help?
Don't know, lady.
Well, isn't it worth trying? I do so believe in trying.
Leonard, to Bert.
Trying.
That's right, sir.
They may not know we've stuck. You see, they may not know. Now, don't you think if you called, or if we all called, even that gentleman,
Points to Leonard.
can shout, that they would hear us?
Liftman, utterly uninterested as ever.
They might do.
Well, then come. Let's try it.
Can't be done, lady.
Why not?
I can't open the gates.
Oh, come, that's ridiculous nonsense. I've been in the tube before, you know. I go everywhere. Leonard, explain to this man.
Leonard, advancing.
Look here, my man.
Susan, pushes him back.
All right, all right, all right.
Slight pause.
Being a duchess has never prevented me from studying human nature. I travel third class, I go in buses, even in trams. And so you see. Besides, I am a socialist. I don't think these distinctions should exist. I consider myself and that young person quite...
Looking at Nellie. Leonard, moving center.
Susan.
Yes, I do, Leonard. That young person and myself quite the same. And as to you, Leonard, and that gentleman, well, the only difference between you is that he can light a lamp and you can't. Now, in my position...
Liftman. Shouts down the vault.
Aye! Aye!
Susan, stopped abruptly.
Really?
Thought I heard 'em, but it weren't.
Susan, to Leonard.
Those are their manners.
Yes, of course. Still, dear, I don't think it's quite the moment to make a speech.
That wasn't a speech, and don't call me dear. It makes me prickle when I think of what you are, Leonard. So useless, so very, very useless. You're nothing but a shop window. You have a straight nose, and you have a manner, and, well, you look intelligent, but what use are you? If I had married you, how ashamed I should have felt. What a failure as a husband, worse than my first.
Still, dear, one doesn't marry people for their behavior in lifts. A comparatively small part of one's life is spent in lifts.
Really, at this rate it seems to me a very large part.
Looks at Bert.
That young man is strangely decorative, isn't he? He reminds me of a picture by Millet.
Yes, Bubbles.
I did not say Malay, Mother Earth, and all that sort of thing. That's what we all need. We shall never rise by machinery.
Evidently.
That proves my point. A breakdown at once. Now I'm going to be of real use.
To Liftman.
Mr. Liftman, would you tell me your name? So very awkward, isn't it, not knowing each other's names? Mine's the Duchess of Wiltshire. What's yours?
Liftman looks at her.
Now don't say you dunno.
Horace Herbert Evans.
Horace, thank you.
To Bert.
Would you tell me yours?
Bert Wilson, Mum.
Bert Wilson, thank you. I'm the Duchess of Wiltshire. Not that it matters. I dare say you may have heard of me.
Yes, Mum, I have.
You have? How delightful.
Ross is left.
Do tell me what you know about me.
Bert smiles and looks awkward. A pause. Leonard comes right of her.
I shouldn't ask him that, dear.
Oh, why not?
One never knows what these people know.
Susan, annoyed.
Really, Leonard?
Going to Bert, left center.
Now, do tell me what you've heard.
Well, Mum, I've been at meetings where you've spoke.
You have? Then you're one of us. I thought you were somehow. An electric spark ran right through me. Now tell me, are you a rationalist?
No, Mum, I'm a bricklayer. Leastways I was up to today. But this morning I've had a bit of good news, I have. I'm to be made foreman.
You won't be a bit happier, you know. It isn't our position, it isn't our money, it's brotherhood, just the simple needs of every day met and satisfied. That's happiness.
Yes, lady, but it's hard to meet anything on what I get a week. Now, as foreman, I shall get on all right, I shall. As foreman.
Yes, isn't that nice?
That's nice.
Are you married?
No, Mum.
Susan giggles self-consciously. Bert looks pointedly at Nellie.
That's one of the things I hope to be able to afford now I'm foreman.
Susan follows his glance.
Then don't marry beneath you. Such a mistake. Look high for a mate. We are all equal, man and woman, isn't it so? By the way, have you read my little pamphlet on the marriage question?
Shows him a leaflet. They ignore Leonard, who moves up to a mirror. Nellie comes right and goes to Liftman. Nellie, timidly.
Don't you think if you open the gates and call down we might get help?
Liftman, laconic as ever.
Can't open the gates.
Oh, I see.
To Leonard at back.
Excuse me, would you mind telling me the time?
Certainly. It's 7:30.
Oh, dear. We've been here 10 minutes.
Have we? Can't count. Never could. Are you in a hurry?
Yes. I shall be very late with this dress. It's to be worn tonight at a big party, and the lady is very particular. She'll be so annoyed if the dress isn't there in time.
Don't worry. I don't suppose the party begins until 10 at the earliest.
No, but they have their dinner at 8:30, and she wanted to dress first. I've been by this tube every day since I've been with Madam, and this is the first time it's ever broken down.
Well, there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lift. Will you take a taxi when we get out?
Puts his hand in his pocket.
Oh, no, thank you. I shouldn't like to do that.
Why not? They always say I've more money than brains.
But that's very unkind. And I'm sure it's not true, because rich people are always clever. They learn to be clever at school and at the Oxford.
So you think we're not so bad after all? The idle rich?
Oh, no. If I was rich, I wouldn't work. Not making buttonholes, I wouldn't. I'd have such a pretty little home, and I'd cook and scrub and those nice things.
But I don't cook and scrub and those nice things.
Oh, no. You're different.
Sitting. Leonard takes box.
Keep it flat.
Susan, noticing Leonard.
Leonard, come here. Come here at once. This gentleman quite understands my point in Chapter 2.
Chapter 2?
Going to her.
Yes, here.
Snatching pamphlet from Bert.
The little place I was explaining this morning.
Leonard, embarrassed.
Yes, I think we ought to be doing something about this lift, Susan.
That's just like you. When I want to move, you're lumpy. When I'm interested, you agitate.
Well, but Susan, dear.
Don't call me dear.
This young lady is in great trouble. She's got a box that must be delivered immediately.
Bert strolls over to Nellie.
Well, really, I can't see that her box is any more important than my dinner. However, I've done all I can. You'd better talk to the liftman about it.
Leonard crosses to Liftman.
Now, Mr. Bert.
Turns to find that Bert has crossed over right center to Nellie, who is furtively wiping away tears. He stands looking at her. Leonard, to Liftman.
Don't you think, my man, here, it's you I'm talking to. Don't you think it would be a good idea if you were to open the gates and call for help?
Can't open the gates.
Why not?
They're all worked by the same current.
Now, isn't that like men? Only a man would have invented a thing like that. Handsome creatures, but so clumsy. Leonard, come here at once. My shoe has come undone again. Do it up, please.
Leonard crosses left.
I'm beginning to feel irritable.
He kneels and does up her shoe. Later on sits by her, between her and the other couple, at whom she occasionally looks with signs of annoyance. The liftman folds his arms and gives himself up to thought. Bert to Nellie.
You look a bit worried, miss. What's up? Is it that box, eh?
Yes, it's rather unfortunate. I'm afraid the lady's on the telephone to Madam Pitchin by now. She's dreadful on the phone, and Madam's language afterwards is awful. Never knew anyone swear like that, except Father.
Susan and Leonard, up to seat left.
Is it a good job where you are?
It's not bad. I'm getting on, but I've a little brother that isn't strong. That's two to keep, you see.
Ain't you got no parents?
Sits.
No, both dead. Wasn't much use alive. Father was a rare one for the drink, and Mother had fits.
Fits, did she?
Course, if she'd been a lady, it'd have been nervous breakdowns. Miss Miller, that's the forewoman, says I'll get on if I can only improve away my accent.
Bert, not understanding.
Oh?
I don't know exactly what she means. Mother thought me quite the lady.
Well, so do I.
Takes a box from her. They hold it together, on both knees.
Do you really?
Yes. But then, I ain't a judge, perhaps. I'm only a rough working man. Got a bit of learning, though, and today I happen to have been made foreman.
Have you? That's good, isn't it?
Well, it's a rather nice sort of job. There was a lot of others, you see, that might have had it, and, well, of course it means a bit of money.
That's grand, isn't it? You'll be getting on.
I shall have to think of settling down and all that, I expect. A fellow gets fed up living in one room and dealing with landladies. Mine's a fair knock-out. Do anyone down, she would. Never as much as made me a cup of tea since I've been in the place, and as for bacon, Lord love me, I ain't never seen nothing but the rind. Have you got far to go when you get out?
No, it's hardly 10 minutes, but it's the time, you see.
Susan rises.
There's some ladies that wouldn't say anything, but this one's so very hard to please. That she is.
Susan goes left, rattles gate.
Do you have the doing of 'em up?
What, the ladies?
Yes. It beats me.
Nudging Leonard.
How that gets into their clothes.
Leonard coughs.
Oh no, I haven't got on as much as that. I'm only at making buttonholes. But if I can get a good accent, I might be put up to hold the pin box.
Hold the pin box?
Yes, you know, at a fittin'. But I shall never get put up now. Never.
Leonard lights cigarette lighter.
There, you have a light, and just now when I asked you for a match, you said you hadn't one.
I haven't. I never carry them.
Lights cigarette.
No smoking in the lift.
Oh, of course not.
Puts out light.
Funny we should have met like this.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
You know, I've often seen you in this here tube, miss.
And I've seen you, too.
Have you? That's funny, ain't it? Perhaps I could carry the box round for you when we get out.
Oh, thanks. But I think I'll have to take a cab. Oh, what shall I do?
There now, don't you worry. I don't suppose anyone'd be angry with you. Not for long. I know I couldn't. I'll just see if I can do something about this here, shall I?
Oh, you're awfully kind.
He puts box carefully on seat.
That's all right.
Crossing to liftman.
I say, mate, I'm getting a bit fed up with this here. What do you say if we open the gates and see what's going on, eh? Eh?
Can't open the gates.
Can't be blowed. Why not?
'Cause they're worked by electricity.
I think I can do it.
You can't open this air gate.
For why?
It's again the regulations.
Oh. Well, I'll open this here one then.
What for?
So like them, no imagination.
Might be able to find out what's going on upstairs.
How?
Climb up or climb down, silly.
Oh, what a brilliant suggestion. Leonard, Leonard.
Yes, dear.
Bert works at gate left.
This gentleman has at last solved the difficulty. You shall climb up while he climbs down.
I climb up.
Well, then climb down. Don't be so fussy.
Bert rattles gate.
He's actually going to open the gate. How exceedingly clever. Now, Leonard, be quick. I'll hold your hat.
Takes his hat off.
The question is, who'll hold my head?
What do you mean?
I'm not a bally acrobat, Susan. Of course I'd die to save you, but I never have climbed up.
Down, down.
Up or down anything, much less a stone shaft with nothing to hold on to.
Susan to Bert, hitting his back with Leonard's hat.
Can it be done? Is it possible?
Oh, yes, Mum, it's all right. I can get down.
Leonard takes hat from Susan. Nellie, crossing to Bert.
You're not going down there.
Oh, that's all right, miss. I'm used to climbing.
Nellie, left.
You mustn't do it. It's dreadful. Look at the distance. And all dark. It's risking your life for nothing.
Susan, crosses right center.
We can't stay here all night, my good girl.
What's it matter?
It may not matter to you, but we have appointments. It must be nearly 8 o'clock. I dine at past, and I have to change. It's absurd to say it doesn't matter.
But the danger.
There ain't no danger, miss.
There, you hear? He says there's no danger. We can't possibly stay here forever. If you really think it's very, very dangerous, and you don't want this young man to go, well, send the liftman.
Can't be done, lady.
Why not?
It's again the regulations for me to leave this here lift.
Well, personally, I don't care who goes, but someone must. I mean, it's childish, isn't it, for us all to stick here while dinners are positively frizzling?
Why don't you go, then?
I?
Nellie, pointing at Leonard, who has fallen asleep, his mouth open.
Well, send your young man.
That's not my young man.
It's all to please your vanity, that's what it is.
Shaking Leonard.
Are you gonna let her do it?
This lady does what she pleases with all of us.
Very nicely put, Leonard. This young person is a little overexcited.
Nellie crosses right.
It's selfish. It's cruel. I hate ladies. I never want to be a lady as long as I live. Never.
Crosses left. Bert to liftman.
There, that'll do. Hold the lamp, mate, will ya?
Liftman crosses stage very slowly.
Hold the lamp, Leonard. Do be of use.
Bert prepares to descend.
Oh, no.
It's all right, miss. Give you my word. Here, my lad, you'll hurt your heart if you rush about like that.
Descends.
That young man is very handsome, and so agile. What a pity it is, Leonard, that you can do nothing. Did they teach you nothing at school?
No, dear. One doesn't go to school to learn things.
A loud, hollow echo of voices is heard.
What is that terrible noise?
He's fallen.
No, he ain't.
Noise repeated.
There it is again. What is it, Leonard? What is it?
Leonard, right center.
It sounds like a trombone.
Susan, center.
Absurd.
I didn't say it was a trombone.
He's a coming up.
Nellie crosses right.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Here he is. Well, well.
Bert appears.
What's happened?
Far as I can hear with the echo, there's been a breakdown all along the line, and they want you to go down.
Me?
Yes. It's easy going.
But I never done such a thing. It ain't part of my job to go down shafts of lifts.
Well, they want you. Then, when you're down, they're going to lower us.
Goes up.
Oh, take it off the hook. Lower by the pulleys.
That's it.
Take it off the hook?
Hook?
Lower it by the pulleys?
Pulleys?
It sounds extremely dangerous.
That's all right enough, Mum.
Crosses to Susan.
It's me a-going down this here shaft that I don't like. I'm a family man, I am.
with a trouble and strife, and 5 God forbids.
Voice off. Hurry up there.
Oh, that very unpleasant noise. Do go and stop it.
It's all very well for you, lady.
Hollow voice heard again. Can't you hear what I'm telling you?
All right, I'm coming. Give us a hand, mate. Risking my life. Worth something, my life is.
Looks viciously at Susan as he disappears. Susan to Leonard, after a pause.
After all, it's better he should go. He's exceedingly plain, and Bert is really wonderful, and so clever. I must get to know him better. Leonard, hold the lantern for that gentleman.
Leonard takes the lantern from Bert.
Thank you, sir.
You do believe in brotherhood, don't you, Mr. Wilson?
Bert, backing away.
I think I'll get the other lamp, Mum.
Crosses right. Susan, stiffly.
Yes, of course, do.
Oh, I say, what's good for oil?
To Susan, who comes to him annoyed and rubs his glove. Nellie comes down to Bert, who is near right gate.
Thank you.
Thank you, miss, for taking heed of me.
Why did you go?
You was in a hurry, wasn't you?
You shouldn't have gone because of that. I'd never have forgiven myself if...
Well, I ain't dead, you see, nor I ain't going to be. Do you ever get off Saturday afternoon at your shop?
Oh, yes.
I suppose you wouldn't like to come to Kew?
Do you mean it?
Not half.
I'd like to awfully.
You'll come?
Oh, thanks.
Right-o. Then you and me's walking out.
Voices heard again.
I think he must be down by now.
Hanging up a lamp, left. The 4 people now give a violent start and begin to wobble and shake.
Oh, what a horrible shake! What is this shaking? I really don't like this at all.
I wonder what the deuce they're up to.
What is happening? Why are we shaking like this? I have no confidence in these men. Why can't they leave us alone until the electricity or whatever it is comes on again? It's stupid to endanger our lives unnecessarily.
Shaking stops. Sighs of relief. Nellie, to Susan.
You see that yourself now, do you?
Don't imagine for a moment that I am in the least afraid. If we are to be thrown down the abyss, I shall know how to behave.
It's almost worth the lesson.
Crosses right of Bert. Susan, center, ignoring her.
Oh, my dear friends, this is a wonderful example of brotherhood. Here we are, 4 of us, in this little cage. 4 of us who half an hour ago didn't even know each other.
Leonard left.
I knew you, Susan.
Don't call me dear.
I didn't, dear.
And in a few minutes we shall all perish together.
I sincerely hope not.
Hand in hand, we will face this ordeal together.
Holds out a hand to each man. Leonard takes it. She pulls it away.
You'll excuse me, Mum, but if I'm to face anything hand in hand with anyone, it's with this young lady. She's out of my class, I know. I'm only a working man. She's got good pluck, a kind heart, and a pretty face, and she could do better. But she's my choice to walk out with, and I don't care who knows it.
Hear, hear.
Eh?
Susan, haughtily.
I wasn't proposing to walk out with you. This is no moment for walking out. I wish it were.
Well, anyway, if there's going to be an accident, I'll face it with her.
To Nellie.
What do you say?
I wouldn't be a bit afraid with you.
Has it really come to this? Have I to die with Leonard?
Well, dear, you wouldn't do the other thing.
They all pitch suddenly forward.
Oh, what a horrible jerk!
They all shake and stagger.
Damn the thing! What are they doing?
It do seem a bit queer.
Do you think we're going to fall?
A loud bang is heard, and a rattling of chains, and the shaking stops suddenly.
He's taken it off the hook! Now I'm done for. I end here, to perish in a lift. Or do you think it might have been the liftman falling?
No, Mum, not him.
No, I was afraid not. Nothing ever does happen to these plain people. I wish I'd been nicer to everyone. If we do escape, you must all come in to dinner. Yes, even you, Leonard. I must do some kind action. Oh dear, the air seems very stifling.
Yes, I've noticed it.
Crossing left, and take down fire extinguisher.
You've noticed it, yet you never said anything. You never did anything. Never mind. I forgive you. I forgive everyone, everything.
Turning, she sees fire extinguisher in Leonard's arm.
Oh!
Terrified.
What's that? Oh, it's getting very close, Bert, isn't it?
Slipping her hand through Bert's arm.
Well, Mum, it's closer than it was.
You know, if we get out, I should like to help you so much. Both of you.
To Bert and Nellie.
Excuse me, Mum, but I don't want no help from nobody.
Drawing away from her, and going upright. Susan to Nellie, pulls her roughly center.
Then I'll help you. I can do such a lot for you. I'm on so many committees, you know, and I could bring your name up.
You mean it kindly, I think. But I don't need no help neither.
Oh, ungrateful little minx.
Nellie, crossing to Bert.
If I'm to die here, someone'll look after my little Dick. I do believe that. I do.
Sobs. Bert puts his arm around her.
There, my girl. Don't you fret.
Well, Bert, I must be kind to somebody. I know. I'll marry you, Leonard.
Leonard, who has had his back towards her, turns round sharply.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I know. I'll take your box for you if I get out.
Getting box from seat.
I shall be most frightfully late.
Keep it flat.
But I'll take your box if it isn't too far.
Gives box to Leonard.
Let me see, who is it for?
Reads.
The Duchess of Wiltshire? Why, it's my dress. Oh, keep it flat. You would have been pretty late, wouldn't you, if this hadn't happened?
No, I shouldn't. If this hadn't happened, I should have been in heaps of time.
You've no business to run it so close.
Well, you run it pretty close yourself, don't you?
Oh, now I'm going to faint.
Good Lord, Susan.
It's the dark, you know. I never could bear the dark.
You can't faint here.
Oh, yes, I can. I can faint anywhere.
No, you simply can't. There's no smelling salts and no water, so sit up.
Dear child, you're so practical. When I get out, I'll adopt you and the thing you call Dick. And I'll adopt you too, Bert. I'll have you all to live with me. I'll do anything.
The light comes on full. Bright lights.
Oh, the light.
Voice heard.
You'll all be up in a minute.
What did he say?
He says we'll all be up in a minute.
All up?
No, dear. Be up, be saved.
Saved? They were not going to be killed. Oh, what a mercy.
I must say I was in a bit of a funk, Susan dear.
Don't call me dear. How fortunate it's all turned out so well, isn't it? Most fortunate. Where are the bags and parasols and things I had with me? Oh, there they are. Gather them all up, Leonard.
He gives her handbag and parasol.
You shall come home with me, Leonard, as far as my door. I'm still feeling very shaky, you know. Oh, very, very shaky. Let's get out.
Suddenly remembers Bert and Nellie.
Good evening. Now, you'll bring my dress around as quickly as possible. Don't delay. I shall make no complaint this time.
Liftman climbs in.
Ah, here's Horace. Well, Horace, the danger is really over, I suppose.
A danger, Mom? You ain't been in no more danger than a barrel of bananas.
Bananas? Oh, how nasty.
Here, what's this?
Taking extinguisher from Leonard.
That's agin the regulations. You ought to know better than that.
Hangs it up.
Sorry, Horace.
Liftman closing gates.
All right, go ahead. No smoking in the lift.
Noise of lift. Quick curtain. End of 5 Birds in a Cage by Gertrude E. Jennings.
Play 11 of One Act Play Collection 19. Trial by Jury by W.S.Gilbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Trial by Jury. Characters.
The Learned Judge, read by Alan Mapstone.
The Plaintiff, read by
Agnes Robert Bear.
The Defendant, read by Greg Giordano.
Counsel for the plaintiff, read by Beeswax Candle.
The Usher, read by Red Run.
Foreman of the jury, read by Beeswax Candle.
Bridesmaid.
Chorus, read by Todd.
Stage directions read by Inkel. Trial by jury. Scene: a court of justice. The bench faces the audience and extends along the back of the court. The judge's desk, centre, with canopy overhead. Jury box right, counsel seats left. Barristers, attorneys, jurymen, and public discovered.
Hark! The hour of 10 is sounding. Hearts with anxious fears are bounding. Hall of justice, crowd surrounding, breathing hope and fear. For today in this arena, summoned by a stern subpoena, Edwin, sued by Angelina, shortly will appear.
Enter Usher.
Now, jurymen, hear my advice. All kinds of vulgar prejudice, I pray you, set aside. With stern, judicial frame of mind, from bias free of every kind, this trial must be tried.
From bias free of every kind, this trial must be tried.
During chorus, Usher sings fortissimo, silence in court.
Oh, listen to the plaintiff's case. Observe the features of her face, the broken-hearted bride. Condole with her distress of mind. From bias free of every kind, this trial must be tried.
From bias free of every kind, this trial must be tried.
And when, amid the plaintiff's shrieks, the ruffianly defendant speaks, upon the other side, what he may say you needn't mind. From bias free of every kind, this trial must be tried.
From bias free of every kind, this trial must be tried.
Enter defendant, left.
Is this the court of the Exchequer?
It is.
Be firm, my pecker, your evil stars in the ascendant.
Who are you?
I'm the defendant.
Chorus of jurymen shaking their fists.
Monster, dread our damages. We're the jury, dread our fury.
Hear me, if you please. These are very strange proceedings. For permit me to remark on the merits of my pleadings. You're at present in the dark.
Defendant beckons the jurymen. They leave the box and gather round him as they sing the following.
That's a very true remark. On the merits of his pleadings, we're entirely in the dark. Ha ha, ho ho.
When first my old love I knew, my bosom welled with joy. My riches at her feet I threw. I was a love-sick boy. No terms seemed too extravagant upon her to employ. I used to mope and sigh and pant, just like a love-sick boy. Tink-a-tank, tank-a-tank. But joy incessant palls the sense, and love unchanged will cloy. And she became a bore intense unto her love-sick boy. With fitful glimmer burnt my flame, and I grew cold and coy. At last one morning I became another's love-sick boy. Tink-a-tank, tink-a-tank.
Chorus of jurymen advancing stealthily.
I was like that when a lad, a shocking young scamp of a rover. I behaved like a regular cad, but that sort of thing is all over. I'm now a respectable chap, and shine with a virtue resplendent, and therefore I haven't a rap of sympathy with the defendant. He shall treat us with awe, if there isn't a flaw, singing so merrily, tri-o-la-law, 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 singing so merrily, tri-o-la-law.
They enter the jury box. Usher on bench.
Silence in court. and all attention lend. Behold your judge, in due submission bend.
Enter Judge on bench.
All hail, great Judge! To your bright rays we never grudge ecstatic praise. All hail! May each decree as statute rank, and never be reversed in bank. All hail!
For these kind words accept my thanks, I pray. A breach of promise we're to try today. But firstly, if the time you'll not begrudge, I'll tell you how I came to be a judge.
He'll tell us how he came to be a judge.
Let me speak.
Let him speak.
When I, good friends, was called to the bar, I'd an appetite fresh and hearty. But I was, as many young barristers are, an impecunious party. I'd a swallow-tail coat of a beautiful blue, a brief which I bought of a booby, a couple of shirts and a collar or two, and a ring that looked like a ruby.
A couple of shirts and a collar or two, and a ring that looked like a ruby.
In Westminster Hall I danced a dance like a semi-despondent fury, for I thought I never should hit on a chance of addressing a British jury. But I soon got tired of third-class journeys and dinners of bread and water, so I fell in love with a rich attorney's elderly, ugly daughter.
So he fell in love with a rich attorney's elderly, ugly daughter.
The rich attorney he jumped for joy, and replied to my fond professions, "You shall reap the reward of your pluck, my boy, at the Bailey and the Middlesex sessions. You'll soon get used to her looks," said he, "and a very nice girl you'll find her. She may very well pass for 43 in the dusk with the light behind her."
She may very well pass for 43 in the dusk with a light behind her.
The rich attorney was good as his word. The briefs came trooping gaily, and every day my voice was heard at the sessions or the ancient Bailey. All thieves who could my fees afford relied on my orations, and many a burglar I've restored to his friends and his relations.
And many a burglar he's restored to his friends and his relations.
At length I became as rich as the Gurneys, an incubus then I thought her. So I threw over that rich attorney's elderly ugly daughter. The rich attorney my character high tried vainly to disparage. And now, if you please, I'm ready to try this breach of promise of marriage.
And now, if you please, he's ready to try this breach of promise of marriage.
For now I'm a judge.
And a good judge, too.
Yes, now I'm a judge.
And a good judge, too.
Though all my law be fudge, yet I'll never, never budge, but I'll live and die a judge.
And a good judge, too.
It was managed by a job.
And a good job, too.
It was managed by a job.
And a good job, too.
It is patent to the mob that my being made a knob was affected by a job.
And a good job, too.
Enter counsel for plaintiff. He takes his place in front row of counsels' seats.
Swear thou the jury.
Kneel, juryman, oh kneel.
All the jury kneel in the jury box, and so are hidden from audience.
Oh, will you swear by yonder skies, whatever question may arise, twixt rich and poor, twixt low and high, that you will well and truly try?
Jury raising their hands, which alone are visible.
To all of this we make reply, by the dull slate of yonder sky, that we will well and truly try.
All rise with the last note.
Where is the plaintiff? Let her now be brought.
O Angelina, Angelina, come thou into court.
Enter the bridesmaids.
Comes the broken flower, comes the cheated maid. Though the tempest lower, rain and cloud will fade. Take, O maid, these posies, though thy beauty rare. Shame the blushing roses, they are passing fair. Wear the flowers till they fade. Happy be thy life, O maid.
The judge, having taken a great fancy to first bridesmaid, sends her a note by usher, which she reads, kisses rapturously, and places in her bosom. Enter plaintiff.
O'er the season vernal, time may cast a shade. Sunshine, if eternal, makes the roses fade. Time may do his duty, let the thief alone. Winter hath a beauty, that is all his own. Fairest days are sun and shade, I am no unhappy maid.
The judge, having by this time transferred his admiration to plaintiff, directs the usher to take the note from first bridesmaid and hand it to plaintiff, who reads it, kisses it rapturously, and places it in her bosom. Chorus of bridesmaids.
Comes the broken flower, comes the cheated maid. Though the tempest lower, rain and cloud will fade. Take, O maid, these posies, though thy beauty rare. Shame the blushing roses, they are passing fair. Wear the flowers till they fade. Happy be thy life, O maid.
Oh, never, 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 since I joined the human race, saw I so exquisitely fair a face.
The jury shaking their forefingers at him.
Ya sly dog, ya sly dog.
Judge to jury.
How say you? Is she not designed for capture?
Foreman, after consulting with the jury.
We have but one word, my lord, and that is rapture.
Plaintiff, curtsying.
Your kindness, gentlemen, quite overpowers.
We love you fondly, and would make you ours.
The bridesmaids, shaking their forefingers at jury.
Ah, sly dogs! Ah, sly dogs!
The jury, shaking their fists at defendant.
Monster! Monster! Dread our fury! There's the judge, and we're the jury. Come substantial damages! Substantial damages! Damages! Damn!
Silence in court!
May it please you, my lord, gentlemen of the jury, with a sense of deep emotion, I approach this painful case, for I never had a notion that a man could be so base, or deceive a girl confiding, vows, etc. deriding.
He deceived a girl confiding, vows, etc. deriding.
See my interesting client, victim of a heartless wile. See the traitor all defiant, wear a supercilious smile. Sweetly smiled my client on him, coyly wooed, and gently won him.
Sweetly smiled his client on him, coolly wooed, and gently won him.
Swiftly fled each honeyed hour spent with this unmanly male. Camberwell became a bower, Peckham an Arcadian vale, breathing concentrated Otto, an existence a la Watto.
Breathing concentrated Otto, an existence a la Watto.
Picture then my client naming and insisting on the day. Picture him excuses framing, going from her far away. Doubly criminal to do so, for the maid had bought her trousseau.
Doubly criminal to do so, for the maid had bought her trousseau.
Counsel, to plaintiff who weeps.
Cheer up, my pretty. Oh, cheer up. Cheer up, cheer up. We love you.
Counsel leads plaintiff fondly into witness box. He takes a tender leave of her and resumes his place in court. Plaintiff reels as if about to faint.
That she is reeling is plain to me.
If faint you're feeling, recline on me.
She falls sobbing onto the foreman's breast. Plaintiff, feebly.
I shall recover, if left alone.
All, shaking their fists at defendant.
O perjured lover, atone, atone.
Just not a father I wish to be.
Kissing her. Judge, approaching her.
Or if you'd rather, recline on me.
She jumps onto bench, sits down by the judge, and falls sobbing on his breast.
You, fetch some water from far Cologne.
For this sad slaughter, atone, atone.
Jury, shaking fists at defendant.
Monster, monster, dread our fury. There's the judge, and we're the jury.
Oh, gentlemen, listen, I pray, though I own that my heart has been ranging. Of nature the laws I obey, for nature is constantly changing. The moon in her phases is found, the time and the wind and the weather. The months in succession come round, and you don't find 2 Mondays together. Consider the moral, I pray, nor bring a young fellow to sorrow, who loves this young lady today, and loves that young lady tomorrow.
Bridesmaids, rushing forward and kneeling to jury.
Consider the moral, I pray, nor bring a young fellow to sorrow, who loves this young lady today, and loves that young lady tomorrow.
You cannot eat breakfast all day, nor is it the act of a sinner, when breakfast is taken away, to turn his attention to dinner, and is not in the range of belief to look upon him as a glutton, who, when he is tired of beef, determines to tackle the mutton. But this I am willing to say, if it will appease her sorrow, I'll marry this lady today, and I'll marry the other tomorrow.
Bridesmaids, rushing forward as before.
But this he is willing to say, if it will appease her sorrow. He'll marry this lady today, and he'll marry the other tomorrow.
That seems a reasonable proposition, to which I think your client may agree.
But I submit, my lord, with all submission, to marry 2 at once is burglary.
Referring to law book.
In the reign of James II, it was generally reckoned as a rather serious crime to marry 2 wives at a time.
Hands book up to judge, who reads it.
O man of learning!
A nice dilemma we have here, that calls for all our wit.
And at this stage it don't appear that we can settle it.
If I to wed the girl am loth, a breach 'twill surely be.
And if he goes and marries both, it counts as burglary.
A nice dilemma we have here, that calls for all your wit. And at this stage it don't appear that you can settle it. If he to wed the girl am loth, a breach 'twill surely be. And if he goes and marries both, it counts as burglary.
Plaintiff, embracing him rapturously.
I love him with fervour unceasing, I worship and madly adore. My blind adoration is ever increasing, my loss I shall ever deplore. Oh, see what a blessing, what love and caressing I've lost, and remember it, pray. When you I'm addressing, I'm busy assessing the damages Edward must pay.
Defendant, repelling her furiously.
I smoke like a furnace. I'm always in liquor. A ruffian, a bully, a sot. I'm sure I should thrash her. Perhaps I should kick her. I am such a very bad lot. I'm not prepossessing, As you may be guessing, she couldn't endure me a day. Recall my professing, when you are assessing the damages Edwin must pay.
She clings to him passionately. After a struggle, he throws her off into arms of counsel.
We would be fairly acting, but this is most distracting. If when in liquor he would kick her, that is an abatement.
She loves him and madly adores him.
The question, gentlemen, is one of liquor. You ask for guidance, this is my reply. He says when tipsy he would thrash and kick her. Let's make him tipsy, gentlemen, and try.
With all respect, I do object.
I do object.
I don't object.
With all respect, we do object.
Judge, tossing his books and papers about.
All the legal furies seize you. No proposal seems to please you. I can't sit up here all day. I must shortly get away. Barristers and you attorneys, get you on your homeward journeys. Gentle, simple-minded usher, get you, if you like, to Russia. Put your briefs upon the shelf. I will marry her myself.
He comes down from bench to floor of court. He embraces Angelina. Finale.
Oh, joy unbounded, with wealth surrounded, the knell is sounded of grief and woe.
With love devoted, on you he's doted. To castle moated, away they go.
I wonder whether they'll live together in marriage tether, in manner true.
It seems to me, sir, of such as she, sir, a judge is he, sir, and a good judge too.
O joy unbounded, with wealth surrounded, the knell is sounded of grief and woe. With love devoted, on you he's doted, to castle moated, away they go.
Grand transformation scene.
Yes, I am a judge.
And a good judge too.
Yes, I am a judge.
And a good judge too.
Though homeward as you trudge, you declare my law is fudge, yet of beauty I'm a judge.
And a good judge too.
Though defendant is a snob.
And a great snob too.
Though defendant is a snob, I'll reward him from my fob. So we've settled with the job, and a good job too.
Curtain. End of Trial by Jury by W.S.Gilbert.
Play 12.
Of One Act Play Collection 19. The Judgement of Indra by Dhan, Gopal, Mukerji. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast list.
Shukra, read by Todd.
Old Man, read by Greg Giordano.
Kannada, read by Red Run.
Shanta, read by Anna Shirey.
Stage directions, read by Inkel. Time, the 15th century. Place, a monastery on one of the foothills of Himalaya. Scene, in the foreground is the outer court of a monastery. In the centre of the court is a sacred plant, growing out of a small altar of earth about 2 feet square. On the left of the court is a sheer precipice, adown which a flight of stone steps, only a few of which are visible, connects the monastery with the village in the valley below. To the right of the temple and the adobe walls and the roof of the monastery cells. There is a little space between the temple and the adobe walls, which is the passage leading to the inner recesses of the monastery. Several steps lead to the doors of the temple, which give on the court. In the distance, rear, are the snowy peaks of the Himalayas, glowing under the emerald sky of an Indian afternoon. To the left, the distances stretch into vast spaces of wooded hills. Long bars of light glimmer and dyes the vast clouds with edges of crimson, golden and silver, spread portentously over the hills and forest. A roll of thunder in the distance accompanies the rise of the curtain. Shanta, He is reading a palm leaf manuscript near the sacred plant. He looks up at the sky.
It forebodes a calamity.
Suddenly the temple doors open. Shukra stands framed in the doorway. Seeing that Shanta is alone, Shukra walks down the steps toward him.
Are you able to make out the words?
Aye, master.
Where is Kannada?
He will be here presently. Listen, master. It saith, only a hair's breadth divides the true from the false. Upon him who by thought, word, or deed confuses the two, will descend the judgment of Indra.
The thunder of Indra is just. It will strike the erring and the unrighteous, no matter where they hide themselves, in the heart of the forest or in the silence of the cloisters. Indra's judgment will descend on them. Even the erring heart that knows not that it is erring will be smitten and chastised by Indra.
Thunder rumbles in the distance.
Master, when you speak, you not only fill the heart with ecstasy, but also the soul with the beauty of truth.
To praise is good, but why praise me, who have yet to find God, and...
Shukra shakes his head sadly.
You will find him soon. Your time is nigh.
I wish it were true.
Master, if there be anything that I can do for you, if I could only lighten your burden a little.
Thou hast done that already. All the cares of the monastery thou hast taken from me. Thou hast bound me to thee by bonds of gratitude that can never break.
Enter Kannada.
Ah, Kannada, how be it with you today?
Coming to him. Kannada, he is a lad of 22.
By your blessing I am well and at peace. Have you finished your meditation?
9 hours have I meditated, but I shall say the prayers now.
Enters the temple and shuts the door.
He seems not to be himself.
When he is in meditation for a long time, he becomes another being.
There is sadness in his eyes.
How can he be sad? He who has risen above joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain, hate and love.
Above love, too?
Yea, hate and love being opposite are Maya, illusion.
Yet we must love the world.
Yea, that we do to help the world.
The master is tender to the villagers, even if they lead the worldly life.
We be monks. We have broken all the ties of the world, even those of family, so that we can bestow our thoughts, care, and love upon all the children of God. Our love is impartial.
The thunder growls in the distance.
Yea, that is the truth. Yet I think the master loves thee more than any other.
Nay, brother, he loves no one more than another. I have been with him 10 years. That makes him depend on me. But if the truth were known, he loves none, for he loves all. Indra, be my witness. The master loveth no one more than another.
Ah, noble-souled master! Yet I feel happy to think that he loveth thee more than any.
He loves each living creature. He is not as the worldly ones who love by comparison, this one more, the other less. Last night, as the rain wailed without like a heartbroken woman, how his voice rose in song of light and love. He is one of God's prophets and a true singer of his praise.
I can hear him yet.
I will never forget the ineffable joy that glowed in his words. Only he who has renounced all ties can speak with such deep and undying love. No anxiety.
It is that of which I would speak to thee. Dost thou not see sadness and anxiety in the master's face?
He is deep in thought, naught else.
Ever since that message was brought him the other day, he has seemed heavy-hearted. It was melancholy tidings.
Nay, that message had naught to do with him.
Thunder growls. The temple doors open. Shukra comes out of the temple and shuts the doors behind him. Then he stands still in front of the temple.
Kannada?
Yea, master?
He goes up to Shukra, who gives him some directions. Kannada exits. Shukra stands looking at the sky.
How wonderful a vision he is. As he stands at the threshold of the temple, he seems like a new god, another divinity come down to earth to lead the righteous on to the realms celestial. Ah, Master, how grateful am I to have thee as my teacher. I thank Brahma for giving thee to me.
Enter Kannada. Shukra then walks to Shanta, with Kannada following him.
Master, all is ready.
Go ye to the village. Ask them if all be well with them. When the heavens are unkind, if it rains another day, all the crops will be destroyed. What will they live on? No, it cannot be. Go ye both down to them, and take them my blessings. Tell them we will make another offering to Indra tonight. It must not rain any more.
Bring out the begging bowls, Kannada.
Shall I bring the torches, too?
Kannada, crossing.
The clouds may hide the moon, yea, the torches too.
Kannada exits right.
Yea.
Thunder growls above head.
The storm grows apace. I hope thou wilt find shelter ere it breaks. The world is growing darker and darker each day. Sin and vice are gathering around it like a vast coiling serpent. We monks be the only ones that can save it and set it free. Shanta, be steadfast, strengthen me. Help me to bring the light to the world. Thou art not only my disciple, but my friend and brother.
He embraces Shanta.
Save me from the world.
Kannada, entering.
Here be...
Stops in surprise. Shukra, releasing Shanta.
Come to me, Kannada.
The latter does so, Shukra putting an arm around Kannada's neck.
Little brother.
Master.
Be brave and free. Free from the delusions of this world, Sansara. Go yet to the village. Take them our blessings. Hari be with them all. May ye return hither safely.
Thunder and lightning.
Ah, Lord Indra, look, it is raining yonder. Go, hasten.
Shanta, taking a begging bowl and torch from Kannada.
Come.
Shukra, putting his hands on their heads.
I bless ye both. May Indra protect ye.
The rest of his words are drowned by the lightning flash and peal of thunder. The two disciples intone.
Om Shanti Om. Om Shanti Om.
They go down the steps.
May this storm pass. Om Shiva. Shiva love you, my Shanta. For 10 long years he has been with me. He has greatly helped me in my search after him who is the only living reality. Today I am nearer God. I stand at the threshold of realization. I seem to feel it will not be long before the veil will be lifted, and I shall press my heart against the heart of the ultimate mystery. Who comes there?
Shukra listens attentively.
They cannot have gone and come back so soon. Another illusion. These days I am beset by endless illusions. Perhaps that betokens the end of my search, as the gloom is always thickest ere the dawn. Yea, after this will come the light, I will see God.
Hears a noise. Listens attentively.
Are they already returning? Shanta!
He crosses and looks down. Thunder rolls very loudly now. He does not heed that. Suddenly he recoils in agitation. Footsteps are heard from below, rising higher and higher. Shukra rubs his eyes to make sure that he has really seen something that is not an illusion. He goes forward a few steps. The head of an old man rises into view. Shukra is stupefied, walks backwards until his back touches the sacred plant. He stands still. The old man at last climbs the last step. He has not noticed Shukra. He looks at the Himalayas in the rear. Then his eyes travel over the monastery walls. Now suddenly they catch sight of Shukra.
What seek ye here?
Old man, eyeing him carefully.
Ah, Shukra, dost thou not recognize thine aged father?
He goes to Shukra with outstretched arms.
I have no father.
But I am thy father. Did not my messenger come the other day? Did he lie to me? Dost thou not know thy mother is?
Thy messenger came.
Then come thou home at once. There is not time to be lost. Come, my son, ere thy mother leaves this earth.
I cannot go.
Thou canst not go? Dost thou not know that thy mother is on her deathbed?
I have renounced the world. For 12 years I have had no father nor mother.
Thou didst leave us, but we did not renounce thee, and now thou shouldst come.
I told thy messenger that I have no father nor mother. I cannot come.
I heard it all. If you art born of us, thou canst not have a heart of stone. Come, my son, I, thy father, implore thee.
Nay, nay, God alone is my father.
Hath it not been said in the Scriptures that thy parents are thy God? Thy father should be obeyed.
That was said by one who had not seen the truth, the light.
I command thee in the name of the Scriptures.
God alone can command me.
Vishnu, protect me. Art thou dreaming, my child? Yonder lies thy mother, fighting death.
I have heard it all.
And yet thou wilt not go?
Nay, father, I cannot go. The day I took the vow of a monk, that day I cut the bond that binds me to you all. I must be free of all ties. I must love none for myself, that I may love all for God. Here I must remain, where God has placed me, until he calls me elsewhere.
But thy mother lies, fighting with each breath. She wishes to see thee.
I cannot come.
But thou must.
I would if I could, but my life is in the hands of God.
God? Thy life belongs to God? Who gave thee life? Not God, but she who lies there dying. What ingratitude! This indeed is the age of darkness. Sons are turning against their fathers and killing their own mother.
I may not love one more than another. My steps, as my heart, go whither God guides them.
Truth is thy witness?
May Indra himself punish me if I love one more than another. Hear me, Indra.
The roll of thunder above.
Come, my son, in the name of thine own God I pray to thee. Come to thy mother. I kneel at thy feet and beg for this boon.
He does so. Shukra, raising him to his feet, he puts his own head down on the old man's feet.
Then thou comest?
Shukra rises to his feet.
There is a law in the sacred books that says an ascetic should see the place of his birth every 12th year.
And it is 12 years now since thou didst renounce us. Ah, blessed be the law.
Yet, Father, if I go not in obedience to the law, but since the desire to see my mother is uppermost in me, I who dreamt not of the law hitherto, yea, now I hasten to abide by the law. Ah, what mockery! It is not the letter of the law, but the spirit in us that judges us sinners or saints. Now if I go with thee to obey the law, that would be betraying the law.
Betraying the law?
Thought alone is the measure of our innocence. He who thinks evil is a doer of evil indeed. Nay, nay, tempt me not with the law. I must remain here. I must keep my vow.
He looks up to heaven. It is covered with enormous black clouds.
The law is not written in the heavens. It is inscribed in the heart of man. Obey the dictates of thy heart.
God alone shall be obeyed. I cannot betray his command. I, who am an ascetic, must not yield to the desire to see my mother. Nay, God.
What manner of God is he that deprives a dying mother of her son? Such a God never was known in Hindu life. No such God lives nor breathes.
Thunder and lightning.
Erring soul, do not blaspheme your Creator. He is the God of truth, God of love.
God of love? How can he be God of love if he dries up the stream of thy heart and blinds thy reason as the clouds blind the eyes of the sun? Nay, thou liest. It is not the God of love, but the God of thine insane self-love that makes thee rob thy mother of her only joy in life. Yea, I will answer to God for thee, if, by coming to see thy mother, thou sinnest. I ask God to make me pay for thy sin. Come, obey thy father. I will take the burden of thy sin, if sin it be.
Nay, each man pays for his sins as each man reaps the harvest of his own good deeds. None can atone for another. Oh, God, cursed be the hour when I was born. Cursed.
Thou cursest thy birth?
Yea, to be born in this world of woe is a curse indeed.
Then curse thy tormented mind and thy desolate heart. Curse not.
Nay, I curse the hour that saw me come to this earth of delusion and maya. I do curse.
Thou dost dare curse the hour when thou wert born? Ah, vile sinner, to curse the hour of thy birth when thy mother is dying. God be my witness, he has incurred his father's wrath. Now no God can save thee.
Nay, nay.
Shukra, I, thy father, thy God in life, curse thee. Thou hast deprived thy mother of her child, and her death of its solace. Thou hast incurred the wrath of the spirits of all thy departed ancestors.
Not thus, not thus.
Thunder and lightning. The whole sky is swept by the clouds.
Not thus? Thus alone shall it be. Cursed be thou at night, cursed be thou by day, cursed be thou going, cursed be thou coming. Thou art cursed by the spirit of the race, by the spirit of God.
Continued thunder and lightning. Shukra, falling at his father's feet.
I beseech thee, my father.
Old man, shrinking away.
Touch me not.
Old man, going left.
Cursed art thou in life and death forever.
God, father, go not thus.
I am not thy father.
Deafening and blinding thunder and lightning.
Father!
Old man, going down the steps.
Pollute not my hearing by calling me thy father. May the judgment of Indra be upon thee.
He totters down out of sight, left in anger and horror.
Father, here, oh here!
The rain comes down in a deluge, thunder and lightning. The rain blots everything out of sight. It pours in deep, dark sheets, through which the chains and sheets of lightning burn and run. After raining a while, the sky clears. In the pale moonlight, Shukra is seen crouching near the sacred plant. He is wet and dishevelled. He slowly rises, swaying in exhaustion. Voices are heard below.
Can it be that it is over? Has Indra judged me, and found me free of error? Yea, were I in error, the lightning would have struck me. I lay there, blinded by rain, awaiting my death. It did not come. Yea, Indra has judged.
Noises below. He does not hear.
O thou shadowy world, I am free of thee at last. Free of love and loving, free of all bondage. I have no earthly ties. I lean on God alone. At last I am bound to no earthly being, not even Shanta.
He becomes conscious of the noise of approaching footsteps and the light of the torches from below.
Who is that?
He goes forward a few steps. Enter Kaneda, torch in hand.
Master! Master!
Kanada, thou... Why this agitation? Shanta, where is Shanta?
Shanta is...
Shukra, seeing the other torches rising suddenly.
Speak, who comes hither?
They bring a dead man.
Who is he?
As a premonition of the truth comes over him.
Where is Shanta?
At the foot of the hill, the lightning struck him.
Shanta! My Shanta!
Two men carrying torches with one hand and dragging something white with the other, coming up the steps. The vision silences Shukra. A pause follows. Another torch is seen rising behind them.
Shanta, gone.
Shukra, pause again, looking into the starry heavens.
This is the judgment of Indra.
Curtain. End of the Judgement of Indra by Dhan, Gopal, Mukerji. End of One Act Play Collection 19 by Various.